You would cut off your dead brother's hands? Are you my son? I would—" Her husband stopped her with a fierce gesture. "Trull, I understand the difficulty of this situation, and I concur with your counsel that decisions be withheld for the time being. Warlock King, Rulad's body must be prepared. This can be conducted without attention being accorded the hands. We have some time, then, do you agree?" Hanan Mosag answered with a curt nod. Trull approached Udinas, and the slave could see the warrior's exhaustion, the old blood of countless wounds in his tattered armor. "Take charge of the body," he said in a quiet tone, "to the house of the dead, as he would any other. Do not, however, expect the widows to attend the ritual. We must needs postpone that until certain matters are resolved." "Yes, master," Udinas replied. He swung round and selected Hulad and one more of his fellow slaves. "Help me with the sled's tethers, with solemn accord, as always." Both men he addressed were clearly frightened. This kind of open conflict among the Hiroth Edur was unprecedented. They seemed on the verge of panic, although Udinas's words calmed them somewhat. There were values in ritual, and self-control was foremost among them. Stepping past the Edur, Udinas led his two fellow slaves to the sled. The waxed canvas sheathing the ice had slowed the melt, although the slabs beneath it were much diminished, the edges softened and milky white. Fear passed the harness over to Udinas. The two other slaves helping, they began dragging it towards the large wooden structure where Edur corpses were prepared for burial. No one stopped them. Seren Pedak gripped Buruk's arm and began pulling him back towards the bridge. He swung her a wild look, but wisely said nothing. They could not manage the passage unseen, and Seren felt sweat prickling on her neck and in the small of her back as she guided the merchant back towards the guest camp. They were not accosted, but their presence had without doubt been marked. The consequences of that would remain undetermined until such time as the conflict they had witnessed was resolved. The Nerek had extended a tarp from one of the wagons to shield the hearth they kept continually burning. They scurried from the smoky flames as soon as Buruk and Seren arrived, quickly disappearing into their tents. "That looks," Buruk muttered as he edged closer to the hearth and held out his hands, "to be serious trouble. The Warlock King was badly shaken, and I like not this talk of a gift. A sword? Some kind of sword, yes? A gift from whom? Surely not an alliance with the Jek." "No," agreed Seren, "given that it was the Jek with whom they fought. There's nothing else out there, Buruk. Nothing at all." She thought back to that scene on the other side of the bridge. Fear's brother, not Benedas, but the other one, who'd counselled reason, he interested her. Physically attractive, of course, most Edur were. But there was more. There was intelligence and pain. Seren scowled. She was always drawn to the hurting ones. "A sword," Buruk mused, staring into the flames, "of such value that Hanan Mosag contemplates mutilating a blooded warrior's corpse." "Doesn't that strike you as odd?" Seren asked. "A corpse holding onto a sword so tight even fierce Sengar cannot pull it loose? Perhaps frozen? From the moment of death?" He grunted. "I suppose not, unless it took his brothers a while to get to him. A day or longer, at least. Granted, we don't know the circumstances, but that does seem unlikely, doesn't it?" "It does," Buruk shrugged. "A damned Edur funeral. That won't put the Warlock King in a good mood. The delegation will arrive at precisely the wrong time." "I think not," Seren said. "The Edur have been unbalanced by this. Hanan Mosag especially. Unless there's quick resolution, we will be among a divided people." A quick, bitter smile. "We? Lethery, Buruk. I am not part of the delegation. Nor, strictly speaking, are you. Nor Hull Bedict," he added. "Yet something tells me we are irredeemably bound in that net, whether it sees the light of day or sinks to the deep." She said nothing, because he was right. The sled glided easily along the wet straw, and Udinas raised a boot to halt its progress alongside the stone platform. Unspeaking, the three slaves began unclasping the straps, pulling them free from beneath the body. The tarp was then lifted clear. The slabs of ice were resting on a cloth-wrapped shape clearly formed by the body it contained, and all three saw at the same time that Rulad's jaw had opened in death, as if voicing a silent, endless scream. Hulad stepped back. "Errant preserve us!" he hissed. "It's common enough, Hulad," Udinas said. "You two can go, but first drag that chest over here, the one resting on the rollers." "Gold coins, then?" "I am assuming so," Udinas replied. "Rulad died a blooded warrior. He was noble-born. Thus it must be gold." "What a waste," said Hulad. The other slave, Irim, grinned and said, "When the Edur are conquered, we should form a company, the three of us, to loot the barrows." He and Hulad pulled the chest along the runners. The coals were red, the sheet of iron black with heat. Udinas smiled. "There are wards in those barrows, Irim, and shadow wraiths guarding them." "Then we hire a mage who can dispel them. The wraiths will be gone, along with every damned Edur. Nothing but rotting bones. I dream of that day." Udinas glanced over at the old man. "And how badly indebted are you, Irim?" The grin faded. "That's just it. I'd be able to pay it off, for my grandchildren, who are still in trait. Pay it off, Udinas. Don't you dream the same for yourself?" "Some debts can't be paid off with gold, Irim. My dreams are not of wealth." "No," Irim's grin returned. "You just want the heart of a lass so far above you, you've not the errant's hope of owning it. Poor Udinas, we all shake our heads at the sadness of it." "Less sadness than pity, I suspect," Udinas said, shrugging. "Close enough. You can go." "The stench lingers even now," Hulad said. "How can you stand it, Udinas?" "Inform Uruth that I have begun." It was not the time to be alone, yet Trull Sengar found himself just that. The realization was sudden, and he blinked, slowly making sense of his surroundings. He was in the longhouse, the place of his birth, standing before the centre post with its jutting sword-blade. The heat from the hearth seemed incapable of reaching through to his bones. His clothes were sodden. He'd left the others outside, locked in their quiet clash of wills. The warlock king and his need against Tomad and Uruth and their insistence on proper observance of a dead-blooded warrior, a warrior who was their son. With this conflict, Hanan Mosag could lose his authority among the Tist Edur. The warlock king should have shown constraint. This could have been dealt with quietly, unknown to anyone else. How hard can it be to wrest a sword loose from a dead man's hands? And if sorcery was involved, and it certainly seemed to be, then Hanan Mosag was in his element. He had his Krisnan as well. They could have done something, and if not, then cut his fingers off. A corpse no longer housed the spirit. Death had severed the binding. Trull could feel nothing for the cold flesh beneath the ice. It was not Rulad any more, not any longer. But now there could be no chance of secrecy. The quarrel had been witnessed, and, in accordance with tradition, so too must be the resolution. And does any of it matter? I did not trust Rulad Sengar, long before his failure on night watch. That is the truth of it. I knew doubts. His thoughts could take him no further. Anguish rose in a flood, burning like acid. As if he had raised his own demon, hulking and hungry, and could only watch as it fed on his soul, gnawing regret and avid guilt, remorse an unending feast. We are doomed now to give answer to his death, again and again, countless answers, to crowd the solitary question of his life. Is it our fate, then, to suffer beneath the siege of all that can never be known? There had been strangers witnessing the scene. The realization was sudden, shocking. A merchant and his acquitor. Lethery visitors. advanced spies of the treaty delegation. Hanan Mossag's confrontation was a dreadful error in so many ways. Trull's high regard for the warlock king had been damaged, sullied, and he longed for the world of a month past, before the revelation of flaws and frailties. Padding through the forest, mind filled with the urgency of dire news. A spear left in his wake, iron point buried deep in the chest of a Lethery. Leaden legs taking him through shadows, moccasins thudding on the dappled trail. The sense of having just missed something, an omen unwitnessed. Like entering a chamber someone else has just walked from, although in his case the chamber had been a forest cathedral, Hiroth's sanctified land, and he had seen no signs of passage to give substance to his suspicion. And it was this sense that had returned to him. They had passed through fraught events, all unmindful of significance, of hidden truths. The exigencies of survival had forced upon them a kind of carelessness. A gelid wave of conviction rose within Trull Sangar, and he knew, solid as a knife in his heart, that something terrible was about to happen. He stood, alone in the longhouse, facing the centre post and its crooked sword, and he could not move. Rulad Sangar's body was frozen, a pallid, grey, stiff-limbed figure lying on the stone platform, head thrown back, eyes squeezed shut, mouth stretched long as if striving for a breath never found. The warrior's hands were closed about the grip of a strange, mottled, straight-bladed sword, frost-rimed and black-flecked with dried blood. Udinas had filled the nose and ear holes with wax. He held the pincers, waiting for the first gold coin to reach optimum heat on the iron plate suspended above the coals. He had placed one on the sheet, then 20 heartbeats later another. The order of placement for noble-born blooded warriors was precise, as was the allotted time for the entire ritual. Awaiting Udinas was a period of mind-numbing repetition and exhaustion. But a slave could be bent to any task. There were hard truths found only in the denigration of one's own spirit, if one was inclined to look for them. Should, for example, a man require self-justification, prior to, say, murder or some other atrocity? Take this body, a young man whose flesh is now a proclamation of death. The Edur use coins, Lethery use linen, lead, and stone. In both, the need to cover, to disguise, to hide away the horrible absence writ there in that motionless face. Open or closed, it began with the eyes. Udinas gripped the edge of the Lethery coin with the pincers. These first two had to be slightly cooler than the others, lest the eyes behind the lids burst. He had witnessed that once, when he was apprenticed to an elder slave who had begun losing his sense of time. Sizzling, then an explosive spurt of lifeless fluid, foul-smelling and murky with decay, the coin settling far too deep in the socket, the hissing evaporation and crinkling, blackening skin. He swung round on the stool, careful not to drop the coin, then leaned over Rulad Sengar's face, lowered the hot gold disc. A soft sizzle as the skin of the lid melted, all moisture drawn from it so that it tightened round the coin, holding it fast. He repeated the task with the second coin. The heat in the chamber was thawing the corpse, and as Udinas worked setting coins on the torso, he was continually startled by movement. Arched back settling, an elbow voicing a soft thud, rivulets of meltwater crawling across the stone to drip from the sides, as if the body now wept. The stench of burnt skin was thick in the hot, humid air. Rulad Sengar's corpse was undergoing a transformation, acquiring gleaming armour, becoming something other than Tist Edur. In the mind of Udinas, he ceased to exist as a thing once living, the work before the slave little different from mending nets. Chest to abdomen, each spear wound packed with clay and oil, encircled with coins, then sealed. Pelvis, thighs, knees, shins, ankles, the tops of the feet. Shoulders, upper arms, elbows, forearms. 163 coins. Udinas wiped sweat from his eyes, then rose and walked, limbs aching, over to the cauldron containing the melted wax. He had no idea how much time had passed. The stench kept his appetite at bay, but he had filled the hollow in his stomach a half-dozen times with cool water. Outside, the rain had continued, battering on the roof, swirling over the ground beyond the walls. A village in mourning. None would disturb him until he emerged. He would have preferred a half-dozen Edura widows conducting the laying of coins, with him at his usual station tending to the fire. The last time he had done this in solitude had been with Urus's father, killed in battle by the Arapae. He had been younger then, awed by the spectacle and his role in its making. Attaching the handle to the cauldron, Udinas lifted it from the hearth and carefully carried it back to the corpse. A thick coating over the front and sides of the corpse. A short time for the wax to cool, not too much, so that it cracked when he turned over the body. Then he would return to the gold coins. Udinas paused for a moment, standing over the dead Tist Edur. "Ah, Rulad," he sighed, "you could surely strut before the women now, couldn't you?" The mourning has begun. Trull started, then turned to find Fear standing at his shoulder. "What? Oh, then what has been decided?" "Nothing." His brother swung away and walked to the hearth. His face twisted as he regarded the low flames. "The Warlock King proclaims our efforts a failure. Worse, he believes we betrayed him. He would hide that suspicion, but I see it nonetheless." Trull was silent a moment, then he murmured, "I wonder when the betrayal began, and with whom? You doubted this gift from the very first. I doubt it even more now. A sword that will not relinquish its grip on a dead warrior? What sort of weapon is this, Fear? What sorcery rages on within it?" He faced his brother. "Did you look closely at that blade? Oh, skillfully done, but there are shards trapped in the iron, of some other metal which resisted the forging. Any apprentice swordsmith could tell you that such a blade will shatter at first blow." "No doubt the sorcery invested would have prevented that," Fear replied. "So," Trull sighed, "Rulad's body is being prepared. Yes, it has begun. The Warlock King has drawn our parents into the privacy of his longhouse. All others are forbidden to enter. There will be negotiations. The severing of their youngest son's hands in exchange for what? I don't know. The decision will be publicly announced, of course. In the meantime, we are left to our own." "Where is Benedas?" Fear shrugged. "The healers have taken him. It will be days before we see him again. Mages are difficult to heal, especially when it's broken bone. The Arapae who tended to him said there were over 20 pieces loose in the flesh of his hip. All need to be drawn back into place and mended. Muscle and tendons to knit, vessels to be sealed and dead blood expunged." Trull walked over to a bench alongside a wall and sat down, settling his head in his hands. The whole journey seemed unreal now, barring the battle scars on flesh and armor, and the brutal evidence of a wrapped corpse now being dressed for burial. The Jek had been soul-taken. He had not realized. Those wolves. To be soul-taken was a gift belonging to Father Shadow and his kin. It belonged to the skies, to creatures of immense power. That primitive, ignorant barbarians should possess a gift of such prodigious holy power made no sense. Soul-taken. It now seemed sordid, a weapon as savage and as mundane as a raw-edged axe. He did not understand how such a thing could be. "A grave test awaits us, brother." Trull blinked up at Fear. "You sense it as well. Something's coming, isn't it? I am unused to this feeling of helplessness, of not knowing." He rubbed at his face, as if seeking to awaken the right words from muscle, blood, and bone. As if all that waited within him ever struggled, futile and frustrated, to find a voice that others could hear. A pang of sympathy struck Trull, and he dropped his gaze, no longer wanting to witness his brother's discomfort. "It is the same with me," he said, although the admission was not entirely true. He was not unused to helplessness. Some feelings one learned to live with. He had none of Fear's natural physical talents, none of his brother's ease. It seemed his only true skill was that of relentless observation, fettered to a dark imagination. "We should get some sleep," he added. "Exhaustion ill-fits these moments. Nothing will be announced without us." "True enough, brother." Fear hesitated, then reached out and settled a hand on Trull's shoulder. "I would you stand at my side always, if only to keep me from stumbling." The hand withdrew, and Fear walked towards the sleeping chambers at the back of the longhouse. Trull stared after him, stunned by the admission, half disbelieving. As I gave words to comfort him, has he just done the same for me? Theridas had told him they could hear the sounds of battle again and again, cutting through the wind and the blowing snow. They'd heard bestial screams of pain, wolf howls crying in mortal despair. They'd heard him leading the Jek from their path, heard until distance stole from them all knowledge of his fate. And then they had awaited the arrival of the enemy, who never came. Trull had already forgotten most of those clashes, the numbers melding into one, a chaotic nightmare unstepped from time, swathed in the gauze of snow, stretched and torn by the circling wind, wrapping ever tighter. Bound and carried as if made disparate, disconnected from the world. Is this how the direst moments of the past are preserved? Does this pain-ridden separation occur to each and every one of us? Us survivors? The mind's own barrow-field, the trail winding between the mounded earth, hiding the heavy stones and the caverns of darkness with their blood-painted walls and fire-scorched capstones. A life's wake, forlorn beneath a grey sky. Once walked, that trail could never be walked again. One could only look back and know horror at the vastness and the riotous accumulation of yet more barrows, more and more. He rose and made his way to his sleeping mat, wearied by the thought of those whom the Edur worshipped, who had lived tens upon tens of thousands of years, and the interminable horror of all that lay behind them, the endless road of deed and regret, the bones and lives now dust bedding corroded remnants of metal. Nothing more, because the burden life could carry was so very limited, because life could only walk onward, ever onward, the passage achieving little more than a stirring of dust in its wake. Sorrow grown bitter with despair, Trull sank down onto the thinly padded mattress, lay back and closed his eyes. The gesture served only to unleash his imagination, image after image sobbing to life with silent but inconsolable cries that filled his head. He reeled before the onslaught, and, like a warrior staggering senseless before relentless battering, he fell backward in his mind, into oblivion. Like a bed of gold in a mountain stream, a blurred gleam swimming before his eyes. Udinas leaned back, only now fully feeling the leaden weight of his exhausted muscles, slung like chains from his bones. The stench of burnt flesh had painted his lungs, coating the inside of his chest and seeping its insipid poison into his veins. His flesh felt marred in dross. He stared down at the gold-studded back of Rulad Sengar. The wax coating the form had cooled, growing more opaque with every passing moment. Wealth belongs to the dead, or so it must be for one such as me, beyond my reach. He considered those notions, the way they drifted through the fog in his mind. Indebtedness and poverty, the defining limits of most lives. Only a small proportion of the Lethery population knew riches, could indulge in excesses. Theirs was a distinct world, an invisible paradise framed by interests and concerns unknown to everyone else. Udinas frowned, curious at his own feelings. There was no envy, only sorrow, a sense of all that lay beyond his grasp, and would ever remain so. In a strange way, the wealthy Lethery had become as remote and alien to him as the Edur. He was disconnected, the division as sharp and absolute as the one before him now. His own worn self and the gold-sheathed corpse before him. The living and the dead, the dark motion of his body and the perfect immobility of Rulad Sengar. He prepared for his final task before leaving the chamber. The wax had solidified sufficiently to permit the turning over of the body. Upon entering this house, Rulad's parents would expect to find their dead son lying on his back, made virtually unrecognizable by the coins and the wax. Made, in fact, into a sarcophagus, already remote, with the journey to the shadow world begun. "Errant, take me. Have I the strength for this?" The corpse had been rolled onto wooden paddles with curved handles that were both attached to a single lever. A four-legged ridgepole was set crossways beneath the lever, providing the fulcrum. Udinas straightened and positioned himself at the lever, taking the black wood in both hands and settling on it the weight of his upper body. He hesitated, lowering his head until his brow rested on his forearms. The shadow wraith was silent, not a single whisper in his ear for days now. The blood of the Weval slept. He was alone. He had been expecting an interruption through the entire procedure. Hanan Mossag and his Karisnan thundering into the chamber, to cut off Rulad's fingers or the entire hands. Having no instructions to the contrary, Udinas had sheathed the sword in wax, angled slightly as it reached down along the body's thighs. He drew a deep breath, then pushed down on the lever, lifting the body a fraction. Cracks in the wax, a crazed web of lines, but that was to be expected, easily repaired. Udinas pushed harder, watching as the body began turning, edging onto its side. The sword's weight defeated the wax sheathing the blade, and the point clunked down on the stone platform, drawing the arms with it. Udinas swore under his breath, blinking the sweat from his eyes. Plate-sized sheets of wax had fallen away. The coins, at least, he saw with relief, remained firmly affixed. He slipped a restraining strap over the lever to hold it in place, then moved to the corpse. Repositioning the sword, he nudged the massive weight further over in increments, until the balance shifted and the body thumped onto its back. Udinas waited until he regained his breath. Another coating of wax was needed to repair the damage. Then he could stumble out of this nightmare. A slave needn't think. There were tasks to be done. Too many thoughts were crawling through him, interfering with his concentration. He stumbled back to the hearth to retrieve the cauldron of wax. A strange snapping sound behind him. Udinas turned. He studied the corpse, seeking the place where the wax had broken loose. There, along the jaw, splitting wide over the mouth. He recalled the facial contortion that had been revealed when the bindings had been removed. It was possible he would have to sew the lips together. He picked up the cauldron and made his way back to the corpse. He saw the head jerk back, a shuddering breath, and then the corpse screamed. From nothingness, a scene slowly came into resolution, and Tral Sengar found himself standing once more amidst gusting wind and swirling snow. He was surrounded, a ring of dark, vague shapes. The smeared gleam of amber eyes was fixed on him, and Tral reached for his sword, only to find the scabbard empty. The Jek had found him at last, and this time there would be no escape. Tral spun round, and again, as the huge wolves edged closer. A wind's howl filled his ears. He searched for a dagger, anything, but could find nothing. His hands were numb with cold, the blowing snow stinging his eyes. Closer now, on all sides. Trall's heart pounded. He was filled with terror, filled as a drowning man is filled by the inrush of deadly water, the shock of denial, the sudden loss of all strength, and with it all will. The wolves charged. Jaws closed on his limbs, fangs punching through skin. He was dragged down beneath the weight of onslaught. A wolf closed its mouth round the back of his neck. Dreadful grinding motions chewed through muscle. Bones snapped. His mouth gushed full and hot with blood and bile. He sagged, unable even to curl tight as the beasts tore at his arms and legs, ripped into his belly. He could hear nothing but the wind's shriek, ever climbing. Trull opened his eyes. He was sprawled on his sleeping mat, pain throbbing in his muscles with the ghost memory of those savage teeth, and heard screaming. Fear appeared in the entranceway, his eyes strangely red-rimmed, blinking in bewilderment. "Trull? It's coming from outside," he replied, climbing stiffly to his feet. They emerged to see figures running, converging on the house of the dead. "What is happening?" Trull shook his head at his brother's question. "Perhaps Udinas—" They set off. Two slaves stumbled from the building's entrance, then fled in panic, one of them shouting incoherently. The brothers picked up their pace. Trull saw the Lethery Equator and her merchant on the bridge, figures rushing past them as they made a slow, hesitant approach. The screams had not abated. There was pain in those cries, and horror. The sound, renewed breath after breath, made the blood gelid in Trull's veins. He could almost— Mayan was in the doorway, which was ajar. Behind her stood the slave Featherwitch. Neither moved. Fear and Trull reached them. Featherwitch's head snapped round, the eyes half mad as they stared up at first Trull, then Fear. Fear came to the side of his betrothed in the doorway. He stared inward, face flinching with every scream. "Mayan," he said, "keep everyone else out, except for Tomad and Uruth and the Warlock King when they arrive." "Trull!" The name was spoken like a plea. Mayan stepped back and Trull edged forward. Side by side they entered the house of the dead. A mass, a hunched shape covered in wax like peeling skin, revealing the glitter of gold coins, slouched down at the foot of the stone platform, face lowered, forehead on knees, arms wrapped tight about shins but still holding the sword. A mass, a hunched shape, voicing endless shrieks. The slave Udinas stood nearby. He had been carrying a cauldron of wax. It lay on its side 2 paces to the Lethery's left, the wax spilled out amidst twigs and straw. Udinas was murmuring, soothing words cutting beneath the screams. He was moving closer to the shape, step by careful step. Fear made to start forward, but Trull gripped his upper arm and held him back. He'd heard something in those shrieks. They had come to answer the slave's low soothings, defiant at first, but now thinning, the voice filling with pleading. Strangled again and again into shudders of raw despair. And through it all Udinas continued to speak. "Sister, bless us, that is Rulad, my brother, who was dead." The slave slowly crouched before the horrid figure, and Trull could make out his words as he said, "There are coins before your eyes, Rulad Sengar. That is why you can see nothing. I would remove them. Your brothers are here. Fear and Trull. They are here." The shrieks broke then, replaced by helpless weeping. Trull stared as Udinas then did something he did not think possible. The slave reached out and took Rulad's head in his hands, as a mother might an inconsolable child. Tender, yet firm, the hands slowly lifted it clear of the knees. A sobbing sound came from Fear, quickly silenced, but Trull felt his brother tremble. "The face! Oh, Father Shadow, the face!" A crazed mask of wax, cracked and scarred, and beneath it gold coins melded onto the flesh. Not one had dislodged, angled like the scales of armor around the stretched jaw, the gasping mouth. Udinas leaned closer still, spoke low beside Rulad's left ear. Words answered with a shudder, a spasm that made coins click, the sound audible but muted beneath wax. A foot scraped across the stone flagstones surrounding the platform, drew in tighter. Fear jolted in Trull's grip, but he held on, held his brother back as Udinas reached down to his belt and drew out a work knife. Whispering, rhythmic, almost musical, the slave brought the knife up, carefully set the edge near the tip alongside the coin covering Rulad's left eye. The face flinched, but Udinas drew his right arm round into a kind of embrace, leaned closer, not pausing in his murmuring. Pressure with the edge, minute motion, then the coin flashed as it came loose along the bottom. A moment later it fell away. The eye was closed, a mangled red welt. Rulad must have sought to open it because Udinas laid 2 fingers against the lid, and Trull saw him shake his head as he said something, then repeated it. A strange tick from Rulad's head, and Trull realized it had been a nod. Udinas then reversed the position of his arms and set the knife edge to Rulad's right eye. Outside was the sound of a mass of people, but Trull did not turn about. He could not pull his gaze from the lethery, from his brother. He was dead. There was no doubt. None. The slave, who had worked on Rulad for a day and a night, filling mortal wounds with wax, burning coins into the cold flesh, who had then seen his charge return to life, now knelt before the Edur, his voice holding insanity at bay, his voice and his hands guiding Rulad back to the living. A Lethery slave. Father Shadow, who were we to have done this? The coin was prized loose. Trull pulled Fear along as he stepped closer. He did not speak, not yet. Udinas returned the knife to its sheath. He leaned back, one hand withdrawing to settle on Rulad's left shoulder. Then the slave pivoted and looked up at Trull. He's not ready to speak. The screaming has exhausted him, given the weight of the coins encasing his chest. Udinas half rose, intending to move away, but Rulad's left arm rustled, hand sobbing away from the sword's grip, coins clicking as the fingers groped, then found the slave's arm, and held on. Udinas almost smiled, and Trull saw for the first time the exhaustion of the man, the extremity of all that he had gone through, and settled down once more. "Your brothers, Rulad," he said, "Trull and Fear. They are here to take care of you now. I am but a slave." 2 coins fell away as Rulad's grip tightened. "You will stay, Udinas," Trull said. "Our brother needs you. We need you." The Lethery nodded. "As you wish, Master. Only I am tired. I keep blacking out, only to awaken at the sound of my own voice." He shook his head helplessly. "I don't even know what I have said to your brother." "It matters not," Fear cut in. "What you have done." His words trailed away, and for a moment it seemed his face would crumple. Trull saw the muscles of his brother's neck tauten. Then Fear's eyes closed tight. He drew a deep breath and was himself once more. He shook his head, unable to speak. Trull crouched beside Udinas and Rulad. "Udinas, I understand. You need rest, but stay for a few moments longer if you can." The slave nodded. Trull shifted his gaze, studied Rulad's ravaged face, the eyes still shut, but there was movement behind them. "Rulad, it is Trull. Listen to me, my brother. Keep your eyes closed for now. We must get this armor off you." At that, Rulad shook his head. "They are funereal coins, Rulad." Yes, I know." Words raw and heavy, the breath pushed out from a constricted chest. Trull hesitated, then said, "Udinas has been with you, alone, preparing you." "Yes." "He is used up, brother." "Yes. Tell Mother I want him." "Of course, but let him go now, please." The hand dropped away from the slave's arm, clunking hard and seemingly insensate on the floor. The other hand, still holding the sword, suddenly twitched, and a ghastly smile emerged on Rulad's face. "Yes, I hold it still. This is what he meant." Trull edged back slightly. Udinas crawled off a short distance, leaned up against the chest of coins. He drew himself up into a shape echoing that of Rulad, and in the moment before he turned his face away, Trull saw the visage fill with anguish. Exhaustion or no, for Udinas peace and rest was 10,000 paces away. Trull could see that, could understand that brutal truth. Rulad had had the slave, but whom did Udinas have? Not a typical Edur thought. But nothing was as it was. Trull rose and moved close to Fear. He thought for a moment, then swung round to the entranceway. Mayen was still standing there, at her side the Letheri, Feather Witch. Trull gestured at the slave, then pointed to where Udinas crouched. He saw her face stretch in horror, saw her shake her head. Then she ran from the building. Trull grimaced. A commotion at the entrance, and Mayan withdrew from sight. Tomad and Uruth appeared, and behind them, as they slowly edged forward, came Hanan Mossag. Oh no, the sword, the damned sword. Chapter 10. White petals spin and curl on their way down to the depthless sea. The woman and her basket, her hand flashing red in quick, soft motion, scattering these pure wings to ride a moment on the wind. She stands, a forlorn goddess birthing flight that fails and falls on the river's broad breast, a basket of birds destined to drown. See her weep in the city's drawn shadow, her hand a thing disembodied, carrion-clawed and ceaseless in repetition. She delivers death, and in her eyes is seen the horror of living. Lady Elasara of Trait, Cormor Fural. The roll of thunder, the heavy trammeling of rain on the roof. The storm was following the course of the river, drawn northward and dragging one edge of its heaving clouds across Letheras. Unseasonal, unwelcome, making the single room of Tehol's abode close and steamy. There were 2 more stools than there had been, retrieved by Bug from a rubbish heap. On one of them, in the far corner, sat Ublala Pung, weeping. As he had been without pause for over a bell, his huge frame racked with a shuddering that made the stool creak alarmingly. In the centre of the small room, Tehol paced. A splashing of feet outside, then the curtain in the doorway was tugged to one side and Bug stamped in, water streaming from him. He coughed. "What's burning in the hearth?" Tehol shrugged. "Whatever was piled up beside it, of course." "But that was your rain hat. I wove it myself with my own 2 hands." "A rain hat? Those reeds had wrapped rotting fish." "That's the stink, all right," Bug nodded, wiping at his eyes. "Anyway, rotting is a relative term, Master." "It is?" "The Fair'd consider it a delicacy." "You just wanted me to smell like fish." "Better you than the whole house," Bug said, glancing over at Ublala. "What's wrong with him?" "I haven't a clue," Tehol said. "So, what's the news?" "I found her." "Great. But we'll have to go and get her." "Go outside?" "Yes." "Into the rain?" "Yes." "Well," Tehol said, resuming his pacing, "I don't like that at all. Too risky." "Risky?" "Why, yes, risky. I might get wet, especially now that I don't have a rain hat." "And whose fault is that, I wonder?" "It was already smouldering, sitting so close to the hearth. I barely nudged it with my toe, and up it went." "I was drying it out." Tehol paused in mid-step, studied Bug for a moment, then resumed pacing. "It's a storm," he said after a moment. "Storms pass. I need a reason to procrastinate." "Yes, Master." Tehol swung round and approached Ublala Pung. "Most beloved bodyguard, whatever is wrong?" Red-rimmed eyes stared up at him. "You're not interested. Not really. Nobody is." "Of course I'm interested. Bug, I'm interested, aren't I? It's my nature, isn't it?" "Absolutely, Master. Most of the time." "It's the women, isn't it, Ublala? I can tell." The huge man nodded miserably. "Are they fighting over you?" He shook his head. "Have you fallen for one of them?" "That's just it. I haven't had a chance to." Tehol glanced over at Bug, then back to Ublala. "You haven't had a chance to? What a strange statement. Can you elaborate?" "It's not fair. That's what it is. Not fair. You won't understand. It's not a problem you have. I mean, what am I? Am I to be nothing but a toy, just because I have a big—" "Hold on a moment," Tehol cut in. "Let's see if I fully understand you, Ublala. You feel they're just using you, interested only in your, attributes. All they want from you is sex. No commitment, no loyalty even. They're happy taking turns with you, taking no account of your feelings, your sensitive nature. They probably don't even want to cuddle afterwards or make small talk, right?" Ublala nodded. "And all that is making you miserable?" He nodded again, snuffling, his lower lip protruding, his broad mouth downturned at the corners, a muscle twitching in his right cheek. Tehol stared for a moment longer, then he tossed up his hands. "Ublala, don't you understand? You're in a man's paradise, what all the rest of us can only dream about." "But I want something more." "No, you don't. Trust me. Bug, don't you agree? Tell him." Bug frowned, then said, "It is as Tehol says, Ublala. Granted, a tragic truth, and granted, Master's nature is to revel in tragic truths, which to many might seem unusual, unhealthy even." "Thanks for the affirmation, Bug," Tehol interrupted with a scowl. "Go clean up, will you?" He faced Ublala again. "You are at the pinnacle of male achievement, my friend. Wait, did you say it's not a problem I have? What did you mean by that?" Ublala blinked. "What? Are you at that pinnacle, or whatever you called it? Are you at it too?" Bug snorted. "He hasn't been at it in months." "Well, that's it!" Tehol stormed to the hearth and plucked out what was left of the matted reeds. He stamped out the flames, then picked the charred object up and set it on his head. "All right, Bug, let's go and get her. As for this brainless giant here, he can mope around all alone in here for all I care. How many insults can a sensitive man like me endure, anyway?" Wisps of smoke drifted from the reeds on Tehol's head. "That's about to take flame again, Master." "Well, that's what's good about rain, then, isn't it? Let's go." Outside in the narrow aisle, water streamed ankle-deep towards the clogged drain at the far end, where a small lake was forming. Bug a half-step in the lead, they sloshed their way across its swirling, rain-pocked expanse. "You should be more sympathetic to Ublala, Master," Bug said over a shoulder. "He's a very unhappy man." "Sympathy belongs to the small-membered, Bug. Ublala has 3 women drooling all over him. Or have you forgotten?" "That's a rather disgusting image." "You've been too old too long, dear servant. There's nothing inherently disgusting about drool." He paused, then said, "All right, maybe there is. However, do we have to talk about sex? That subject makes me nostalgic." "Errant forbid." "So, where is she?" "In a brothel." "Oh, now that's really pathetic." "More like a newly acquired raging addiction, Master. The more she feeds it, the hungrier it gets." They crossed Turol Avenue and made their way into the prostitutes' district. The downpour was diminishing, the tail ends of the storm front streaming overhead. "Well," Tehol commented, "that is not a desirable condition for one of my most valued employees, especially since her addiction doesn't include her handsome, elegant boss. Something tells me it should have been me weeping in a corner back there, not Ublala." "It may simply be a case of Shurk not wanting to mix business with pleasure." "Bug, you told me she's in a brothel." "Oh, right. Sorry." "Now I'm truly miserable. I wasn't miserable this morning. If the trend continues, by dusk I'll be swimming the canal with bags of coins around my neck." "Here we are." They stood before a narrow 3-story tenement, set slightly in from the adjoining buildings and looking a few centuries older than anything else on the street. The front facing held a carved facade around 2 square inset columns of dusty blue marble. Decidedly female demons in bas-relief, contorted and writhing in a mass orgy, crowded the panels, and atop the columns crouched stone gargoyles with enormous breasts held high and inviting. Tehol turned to Bug. "This is the temple. She's in the temple. Does that surprise you? I can't even afford to step across the threshold. Even Queen Janal frequents this place but a few times a year. Annual membership dues are 10,000 docs. I've heard it rumoured from someone once. Matron Delisp is probably very pleased with her newest property. I'd wager she is at that. So, how do we extract Shurk Elal, especially since it's obvious she is where she wants to be, and the matron has at least 30 thugs in her employ who are likely to try and stop us? Should we simply consider this a lost cause and be on our way? Bug shrugged. That is up to you to decide, Master. Well, he considered, I'd like at least a word with her. Probably all you can afford. Don't be absurd, Bug. She doesn't charge by the word, does she? She might well charge by the glance, Master. Our dear dead thief has blossomed. Thanks to me. Who arranged for her overhaul? Her dry dock repairs, the new coat of paint. We had a deal. Tell it to her, Master, not me. I am well aware of the lengths you go to in appeasing your own peculiar appetites. I'm not even going to ask what you mean by that, Bug. It sounds sordid, and my sordid self is my own affair. So it is, Master, so it is. Good thing you're not the nostalgic type. Tehol glared at Bug for a moment, then swung his attention once more to the temple. The oldest brothel in all the land. Some said it was standing here long before the city rose up around it, and indeed the city rose up around it because of the brothel itself. That didn't make much sense, but then few things did when it came to love and its many false but alluring shades. He tilted his head back to study the gargoyles, and the scorched reed hat slid off to splash on the cobbles behind him. Well, that settles it. Either I stand here getting my hair wet, or I go inside. As far as I can tell, Master, my rain hat was a tragic failure in any case. It's your overcritical nature, Bug, what's done you in. Follow me. Tehol ascended the steps with proprietary determination. As he reached the landing, the front door swung open, and the frame was filled by a huge hooded man wearing a black surcoat, a massive double-bladed axe in his gauntleted hands. Appalled, Tehol halted, Bug stumbling into him from behind on the lower step. "Excuse me," Tehol managed, stepping to one side and pulling Bug along with him. "Off to a beheading, then?" He gestured for the man to pass. Small eyes glittered from the hood's shadows. "Thank you, sir," he said in a raspy voice. "You are most courteous." He strode forward onto the landing, then paused. "It's raining." "Indeed, almost finished, I'd wager. See the blue overhead?" The axe-carrying giant faced Tehol. "If anyone asks, sir, you never saw me here." "You have my word." "Most kind." He faced the street again, then cautiously descended the steps. "Ooh," he said as he set off. "It's wet. Ooh." Tehol and Bug watched him scurry away, hunched over and weaving to avoid the deeper puddles. Bug sighed. "I admit to being greatly affrighted by his sudden appearance." Brows raised, Tehol regarded his servant. "Really? Poor Bug, you need to do something about those nerves of yours. Come on, then, and fear nothing whilst you are with me." They entered the temple. And Tehol halted once more, as suddenly as the first time, as the point of a knife settled on his cheek beneath his right eye, which blinked rapidly. Bug managed to draw up in time to avoid bumping into his master, for which Tehol's gratitude was sufficient to weaken his knees. A sweet feminine voice murmured close to his ear. "You're not in disguise, sir, which means, well, we both know what that means, don't we?" "I've come for my daughter." "Now that's in very poor taste. We can't abide such twisted, sick desires in here." "You misunderstand. Understandably, of course, that is. I meant to say, I've come to retrieve her before it's too late." "Her name?" "Shurk Elal." "Well, It's too late. You mean she being dead? I'm aware of that. It's her ancestors, you see. They want her to come home to the crypt. They miss her terribly, and a few of them are getting alarmingly angry. Ghosts can be a lot of trouble, not just for you and this establishment, but for me as well. You see my predicament?" The knife point withdrew, and a short, lithe woman stepped round to stand before him. Close-fitting silks in rusty hues, a broad silk belt wrapped about her tiny waist, upturned slippers on her minuscule feet, a sweet, heart-shaped face, strangely overlarge eyes, now narrowing. "Are you done?" Tehol smiled sheepishly. "You must get that a lot. Sorry. Are you, perchance, Matron Delisp?" She spun about. "Follow me. I hate this room." He glanced about for the first time. 2 paces wide, 4 deep, a door at the far end, the walls hidden behind lush tapestries depicting countless couplings of all sorts. "Seems inviting enough," he said, following the woman to the door. "It's the spent smell." "Spent? Oh, yes. Smells of regret. I hate that smell. I hate everything about it." She opened the door and slipped through. Tehol and Bug hastened to follow. The chamber beyond was dominated by a steep staircase, which began a single pace beyond the doorway. The woman led them round it to a plush waiting room, thick padded sofas along the side walls, a single high-backed chair occupying the far wall. She walked directly to that chair and sat down. "Sit. Now, what's all this about ghosts? Oh, never mind that. You were, 10 years old when you fathered Shur-Gelal? No wonder she never mentioned you, even when she was alive. Tell me, were you disappointed when she decided on a career of thievery?" "From your tone," Tehol said, "I gather you are challenging the veracity of my claims." "Which question gave me away?" "But you see, I am not so ignorant as you think, hence my disguise." She blinked. "Your disguise is to appear as a man in his early 30s, wearing sodden, badly made wool." Bug sat straighter. "Badly made? Now hold on!" Tehol nudged his servant with an elbow, hard in the ribs. Bug grunted, then subsided. "That is correct," Tehol said. "A vast investment in sorcery, then. How old are you in truth?" 69, my dear." "I'm impressed. Now, you mentioned ghosts?" "Afraid so, matron. Terrible ones, vengeful, disinclined to discourse. Thus far I have managed to keep them penned up in the family crypt, but they'll get out sooner or later, and proceed on a rampage through the streets, a night of terror for all Lethras's citizens, I fear, until they arrive here. And then, well, I shudder at the thought." "As I am shuddering right now, although for entirely different reasons. But yes, we certainly have a dilemma. My particular dilemma, however, is one I admit to having been struggling with for some time now." "Oh?" "Fortunately, you appear to have provided me with a solution." "I am pleased." The woman leaned forward. "Top floor. There's only one room. Talk that damned demoness out of here before my other lasses flay me alive." The stairs were steep but well padded, the wooden railing beneath their hands an unbroken undulation of lovingly carved breasts, polished and oiled by countless sweaty palms. They met no one on the way and reached the top floor breathless, due to the ascent, of course, Tehol told himself, as he paused at the door and wiped his hands on his soaked leggings. Head lowered and panting, Bug was at his side. "Heaven take me! What have they rubbed into that wood?" "I'm not sure," Tehol admitted, "but I can barely walk." "Perhaps we should take a moment," Bug suggested, wiping the sweat from his face. "Good idea. Let's." A short time later, Tehol straightened, with a wince, and nodded at Bug, who grimaced in reply. Tehol raised a hand and thumped on the heavy wooden door. "Enter," came the muffled command. Tehol opened the door and stepped into the room. Behind him, Bug hissed, "Aaron, take me! Look at all the breasts!" The wall panels and ceiling continued the theme begun on the wooden railing, a riotous proliferation of mammary excess. Even the floor beneath the thick rugs was lumpy. "A singular obsession," Tehol began, and was interrupted. "Oh," said a voice from the huge bed before them. "It's you." Tehol cleared his throat. "Shor Kelal?" "If you've come for services," she said, "you might be relieved to know the executioner's big axe was pathetic compensation." "He got wet in the rain," Bug said. Tehol glanced back at him. "What is the relevance of that?" "I don't know, but I thought you might." "I'm not leaving," Shurk said, "if that's why you're here." "You have to," Tehol countered. "The matron insists." She sat straighter in the bed. "It's those damned cows downstairs, isn't it? I've stolen all their clients and they want me out." "I imagine so," Tehol shrugged. "But that's hardly surprising, is it? Listen, Shurk, we had a deal, didn't we?" Her expression darkened. "So I should do the honourable thing? All right, but I have a problem regarding certain appetites. I wish I could help." Her brows rose. I mean, I don't know what I mean." He paused, then brightened. "But I'll introduce you to Ublala, an unhappy bodyguard longing for commitment." Her brows rose higher. "Well, why not? You don't have to tell him you're dead. He'll never notice, of that I'm certain. And as for your appetites, I doubt there'll be a problem there, although there's a trio of women who might be very upset. But I'll handle that. Look, it's a brilliant solution, Shurk." "I'll give it a try, I suppose. But I'm not making any promises. Now, step outside, please, so I can get dressed." Tehol and Bug exchanged glances and then complied, softly shutting the door behind them. Bug studied his master. "I am very impressed," he said after a moment. "I'd thought this a situation without a solution. Master, my admiration for you grows like a—" "Stop staring at that railing, Bug." Yes, you're right." Matron Delisp was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Seeing Shurk Elal following a step behind Bug, her face twisted with distaste. "Errant bless you, Tehol Benedict. I owe you one." Tehol sighed. "I had a feeling you were skeptical of my story." "The woolen leggings," she replied. "I hear virtually everyone's put in orders for them." Tehol shot Bug a look, but the servant's brows rose, and he said, "Not with me, master. That would be disloyal. Rest assured that everyone else's version will prove but pathetic imitations." "Perhaps, Matron Delisp," Tehol said, "I am merely disguised as Tehol Benedict. That would be clever, wouldn't it?" "Too clever for you." "Well, you have a point there." "Anyway, do you want me in your debt or not?" Shurk Elal pushed past Bug. "I don't like being ignored. You're all ignoring me as if I was—" "Dead?" Delisp asked. "I just wanted to point out my reason for vacating this house, which is that I, too, owe Tehol Benedict. I may be dead, but I'm not without honour. In any case, Delisp, I believe you owe me a rather substantial payment right now. 60%, I seem to recall." "What do you need all that money for?" the matron demanded. "How many variations of sex assassinatar exist out there? How many bundles of raw spices do you need to keep fresh? No, wait, I don't want to know the answer. 60%, fine, but it'll take me a day or two. I don't keep that kind of coin around here. Where should I have it delivered?" "Tehol Benedict's residence will suffice." "Hold on," Tehol objected. "I can't secure—" "I intend," Shurk cut in, "to spend it quickly." "Oh, all right, but I'm not happy. Too many comings and goings there. Suspicions will be insatiably aroused." "Stop staring at the railing, master." "Errant's dreams. Let's get out of here." The storm had passed. Rainwater still flowed down the streets, but people were venturing out once more. It was late afternoon. Shurk Elal halted at the foot of the temple steps. I will rejoin you tonight on your roof, Tehol Bedict. Midnight. What about Ublala Pang? I admit to having second thoughts. Shurk Elal. Ublala Pang survived a drowning. He walked across the bottom of the canal. You two have a lot in common, if you think about it. He's also massively endowed, Bug added. Tehol made a face at him. You are being crude. Bring him to the roof tonight, Shurk said. This is a conspiracy to make me miserable, isn't it? Both of you leave me. I'm going for a walk. Bug, when you get back home, give it a tidy. No doubt Shand will be storming in before too long. Tell her I'll drop by tomorrow on some important business. What important business? I don't know. I'll invent something. You have other things to worry about. How's the foundation work coming along anyway? It's piling up. Then sort it out. You misunderstand, Master. We're on schedule. I didn't misunderstand. I was being obdurate. Now I'm off to find a more reasonable conversation somewhere. He swung round for a final word with Shurk, but she was gone. Damned thief. Go on, Bug. Wait, what's for supper? Banana leaves. Not fishy ones, I trust? Of course not, Master. Then what? The material they were wrapped around was unidentifiable, which, if you think about it, is probably a good thing. How do we live on this stuff? A good question, Master. It is indeed baffling. Tehol studied his servant for a long moment, then he gestured the man away. Bug turned right, so Tehol went left. The air was warming, yet still fresh after the rain. Wet dogs nosed the rubbish in the settling puddles. Cats chased the cockroaches that had swarmed up from the drains. A beggar had found a sliver of soap and stood naked beneath a stream of water coming from a cracked eaves trough, working up a murky lather while he sang a lament that had been popular 100 years ago. Residents had taken advantage of the unexpected downpour, emptying chamber pots from their windows rather than carrying them a few dozen paces to the nearest communal dump hole. As a result, some of the pools held floating things, and the streams in the gutters carried small fly-blown islands that collected here and there in buzzing rafts that bled yellowy-brown slime. It was a fine evening in the city of Letheras, Tehol reflected, testing the air a moment before taking a deep breath and releasing it in a contented sigh. He went on down the street until he reached Quelas Canal, then walked along it towards the river. To his right rose a forest of masts from fisher boats moored to wait out the storm. Tarps were being pulled aside, water splashing as the crews bailed feverishly so they could make for open water before the day's light failed. Near one jetty, a half-dozen city guardsmen were fishing a corpse from the murky water, a crowd of onlookers shouting advice as the squad struggled with hook poles. Above them flapped seagulls. Tehol came within sight of the old palace, then took a side street away from the canal, proceeding on a winding, confused route until he came to the grounds of the towers. Gathering dusk made the air grainy as Tehol reached the low, crumbling wall and stared across the short expanse of broken, uneven yard to the one battered tower that was clearly different in construction from all the others, being square instead of round. The strange triangular windows were dark, crowded with dead vines. The inset, black-stained wooden door was shrouded in shadow. Tehol wondered how such a door could have survived. Normal wood would have rotted to dust centuries ago. He could see no one in the yard. "Kettle! Child, are you in there?" A small bedraggled figure stepped out from behind a tree. Startled, Tehol said, "That was a good trick, lass." She approached. "There's an artist, a painter. He comes to paint the tower. He wants to paint me, too, but I stay behind trees. It makes him very angry. You are the man who sleeps on the roof of your house. Lots of people try spying on you." "Yes, I know. Shurk tells me you, take care of them." "She said maybe you could help find out who I was." He studied her. "Have you seen Shurk lately?" "Only once. She was all fixed. I barely recognized her." Well, lass, we could see the same done for you, if you like. The grubby, mould-patched face wrinkled into a frown.
Why?
Why? To make you less noticeable, I suppose. Wouldn't you enjoy looking the way Shurk does now?
Enjoy?
Think about it, at least.
All right. You look friendly. You look like I could like you. I don't like many people, but I could like you. Can I call you father? Shurk is my mother. She isn't really, but that's what I call her. I'm looking for brothers and sisters, too.
She paused, then asked,
Can you help me?
I'll try, Kettle. Shurk tells me the tower talks to you.
Not words, just thoughts, feelings. It's afraid. There's someone in the ground who is going to help. Once he gets free, he'll help us. He's my uncle, but the bad ones scare me.
The bad ones? Who are they? Are they in the ground too? She nodded. Is there a chance they will get out of the ground before your uncle does?
If they do, they'll destroy us all. Me, Uncle, and the tower. They've said so, and that will free all the others.
And are the others bad too? She shrugged.
They don't talk much, except one. She says she'll make me an empress. I'd like to be an empress.
Well, I wouldn't trust that one. Just my opinion, Kettle, but promises like that are suspect.
That's what Shurk says, too. But she sounds very nice. She wants to give me lots of treats and stuff.
Be careful, lass.
Do you ever dream of dragons, Father?
Dragons? Shrugging again, she turned away.
It's getting dark, she said over her shoulder. I need to kill someone. Maybe that artist.
Turadal Brizard, the consort to Queen Janal, stood leaning against the wall whilst Bryce Benedict led his students through the last of the counter-attack exercises. Audiences were not uncommon during his training regime with the King's Own Guard, although Bryce had been mildly surprised that Turadal was among the various onlookers, most of whom were practitioners with the weapons he used in his instruction. The consort was well known for his indolent ways, a privilege that, in the days of Bryce's grandfather, would not have been tolerated in a young, fit Lethery. 4 years of military service, beginning in the 17th year, had been mandatory. In those days there had been external threats aplenty. Blue rose to the north, the independent, unruly city-states of the archipelago in Dracon's Sea, and the various tribes on the eastern plain had been pressuring Lether, driven against the outposts by one of the cyclical expansionist regimes of far Collant's. Blue Rose now paid tribute to King Esgara Discanar. The city-states had been crushed, leaving little more than a handful of goat-herders and fisherfolk on the islands, and Collant's had subsided into isolation following some sort of civil war a few decades past. It was difficult for Bryce to imagine a life possessing virtually no ability to defend itself, at least upon the attainment of adulthood, but Turadal Brizard was such a creature. Indeed, the consort had expressed the opinion that he was but a forerunner, a pioneer of a state of human life wherein soldiering was left to the indebted and the mentally inadequate. Although Bryce had initially scoffed at hearing a recounting of Brizard's words, his disbelief had begun to waver. The Lethery military was still strong, yet increasingly it was bound to economics. Every campaign was an opportunity for wealth, and, among the civilian population of traders, merchants, and all those who served the innumerable needs of civilization, few were bothering with martial training any more. An undercurrent of contempt now coloured their regard for soldiers. Until they need us, of course, or they discover a means to profit by our actions. He completed the exercise, then lingered to see who left the chamber and who remained to practice on their own. Most remained, and Bryce was pleased. The 2 who had left were, he knew, the Queen's spies in the bodyguard. Ironically, everyone else knew that detail as well. Bryce sheathed his sword and strode over to Turadal Brizard. "Consort?" A casual tilt of the head. "Finad? Have you found yourself at a loose end? I don't recall ever seeing you here before."
The palace seems strangely empty, don't you think?
Well, Bryce ventured, there's certainly less shouting. Turridal smiled.
The prince is young, Finad. Some exuberance is to be expected. The Chancellor would have a word with you at your convenience. I understand you are fully recovered from your mysterious ordeal.
The king's healers were their usual proficient selves, consort. Thank you for asking. Why does the Chancellor wish to speak with me?
The man shrugged. I am not the one to ask. I am but a messenger in this, Finad.
Bryce studied him for a moment, then simply nodded. I accept Triban Gnoll's invitation. A bell from now?
That should suffice. Let us hope for all our sakes that this will not mark an expansion of the present feud between the Chancellor and the Cedar.
Bryce was surprised. There is a feud? I hadn't heard. I mean, apart from the usual clash of opinions. He considered, then said, I share your concern, consort.
Does this ever strike you, Finad, that peace leads to an indulgence in strife?
No, since your statement is nonsensical. The opposite of peace is war, while war is an extreme expression of strife. By your argument, life is characterized as an oscillation between strife during peace and strife during war.
Not entirely nonsensical, then, Turridal said. We exist in a state of perpetual stress, both within ourselves and in the world beyond. He shrugged. We may speak of a longing for balance, but in our soul burns a lust for discord.
If your soul is troubled, consort, Bryce said, you hide it well.
None of us here lack that skill, Finad.
Bryce cocked his head. I have no inclination to indulge in strife. I find I still disagree with your premise. In any case, I must take my leave of you now, consort. On his way back to his chambers, Bryce reflected on Turridal words. There might well have been a warning hidden in there, but apart from the obvious suggestion that all was not as it seemed, and in the palace this was taken as given, he could not pierce the subtlety of the consort's intentions. Stress lay in the cast of the mind, as far as Bryce was concerned, born of perspective and the hue through which one saw the world, and such things were shaped by both nature and nurture. Perhaps on some most basic level the struggle to live yielded a certain stress, but that was not the same as the strife conjured by an active mind, its myriad storms of desires, emotions, worries, and terrors, its relentless dialogue with death. Bryce had realized long ago what had drawn him into the arts of fighting. The martial world, from dueling to warfare, was inherently reductionist, the dialogue made simple and straightforward. Threats, bargains, and compromises were prescribed by the length of leathery steel. Self-discipline imposed a measure of control over one's fate, which in turn served to diminish the damaging effects of stress, more so when it became clear to the practitioner that death fought using blind chance when all else failed, and so one had no choice but to accept the consequences, however brutal they may be. Simple notions that one could reflect upon at leisure, should one choose, but never when face-to-face with an enemy with blades unsheathed and dancing. Physical laws imposed specific limitations, and Bryce was satisfied with that clear imposition of predictability, sufficient to provide the structure around which he built his life. Turridal life was far less certain. His physicality and its attractiveness to others was his singular quality, and no amount of diligence could hold back the years that threatened it. Granted, there were alchemies and sorceries that could be mustered to stand in the breach, but the dark tide was reluctant to bargain, for it abided by its own laws, and those laws were immutable. Worse yet, Brizard's efficacy was defined by the whims of others. As professional as he might be, his every partner was, potentially, a fathomless well of raw emotions, yearning to grasp hold of Brizard and ensnare him. Outwardly, of course, there were rules in place. He was a consort, after all. The Queen already had a husband. The Chancellor was bound to ancient laws denying him formal relationships with man or woman. Turridal possessed virtually no rights. The children he might sire would be without name or political power. Indeed, the Queen was required to ensure such pregnancies did not occur, and thus far she had held to that prohibition. But it was rumoured that Janal had given her heart to Brizard, and that Triban Gnoll might well have done the very same, with the potential consequence of tearing apart the old alliance between Queen and Chancellor. If so, then Turadal Brizard had become the unhappy fulcrum. No wonder the man was plagued with stress. Yet what were the consort's own ambitions? Had he too surrendered his heart? And if so, to which lover? Bryce entered his room. He divested himself of his belt and armour, then drew off his sweat-damp undergarments. He layered himself in scented oil, which he then scraped off with a wooden comb. Dressing in clean clothes, he set to donning his formal armour. He replaced the heavier practice sword with his regular longsword in the scabbard at his waist. A final moment scanning the contents of his modest residence, noticing the misplaced brace of knives on the shelf above his bed, indicating that yet another spy had gone through his room. Not one careless enough to leave the knives in the wrong position. That had been done by whoever had been spying on the spy, to let Bryce know that yet another search for who knew what had taken place, a weekly occurrence of late. He moved the knives back into their usual position, then left. "Enter." Bryce stepped inside, then paused to search through the crowded, cluttered chamber. "Over here, King's champion." He followed the sound of the voice and finally caught sight of the cedar, who was suspended in a leather strap harness depending from the ceiling. Face down and close to a man's height above the floor, Kuru Khan was wearing a strange metal helmet with multiple lenses fixed in a slotted frame in front of his eyes. On the floor was an archaic yellowed map. "I have little time, Cedar," Bryce said. "The Chancellor has requested that I attend him in a short while. What are you doing? Is it important, lad?" "That I know? I suppose not. I was just curious." "No, the Chancellor's summons." "I'm not sure. It seems I am to be increasingly viewed as some kind of pivotal player in a game of which I have no comprehension. After all, the King rarely asks for my advice on matters of state, for which I am eternally grateful, since I make it a point not to involve myself with such considerations. Thus, I have no opportunity to influence our sire's opinion, nor would I wish to. By this means, Kuru Khan said, I am proving that the world is round. Indeed. Did not the early colonizers from the First Empire make that evident? They circumnavigated the globe, after all. Ah, but that was physical proof rather than theoretical. I wished to determine the same truth via hypothesis and theory. In order to test the veracity of the methods? Oh, no. Said veracity is already a given. No, lad, I seek to prove the veracity of physical evidence. Who can trust what the eyes witness, after all? Now, if mathematical evidence supports such practical observation, then we're getting somewhere. Bryce looked round. Where are your helpers? I sent them to the Royal Lens Maker for more lenses. When was that? Sometime this morning, I believe. Yes, just after breakfast. You have therefore been hanging there all day, and turning this way and that, without my own volition. There are forces, lad, unseen forces, that pull upon us every moment of our existence. Forces I now believe in conflict. Conflict? In what way? The ground beneath us exerts an imperative, evidenced by the blood settling in my face, the lightness in the back of my skull, the unseen hands seeking to drag me down. I have had the most exquisite hallucinations, yet there is a contrary, weaker force seeking to drag me, another world, one which travels the sky around this one. The moon? There are actually at least 4 moons, lad, but the others are not only distant, but perpetually occluded from reflecting the sun's light. Very difficult to see, although early texts suggest that this was not always so. Reasons for their fading as yet unknown, although I suspect our world's own bulk has something to do with it. Then again, it may be that they are not farther away at all, but indeed closer, only very small, relatively speaking. Bryce studied the map on the floor. That's the original, isn't it? What new perspective have you achieved with all those lenses? An important question? Probably, but in an indirect fashion. I had the map in my hands, lad, but then it fell. Nonetheless, I have been rewarded with an insight. The continents were once all joined. What forces, one must therefore ask, have pulled them apart? Who forwarded the Chancellor's request? What? Oh, Turadal Brizard. Ah, yes. Such an errant, troubled lad. One sees such sorrow in his eyes, or at least in his demeanour. One does. And he said? He spoke of a feud between you and the Chancellor. A new one. There is? First I've heard of it. Oh, so there isn't one. No, lad, I'm sure there is. Be good enough to find out about it for me, will you? Bryce nodded. Of course, Cedar, if I can. Is that the extent of your advice? So it is. Well, can I at least help you down? Not at all, lad. Who knows how many more insights I will experience? You may also lose your limbs or pass out. I still have my limbs? Bryce moved directly beneath the cedar, positioning his left shoulder below Kuru Khan's hips. I'm unstrapping you. Be assured I will take your word for it, lad. And I intend to have a word or two with your assistants once I'm done with the Chancellor. Go easy on them, please. They're woefully forgetful. Well, they won't forget me after today. Hands clasped behind his back, Triban Gnoll paced. What is the readiness of the military, Finad? Bryce frowned. Prida Unatal Hebaz would be better equipped to give you answer to that, Chancellor. She is presently indisposed, and so I would ask you. They were alone in the Chancellor's office. 2 guards waited outside. Votive candles exuded a scent of rare Collant spices, giving the chamber an atmosphere vaguely religious. A temple of gold coins, and this man is the high priest. It is a mandate that the army and navy be maintained at a level of preparedness, Chancellor. Supplies and stores sufficient for a full season's campaign. As you know, contracts with suppliers stipulate that, in times of conflict, the needs of the military are to take precedence over all other clients. These contracts are, of course, maintained and will be rigorously enforced. Yes, Finad, but I am seeking a soldier's opinion. Are the king's soldiers ready and capable of war? I believe so, Chancellor. Triban Gnoll halted and fixed Bryce with his glittering eyes. I will hold you to that, Finad. I would not have ventured an opinion were I not prepared to stand by it, Chancellor. A sudden smile. Excellent. Tell me, have you taken a wife yet? I thought not, although I doubt there's a maiden among the nobility who would hesitate in such a coup. There are many legacies one must live with, Finad, and the means in which they are answered are the defining features of a man's or a woman's life. I'm sorry, Chancellor. What are you getting at? Your family history is well known, Finad, and I hold deep sympathy for you, and indeed for your hapless brothers, in particular Hull, for whom I feel sincere worry, given his predilection for involving himself in crucial matters which are, strictly, not of his concern. I admit to fretting on his behalf, for I would not wish sorrow upon you and your kin. It strikes me, Chancellor, that you are too generous in assembling your list of concerns. As for legacies, well, they are my own affair, as you no doubt appreciate. For what it is worth, I suggest that you are according Hull too much power in these matters. Do you imagine I am here delivering a veiled warning? Gnoll waved a hand dismissively and resumed pacing. It insults me that you believe I am as crass as that. Does a seal hunter warn the seal of the net closing round it? Hardly. No, Finad, I am done with you. Rest assured I will waste no more sympathy upon you and your brothers. I am relieved to hear that, Bryce said, a venomous look. Please close the door on your way out, Finad. Of course, Chancellor. Outside, walking alone down the corridor, Bryce sighed. He had failed to learn anything of the purported feud between Gnoll and Kuru Khan. It seemed he had achieved little more than adding himself to the Chancellor's list of enemies. A second, deeper sigh. He had nothing of Hull's stolid determination, nothing of Tehol's cunning. He had but some skill with a sword, and what value that when his attackers employed insinuation and threat in some verbal knife game, seeking to deliver wounds that time did not heal? Reluctantly, he realized he needed advice, which meant another duel, this time with his own brother. At least Tehol had no desire to wound. Errant, bless him, he seems to have no desires at all. "What I desire," Tehol said, scowling, "is a meal that actually began with real food. Sort of a founding premise that what one is to eat is actually sustaining at its most basic level." He lifted one of the dark, limp leaves, studied it for a moment, then forced it into his mouth. Chewing, he glowered at Bug. "There are apes, Master, for whom banana leaves constitute an essential source of nutrition." "Indeed? And are they extinct yet?" "I don't know. I'm only recounting a sailor's story I heard once at a bar." "He was a drunkard and a liar." "Oh, you know him, then?" Tehol looked round. "Where's Ublala? I need him here so Shurkilal can gauge his—" "Length?" "Worth. Where is he?" "On the roof. Pining." "Oh. The roof is good. Pining is not. Does he need yet another talking to, do you think?" "From you, Master? No." "Some more leaves, please. Don't skimp on the sauce or whatever it is." "Right the second time." "Whatever it is? You don't know?" "No, Master. It just leaked out. Maybe from the leaves, maybe from something else. It reminds one of—" "Tanneries?" "Yes, that's it exactly. Well done." Tehol paled and slowly set down his bowl. "I just had a thought." Bug's eyes widened, and he too put his bowl down. "Please, Master, do not pursue that thought." "It keeps coming back." "The thought?" "No, the supper." He rose suddenly. "Time for some air." "Mind if I join you?" "Not at all, Bug. Clearly, during the course of preparing this meal, you worked hard at ignoring whatever impressions you may have had. I understand that you might well be exhausted by that effort, and if not, you should be." They turned at a sound from the alley. Then the curtain across the entrance was swept aside. "Ah, Shand! We were wondering when you would arrive." "You're a liar and a thief, Tehol Bedict." "It's the company I keep," Bug muttered. Rissar and Hedron followed behind Shand as she stormed into the small room. Tehol backed to the far wall, which wasn't nearly far enough. "Needless to say," he said, "I'm impressed." Shand halted. "With what?" He saw that her fists were clenched. "Well, your vigor, of course. At the same time, I realize I have been remiss in directing your admirable energies, Shand. It's now clear to me that you, all three of you, in fact, require a more direct involvement in our nefarious undertaking." "He's doing it again," Rissar growled. "We're supposed to be beating him up right now," Hedron added. "Look what he's done. Shand, less than a bell ago you were saying—" "Be quiet about what I was saying," Shand cut in. "Direct involvement, you said, Tehol. Finally. It's about time, and no games, you slippery bastard. Talk to save your life." "Of course," Tehol said, smiling. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." "We're comfortable enough. Talk." "Well, you don't look comfortable." "Tehol." "As you like. Now, I'm going to give you a list of names, which you will have to memorize. Horrol Esterict of Cargo Olives. Myrick the Blunt, eldest of the Blunts, owner of Blunt's Leathery Steel and Blunt Weaponry. Stupel Rot, the grain magnate of Fort Shake. His brother, Purist, the ale brewer. Erudinas, queen of the rustleaf plantations at Dissent. The financiers, Bruck Stiffen, Horrol Rinasict, Great Chizev of Letheras, Hepar the Pleaser of Trait. Debt-holders Druz Thenict, Pralit Pef, Barakta Ilk, Asta Taran, Listri Morlict, all of Letheras. Tharav the Hidden, of Room 11, Chobor's Manse on Seal Street, Trait. Got those? Shand was glassy-eyed. There's more? A dozen or so. You want them killed? Hedron asked. Errant, no. I want you to begin purchasing shares in their enterprises. Under a variety of names, of course. Strive for 49%. Once there, we'll be poised to force a coup. The goal, of course, is controlling interest. But to gain that will only be achieved with sudden ambush, and for that the timing has to be perfect. In any case, once you have done all that, the purchasing, that is, make no further move, just get back to me. And how are we going to afford all that? Shand demanded. Oh, Tehol waved a hand. We're flush. The coin I invested for you is making a sizable return. Time's come to make use of it. How much of a return? More than enough. How much? Well, I haven't actually counted it. Bug spoke. About a peak. Errant's blessing! Shand stared at Tehol. But I haven't seen you do a thing. If you had, Shand, then I wouldn't have been careful enough. Now, best we start with just the names I've given you. The next list can come later. Now, I have meetings scheduled this night. What kind of meetings? Oh, this and that. Now, please, I beg you, no more charging in through my front door. It's bound to get noticed sooner or later, and that could be bad. What have you two been eating? Rissar suddenly asked, her nose wrinkling. This and that, Bug replied. Come on, Shand said to her companions. Let's go home. Maybe Ublala will turn up. I'm sure he will, Tehol said, smiling as he escorted the three women to the doorway. Now get some sleep. You've busy times ahead. Hedron half-turned. Cargo olives. Horol who? Shand reached out and dragged Hedron into the alley. Still smiling, Tehol adjusted the curtain until it once more covered the entrance. Then he spun round. That went well. Rissar had a knife, Bug said, tucked up along her wrist. She did? Tucked up? Yes, master. Tehol walked to the ladder. I trust you had your own knives close to hand. I don't have any knives. Tehol paused, one hand on the nearest rung. What? Well, where are all our weapons? We don't have any weapons, master. None? Did we ever? No. Some wooden spoons. And are you adept with them? Very. Well, that's all right then. You coming? In a moment, master. Right, and be sure to clean up. This place is a dreadful mess. If I find the time. Ublala Pung was lying face down on the roof, near the bed. Ublala, Tehol said, approaching, is something wrong? No. The word was muffled. What are you doing down there? Nothing. Well, we're about to have a guest who wants to meet you. That's fine. It might be worth your while to endeavour to make a good impression, Tehol said. All right. That might prove a little difficult, Ublala, with you lying there like that. When I first came up, I admit to thinking that you were dead. He paused, then, considering, and brightened. Mind you, that might be a good thing. A scuff of boots to one side, then Shurk Elal stepped from the shadows. Is this him? You're early, Tehol said. I am? Oh. Well, are you waiting for a necromancer to animate him or something? I would be, were he dead. Ublala, if you will, stand up. I would like to introduce you to Shurk Elal. Is she the dead one? He asked, not yet moving. The thief who drowned? Already you're holding something against me, Shurk replied, her tone despondent. We haven't got to that yet, Tehol said. Ublala, get up. Shurk has needs. You can meet them. And in return you get Shand, Rissar, and Hedron to leave off. Why would they? Ublala demanded. Because Shurk will tell them to. I will? Look, Tehol said, exasperated. "Neither of you are cooperating here. On your feet, Ublala." "That won't be necessary," Shurk cut in. "Just roll him over." "Oh, fine. That's very nice. Crass, but nice." Tehol crouched down alongside Ublala, pushed his hands beneath the huge man, then lifted. Tehol's feet skidded. He grunted, gasped, heaved again and again, to little effect. "Stop it," Shurk said in a strange voice. "You're going to make me laugh, and laughing right now would be expensive." Sprawled across Ublala, Tehol stared up at her. "Expensive? All those spices, of course. Tell me, Ublala, what did you see when you walked across the bottom of the canal?" "Mud." "What else?" "Junk." "What else? What were you walking on?" "Bodies, bones, crayfish, crabs, old nets, broken pots, furniture." "Furniture?" Tehol asked. "Serviceable furniture?" "Well, there was a chair, but I didn't sit in it." "Bodies," Shurk said. "Yes, lots of bodies. How deep was the canal originally?" Bug had arrived, and with this question Tehol looked over at his manservant. "Well, you must know, being an engineer and all that." "But I'm only pretending to be an engineer," Bug pointed out. "So pretend to know the answer to Shurk's question." "It was said 7 tall men could stand, foot to shoulder, and the last would be able to reach up with his hands and find the surface. Used to be big trader ships could make their way the entire length." "I wasn't far from the surface," Ublala said, rolling over, unmindful of Tehol, who yelped as he was tumbled to one side with a thump. "I could almost reach," he added as he stood, brushing himself off. "That's a lot of rubbish," Bug commented. "I'm not lying," Ublala said. "I didn't say you were," Bug said. "So," Shurk asked, "who is killing all those people?" "Never mind all that," Tehol said as he clambered to his feet. "Shurk Elal, permit me to introduce Ublala Pung. The canal walk is very lovely at night, yes? Not in it, I mean, alongside it, just for a change. Perfect for a promenade." "I intend to rob Garen Ebericht's estate," Shurk said to Ublala, "but there are outlying watchers that need taking care of. Can you create a diversion, Ublala Pung?" The huge man scratched his jaw. "I don't know. I got nothing against them." "They don't like you." "They don't? Why?" "No reason. They just don't." "Then I don't like them either." "So you say, but I haven't seen any proof." "You want proof? Good. Let's go." Shurk hooked one arm in Ublala's and led him towards the far edge of the roof. "We have to jump to that other roof," she said. "I don't think you can do it, Ublala. Not quietly, anyway." "Yes, I can. I'll show you I can." "We'll see." Tehol stared after them, then he swung to Bug. The manservant shrugged. "It's the complexities of the male mind, Master." The rain earlier that day had made the night air blessedly cool. Bryce Benedict left the palace by a side postern and proceeded on a circuitous route towards his brother's residence. Although it was close to midnight, there were plenty of people on the streets. He had never felt entirely comfortable in the crowded, sordid maze that was Letherus. The face of wealth stayed mostly hidden, leaving only the ravaged mien of poverty, and that was at times almost overwhelming. Beyond the indebted were the lost, those who had given up entirely, and among them could be seen not just refugees from annexed tribes, but Lethery as well, more than he would have imagined. For all the explosive growth driving the kingdom, it seemed an ever greater proportion of the population was being left behind, and that was troubling. At what point in the history of Letherus, he wondered, did rampant greed become a virtue? The level of self-justification required was staggering in its tautological complexity, and it seemed language itself was its greatest armour against common sense. You can't leave all these people behind. They're outside the endless excitement and lust, the frenzied accumulation. They're outside and can only look on with growing despair and envy. What happens when rage supplants helplessness? Increasingly, the ranks of the military were filling with the lowest classes. Training, acceptable income, and a full belly provided the incentives, yet these soldiers were not enamored of the civilization they were sworn to defend. True, many of them joined with dreams of booty, of wealth stolen and glory gained. But such riches came only with aggression, and successful aggression at that. What would happen if the military found itself on the defensive? They'll fight to defend their homes, their loved ones. Of course they will. There's no cause for worry, is there? He swung into the alley leading to Tehol's home, and heard somewhere beyond the squalid tenement the sounds of a fierce argument. Things came crashing down in a cacophony that ended with a shriek. Bryce hesitated. He could not reach the source of the sounds from this alley, but Tehol's rooftop might permit him a view down on the opposite street. He went on. With the pommel of his knife, Bryce tapped on the doorframe. There was no reply. He pulled aside the curtain and peered in. A single wavering oil lamp, the faint glow from the hearth, and voices coming down from above. Bryce entered and climbed the rickety ladder. He emerged onto the roof to see Tehol and his manservant standing at the far edge, looking down, presumably on the argument that was still underway. "Tehol!" Bryce called, approaching. "Is this a matter for the city guard?" His brother swung about, then shook his head. "I don't think so, brother. A resolution is but moments away. Wouldn't you agree, Bug?" "I think so, since he's almost out, and that old woman's run out of things to throw." Bryce came alongside and looked down. A huge man was busy extricating himself from a pile of dusty rubble, ducking when objects were flung at him by an old woman in the tenement doorway. "What happened?" Bryce asked. "An associate of mine," Tehol said, "jumped onto the roof over there from this one. He landed quietly enough, I suppose. Then the roof gave out, alas. As you can see, he's a big man." The hapless associate had climbed free at last. It appeared that he had taken most of the wall with him in his descent. It was a miracle that he seemed uninjured. "Why was he jumping from your roof, Tehol?" "It was a dare." "Yours?" "Oh, no, I'd never do that." "Then who? Surely not your manservant?" Bug sputtered. "Me? Most assuredly not, Finad." "Another guest," Tehol explained, "who has since gone, although not far, I imagine, somewhere in the shadows, waiting for dear Ublala." "Ublala? Ublala Pung? Oh, yes, I recognize him now. An associate? Tehol, the man's a criminal, who proved his innocence in the canal." "That's not innocence," Bryce retorted. "That's stubborn will. A will that the errant would surely have weakened were Ublala truly guilty of the crimes of which he had been accused." "Tehol, really?" His brother faced him, brows raised. "Are you, a soldier of the king, casting aspersions on our justice system?" "Tehol, the king casts aspersions on the justice system." "Nonetheless, Bryce. Oh, what are you doing here, by the way?" "I have come seeking your advice." "Oh. Well, shall we retire to a more private section of my rooftop? Here, follow me. That far corner is ideal." "Wouldn't down below be better?" "Well, it would, if Bug had bothered cleaning up. As it is, my abode is an unacceptable mess. I can't concentrate down there, not for a moment. My stomach turns at the thought." "That would be supper," Bug said behind them. The brothers turned to look back at him. Bug gave a sheepish wave. "I'll be down below, then." They watched him leave. Bryce cleared his throat. "There are factions in the palace, intrigues, and it seems certain people would force me into involvement when all I wish is to remain loyal to my king." "Ah, and some of those factions are less than loyal to the king?" "Not in any manner that could be proved. Rather, it's simply a matter of reinterpretation of what would best serve the king and the kingdom's interests. Ah, but those are two entirely different things. The king's interests versus the kingdom's interests. At least I assume that's how they see it, and who knows, they might be right. They might, Tehol, but I have doubts. Tehol folded his arms and stared out on the city. So, he said, there's the Queen's faction, which includes Prince Quilas, Chancellor Triban Gnoll, and the First Consort, Turadol Brizard. Have I missed anyone? Bryce was staring at his brother. He shook his head. Officers and guards, various spies. And the king's own faction, Sida Kuru Khan, First Eunuch Nifadas, Prida Unatal Hebaz, and perhaps First Concubine Nisal. And, of course, you. But I have no desire to be in any faction. You're the king's champion, brother. As I see it, you have little choice. Tehol, I am hopeless at such games of intrigue. So say nothing, ever. What good will that do? You'll convince them you're smarter than they are. Even scarier, that you know everything. You can see through all their facades. But I can't see through all that, Tehol. Therefore I'm not smarter. Of course you are. You just need to treat it like a duel. In fact, treat everything like a duel. Feint, parry, disengage, all that complicated stuff. Easy for you to say, Bryce muttered. They fell silent, staring out over the dark city. Oil lamps lit the canal walks, but the water itself was black as ink, winding like ribbons of oblivion between the squat, hulking buildings. Other lights swung in motion down the streets, carried by people going about their tasks. For all that, darkness dominated the scene. Bryce stared up at the nearest tier, watched a few lanterns slide along the span like minuscule moons. I have been thinking about Hull, he said after a time. I would hold out little hope, Tehol said. Our brother's desires have nothing to do with self-preservation. It is in his mind, I believe, that he is going to die soon. Bryce nodded. And, Tehol continued, if he can, in so doing he will also take down as much of Lether as possible. For that reason alone someone will stop him, with finality. And vengeance against those murderers will be expected of me, Bryce said. Not necessarily, Tehol said. After all, your foremost loyalty is to your king. Superseding even that to my family? Well, yes. To do nothing would be seen as cowardice. Worse yet, I do not think I could face Hull's killers without reaching for my sword. You may have to, Bryce. Of course, Tehol added. I am not so bound by such prohibitions. Bryce studied his brother for a long moment. You would avenge Hull? Count on it. Eventually, Bryce smiled. Tehol glanced over and nodded. That's perfect, brother. When you come face to face with them, show that smile. It will put terror in their hearts. Bryce sighed and returned his gaze to the city. Outwardly, we seem so different, the three of us. And so we are, Tehol replied. It comes down to methods, and we each walk unique paths. At the same time, alas, we must all live with an identical legacy, a particularly unpleasant inheritance. He shrugged, then pulled up his sagging trousers. 3 stones in a stream, all subjected to the same rushing water, yet each shaped differently, depending upon its nature. And which of us is sandstone? Hull. He's been worn down the most, brother, by far. You're basalt. And you, Tehol? Maybe a mix of the two, yielding a sadly misshapen result. But I can live with it. Perhaps you can, Bryce observed. But what about the rest of us? There's a matter on which you can help me, brother. Oh. Presumably there are recorders of obscure information in the palace, people who tally various events, trends, and such. A veritable army of them, Tehol. Indeed. Now, might you make some discreet inquiries for me? Regarding what? People going missing in Letheras, annual numbers, that sort of thing. If you like. Why? At the moment, I'm just curious. What are you up to, Tehol? This and that. Bryce grimaced. Be careful. I shall. Do you smell that? Bug is brewing tea. That doesn't smell like tea. Yes, he's full of surprises. Let's go down. I, for one, am very thirsty. Shurk Elal watched Ublala Pang close in on the pair of guards who had just come round the corner of the estate's outer wall. They had time to look up in alarm before he threw his punch, crunching into one jaw, then following through to crack against the other man's temple. Both collapsed. Ublala paused, looking down on them, then headed off in search of more. Shurk stepped from the shadows and approached the wall. Wards had been etched into the ochre stone, but she knew they were linked to intrusions by someone living. The heat of a body, the moist breaths, the thump of a heart. Those relating to motion were far more expensive to maintain, and would be reserved for the main house. She reached the wall, paused to take a final look round, then quickly scaled it. The top was studded with shards of razor-sharp iron that cut deep into the reinforced padding on her gloves. As she drew herself up, the shards cut through the layers of leather and sank into her palms, improving her grip. She would get the lacerations sewn up later, to keep out lint and insects and other creatures that might seek to take up residence in the punctures. Her upper body perched above her arms, she studied the compound below. Seeing no one, she lifted herself over, pivoting on her hands, then edged down onto the other side. She pried her left hand loose of the spikes and gripped the ledge with her fingers, then tugged her right hand loose as well. Freed of the shards, she quickly descended to crouch in the shadows beneath the wall. Dozens of guards somewhere ahead, between her and her goal. Men, but no, she couldn't think about that, not right now. Later, with Ublala. Unfortunately, the mindless guest within her understood nothing of the value of anticipation. It knew hunger, and hunger must be appeased. The nature of things alive, she mused, as opposed to things dead. Urgency, dissatisfaction, the burden of appetites. She'd forgotten. 4 guards standing at the estate entrance, one to either side of the double doors, the remaining 2 flanking the broad steps. They looked bored. There were windows on the main floor, but these were shuttered. Balconies on the next level, the small doors there would be warded. The uppermost floor consisted of 3 A-frame rooms facing front, their peaked roofs steep and tiled in slate. Inward of these projections, the estate roof was flat and low-walled, a veritable forest of potted plants and stunted trees, and hidden watchers. All in all, seemingly impregnable. Just the kind she liked. She set out towards the nearest outbuilding, a maintenance shed with a sloped roof that faced onto the compound. Careful, silent steps, then settling alongside the nearest wall of the shed, where she waited. A loud thumping on the front gates. The 4 guards at the estate entrance straightened, exchanged glances. There were at least 8 of their comrades patrolling the street and alley beyond the wall. It was too late for a guest, and besides, Master Geron Ebericht was not at home. Alternatively, perhaps he had sent a messenger. But then there would have been a signal from the patrol. No, she could see them conclude, this was unusual. The 2 guards at the base of the steps set off towards the gate, hands on the grips of their swords. The thumping stopped when the 2 men were halfway to the gate. They slowed, drawing weapons. 2 steps from the gate. The twin massive portals exploded inward, taking both guards down beneath the battered wood and bronze. Ublala's forward momentum carried him over the flattened doors and the men trapped beneath them. At the top of the stairs, shouts of alarm, and the last 2 guards were rushing towards the giant. "I've never done nothing to any of you," Ublala bellowed, or at least that is what Shurk thought he said. The words were made indistinct by his bristling indignation as he charged the 2 guards. A brief moment of concern for Shurk, since her man was unarmed. Swords slashed out. Ublala seemed to slap at them along the flat, and one of the swords cartwheeled through the air. The other ploughed into the pavestones at the giant's feet. A backhand slap spun the nearest man round and off his feet. The remaining guard was screaming, stumbling back. Ublala reached out, caught him by the right arm, and tugged him close. "I'm not meat, I'm a new body." Or, "I'm not mean to nobody." The guard was dragged off his feet and shaken about in a clatter of armour to accompany the incoherent assertion. The hapless man went limp, his limbs flailing about. Ublala dropped him and looked up. Guards were streaming towards him from either side of the estate. He grunted in alarm, turned about and ran back through the gaping gateway. Shurk glanced up at the roof. 4 figures up there, looking down at the fleeing giant, 2 of them readying javelins. But he was already through the archway. Shurk slipped round the back of the shed and darted across the narrow gap to come alongside the estate wall. She padded towards the stairs, onto the platform and through the unwarded entrance. Outside, she heard someone shout orders for a rearguard to hold the compound, but clearly no one had turned round to keep an eye on the front doors. Shurk found herself in a reception hall, the walls covered in frescoes illustrating Geren's desperate defence of King Esgara Diskanar. She paused, drew out a knife to scratch a moustache on Geren's manly, grimacing, triumphant face, then continued on through an archway leading to a large chamber modelled in the fashion of a throne-room, although the throne, an ornate, high-backed monstrosity, was simply positioned at the head of a long table instead of surmounting a raised dais. Doors at every corner of the chamber, each one elaborately framed. A 5th one, narrow and inset at the back, probably with a servant's passage beyond. No doubt the inhabitants were awake by now. Yet being servants, indebted, one and all, they'd be hiding under their cots during this terrifying tumult. She set off towards that last door. The passageway beyond was narrow and poorly lit. Curtained cells lined it, the pathetic residences of the staff. No light showed from beneath any of the hangings, but Shurk caught the sound of scuffing from one room halfway down, and a stifled gasp from one closer on her left. She closed her gloved hand on the grip of the fighting knife strapped beneath her left arm, and ran the back of the blade hard against the scabbard edge as she drew it forth. More gasps, a terrified squeal. Slow steps down the narrow passage, pausing every now and then, but never long enough to elicit a scream from anyone until she came to a T-intersection. To the right, the aisle opened out onto the kitchen. To the left, a staircase leading both up and to cellars below ground. Shurk swung round and faced the passageway she had just quitted. Pitching her voice low, she hissed, "Go to sleep. Was just doing a circuit. No one here, sweeties. Relax." "Who's that?" a voice asked. "Who cares?" another replied. "Like he said, Prist, go back to sleep." But Prist continued, "It's just that I don't recognize him." "Yeah," the other countered. "And you ain't a gardener but a real live hero, right, Prist?" "All I'm saying is—" Shurk walked back to halt in front of Prist's curtain. She heard movement beyond, but the man was silent. She drew the dirty linen to one side and slipped into the cramped room. It stank of mud and manure. In the darkness, she could just make out a large, crouching figure at the back wall, a blanket drawn up under its chin. "Ah, Prist," Shurk murmured in a voice little more than a whisper, and taking another step closer. "Are you any good at keeping quiet? I hope so, because I intend to spend some time with you. Don't worry," she added as she unbuckled her belt. "It'll be fun." 2 bells later, Shurk lifted her head from the gardener's muscled arm, concentrating to listen beyond his loud snores. Poor bastard had been worn right out. She hoped Ublala could manage better. And all his subsequent whimpering and mewling was disgusting. As the bell's low echoes faded, a solid silence replaced it. The guards had returned shortly after Shurk had slipped into Prist's cubicle, loud with speculation and bitter argument, indicating that Ublala had made good his escape, although a call for the services of the house healer suggested there'd been a clash or two. Since that time, things had settled down. There had been a cursory search of the estate, but not the servants' quarters, suggesting that no suspicion of diversion and infiltration had occurred to the house guards. Careless, indicative of a sad lack of imagination. All in all, as she had expected. An overbearing master had that effect. Initiative was dangerous, lest it clash with Geren's formidable ego. Shurk pulled herself loose from Prist's exhausted, childlike embrace, and rose silently to don her clothes and gear. Geron would have an office adjoining his private rooms. Men like Geron always had offices. It served their need for legitimacy. Its defences would be elaborate, the magic expensive and thorough, but not so complicated as to leave a Finad confused. Accordingly, the mechanisms of deactivation would be straightforward. Another thing to consider, of course, was the fact that Geron was absent. It was likely there were additional wards in place that could not be negated. She suspected they would be life-aspected, since other kinds could more easily be accidentally triggered. She quietly stepped back into the passageway. Sounds of sleep and naught else. Satisfied, Shurk returned to the T-intersection and turned left. Ascending the staircase, she was careful to place each foot along alternating edges where the joins reduced the likelihood of a telltale creak. Reaching the first landing, Shurk stepped close to the door, then paused. Motionless. A tripwire was set along the seam of the door, locked in place by the last servant to use the passage. Sometimes the simplest alarms succeeded where more elaborate ones failed, if only because the thief was over-anticipating the complication. She released the mechanism and turned the latch. Into another servant's passage, running parallel to the formal hallway, assuming a typical layout for Geron's estate. She found the lone door where she expected, on the right at the far end. Another tripwire to release, then she stepped through. The hallway was unlit, which was clever. 3 doors along the opposite wall, the rooms beyond showing no light. She was fairly certain she had found Geron Ebericht's private quarters. Barely detectable in the gloom were a host of arcane sigils painted on the nearest door. Shurk edged closer to study those symbols, and froze as a dull voice spoke from down the corridor. "It was incompetence, or so he says, and now I'm supposed to make it up to him." She slowly turned. A seated figure sprawled back with legs stretched out, head tilted to one side. "You're dead," the man said.
"Is that a promise or an observation?"
"Just something we have in common," he answered. "That doesn't happen to me much anymore."
"I know just how you feel. So Geron has you here guarding his rooms?"
"It's my penance."
"For incompetence?"
"Yes. Geron doesn't fire people, you know. He kills them, and then, depending on how angry he is, either buries them or keeps them on for a time. I suppose he'll bury me eventually."
"What about releasing your soul?"
"He often forgets about that part."
"I'm here to steal everything he has."
"If you were living, I would of course kill you in some monstrous, terrifying way. I would get up from this chair, feet dragging, arms out with my hands clawing the air. I'd make bestial sounds and moans and hisses as if I was hungry to sink my teeth into your throat."
"That would certainly prove sufficient to deter a thief. A living one, that is."
"It would, and I'd probably enjoy it too."
"But I'm not living, am I?"
"No, but I have one question for you, and it's an important one."
"All right, ask it."
"Why, since you're dead, do you look so good? Who cut your hair? Why aren't you rotting away like me? Are you stuffed with herbs or something? Are you wearing makeup? Why are the whites of your eyes so white? Your lips so glossy?"
Shurk was silent a moment, then asked, "Is that your one question?"
"Yes."
"If you like, I can introduce you to the people responsible for the new me. I'm sure they can do the same for you."
"Really? Including a manicure?"
"Absolutely."
"What about filing my teeth? You know, to make them sharp and scary."
"Well, I don't know how scary you will be with styled hair, makeup, perfect nails, and glossy lips."
"But sharp teeth? Don't you think the sharp teeth will terrify people?"
"Why not just settle for those? Most people are frightened of rotting things, of things crawling with vermin and stinking like a freshly turned grave, fangs and fingernails clipped into talons."
"I like it. I like how you think."
"My pleasure.
Now, do I have to worry about these wards? No. In fact, I can show you where all the mechanisms are for the alarms. Won't that give you away? Give me away? Why, I am coming with you, of course, assuming you can get us both out of here. Oh, I see. I'm sure we'll manage. What is your name, by the way? Harlest Ebericht. Shurk cocked her head, then said, Oh, but you died 10 years ago, according to your brother. 10 years? Is that all? He said you fell down the stairs, I believe, or something like that. Stairs, or pitched off the balcony. Maybe both. And what did you do or fail to do that earned such punishment? I don't remember, only that I was incompetent. That was long before Geron saved the king's life. How could he have afforded the sorcery needed to bind your soul to your body? I believe he called in a favor. Shurk swung back to the door. Does this lead to his office? No, that one goes to his love-making room. You want the one over here. Any chance of anyone hearing us talking right now, Harlest? No, the walls are thick. One last thing, Shurk said, eyeing Harlest. Why didn't Geron bind your loyalty with magic? The pale, patchy face displayed surprise. Well, we're brothers. Alarms negated, the two undead stood in Finad Geron Ebericht's office. He doesn't keep much actual coin here, Harlest said. Mostly writs of holding. He spreads his wealth around to protect it. Very wise. Where is his seal? On the desk. Very unwise. Do me a favor and start collecting those writs. She walked over to the desk and gathered up the heavy, ornate seal and the thick sheets of wax piled beside it. This wax is an exclusive color? Oh, yes. He paid plenty for that. Harlest had gone to a wall and was removing a large tapestry behind which was an inset cabinet. He disengaged a number of tripwires, then swung open the small door. Within were stacks of scrolls and a small jeweled box. What's in the box? Shurk asked. Harlest lifted it out and tossed it to Shurk. His cash. Like I said, he never keeps much around. She examined the clasp. Satisfied that it wasn't booby-trapped, she slid it to one side and tipped back the lid. Not much? Harlest, this is full of diamonds. The man, his arms loaded with scrolls, walked over. It is? He's called in a few of his holdings, I think. He must have. I wonder why. To use it, she replied, for something very expensive. Oh, well, he'll just have to go without. Geron will be so angry, Harlest said, shaking his head. He will go mad. He'll start hunting us down, and he won't stop until he finds us. And then what? Torture? We don't feel pain. Kill us? We're already dead. He'll take his money back. He can't if it doesn't exist anymore. Harlest frowned. Smiling, Shurk closed the box and reset the clasp. It's not like you and I have any use for it, is it? No. This is the equivalent of tossing Geron off the balcony or down the stairs, only financially rather than physically. Well, he is my brother. Who murdered you and wouldn't even leave it at that. That's true. So, we're heading out via the balcony. I have a companion who is about to begin another diversion. Are you with me, Harlest? Can I still get the fangs? I promise. Okay, let's go. It was nearing dawn, and the ground steamed. Kettle sat on a humped root and watched a single trailing leg slowly edge its way into the mulch. The man had lost a boot in the struggle, and she watched his toes twitch a moment before they were swallowed up in the dark earth. He'd fought hard, but with his lower jaw torn off and his throat filling with blood, it hadn't lasted long. Kettle licked her fingers. It was good that the tree was still hungry. The bad ones had begun a hunt beneath the ground, clawing and slithering and killing whatever was weak. Soon there would be a handful left, But these would be the worst ones, and then they would come out. She was not looking forward to that, and this night she'd had a hard time finding a victim in the streets, someone with unpleasant thoughts who was where he didn't belong for reasons that weren't nice. It had been getting harder, she realized. She leaned back and pushed her stained fingers through her filthy hair, wondering where all the criminals and spies had disappeared to. It was strange and troubling. And her friend, the one buried beneath the oldest tree, he'd told her he was trapped. He couldn't go any further, even with her assistance. But help was on the way, although he wasn't certain it would arrive in time. She thought about that man, Tehol, who had come by last night to talk. He seemed nice enough. She hoped he would visit again. Maybe he'd know what to do. She swung round on the route and stared up at the square tower. Yes, maybe he'd know what to do, now that the tower was dead. Chapter 11. Faded sails ride the horizon, so far and far away to dwindle the dire script writ on that proven canvas. I know the words belong to me. They belong to me, these tracks left by the beast of my presence. Then, before and now, later, and all the moments between, those distant sails driven hard on senseless winds, that even now circle my stone-hearted self, the grit of tears I never shed, biting my eyes. Faded sails hovering as if lifted above the world's curved line, and I am lost and lost to answer if they approach or flee. Approach or flee unbidden times in that belly swollen with unheard screams, so far and so far and away. This blind longing, Isbarath of the shore. Drawn to the shoreline, as if among the host of unwritten truths in a mortal soul could be found a recognition of what it meant to stand on land's edge, staring out into the depthless unknown that was the sea. The yielding sand and stones beneath one's feet whispered uncertainty, rasped promises of dissolution and erosion of all that was once solid. In the world could be assembled all the manifest symbols to reflect the human spirit, and in the subsequent dialogue was found all meaning, every hue and every flavour rising in legion before the eyes, leaving to the witness the decision of choosing recognition or choosing denial. Udinas sat on a half-buried tree-trunk with the sweeping surf clawing at his moccasins. He was not blind, and there was no hope for denial. He saw the sea for what it was, the dissolved memories of the past witnessed in the present and fertile fuel for the future, the very face of time. He saw the tides in their immutable susurration, the vast swish like blood from the cold heart moon, a beat of time measured and therefore measurable. Tides one could not hope to hold back. Every year a Letheri slave, chest-deep in the water and casting nets, was grasped by an undertow and swept out to sea. With some, the waves later carried them back, lifeless and swollen and crab-eaten. At other times the tides delivered corpses and carcasses from unknown calamities and the wreckage of ships. From living to death, the vast wilderness of water beyond the shore delivered the same message again and again. He sat huddled in his exhaustion, gaze focused on the distant breakers of the reef, the rolling white ribbon that came again and again in heartbeat rhythm, and from all sides rushed in waves of meaning. In the grey, heavy sky, in the clarion cries of the gulls, in the misty rain carried by the moaning wind, the uncertain sands trickling away beneath his soaked moccasins, endings and beginnings, the edge of the knowable world. She'd run from the house of the dead, the young woman at whose feet he'd tossed his heart, in the hope that she might glance at it, errant take him, even pick it up and devour it like some grinning beast, anything but running away. He had fallen unconscious in the house of the dead. Ah, is there meaning in that? And had been carried out, presumably, back to the cot in the Sengar longhouse. He had awoken later. How long he did not know, for he'd found himself alone. Not even a single slave present in the building. No food had been prepared, no dishes or other signs of a meal left behind. The hearth was a mound of white ash covering a few lingering embers. Outside, beyond the faint voice of the wind and the nearer dripping of rainwater, was silence. Head filled with fog, his movements slow and awkward, he'd rebuilt the fire, found a rain cape, and had then walked outside. Seeing no one nearby, he had made his way down to the shoreline, to stare at the empty, filled sea and the empty, filled sky. Battered by the silence and its roar of wind and gull screams and spitting rain. Alone on the beach in the midst of this clamouring legion. The dead warrior who was alive. The Lethery priestess who had fled in the face of a request for help, to give solace and to comfort a fellow Lethery. In the citadel of the warlock king, Udinas suspected, the Edoer were gathered. Wills locked in a dreadful war, and like an island around which the storm raged in endless cycles, the monstrous form of Rulad Sengar, who had risen from the house of the dead. Armoured in gold, clothed in wax, probably unable to walk beneath all that weight, until, of course, those coins were removed. The art of Udinas undone. There would be pain in that, excruciating pain, but it had to be done, and quickly, before the flesh and skin grew to embrace those coins. Rulad was not a corpse, nor was he undead, for an undead would not scream. He lived once more, his nerves awake, his mind afire, trapped in a prison of gold. As was I once, as every Lethery is trapped. Oh, he is poetry animate, is Rulad Sengar, but his words are for the Lethery, not for the Edoer. Just one meaning culled from that dire legion, and one that would not leave him alone. Rulad was going to go mad. There was no doubt about that in the mind of Udinas. Dying only to return to a body that was no longer his, a body that belonged to the forest and the leaves and barrow earth. What kind of journey had that been? Who had opened the path, and why? It's the sword. It has to be. The sword that would not release his hands, because it was not finished with Rulad Sengar. Death means nothing to it. It's not finished. A gift meant, it seemed, for Hanan Mossag. Offered by whom? But Hanan Mossag will not have that sword. It has claimed Rulad instead, and that sword with its power now hangs over the warlock king. This could tear the Confederacy apart, could topple Hanan Mossag and his Krishnan, unless, of course, Rulad Sengar submitted to the warlock king's authority. A less problematic issue had it been Fear or Trull, perhaps even Binadas. But no, the sword had chosen Rulad, the unblooded who had been eager for war, a youth with secret eyes and rebellion in his soul. It might be that he was broken, but Udinas suspected otherwise. I was able to bring him back, to quell those screams, a respite from the madness in which he could gather himself and recall all that he had been. It occurred to Udinas that he might have made a mistake. A greater mercy might have been to not impede that swift plummet into madness. And now he would have me as his slave. Foam swirled around his ankles. The tide was coming in. "We might as well be in a village abandoned to the ghosts," Buruk the Pale said, using the toe of one boot to edge a log closer to the fire, grimacing at the steam that rose from its sodden bark. Seren Pedak stared at him a moment longer, then shrugged and reached for the battered kettle that sat on a flat stone near the flames. She could feel the handle's heat through her leather gloves as she refilled her cup. The tea was stewed, but she didn't much care as she swallowed a mouthful of the bitter liquid. At least it was warm. "How much longer is this going to go on?" "Curb your impatience, Buruk," Seren advised. "There will be no satisfaction in the resolution of all this, assuming a resolution is even possible. We saw him with our own eyes, a dead man risen, but risen too late. Then Hanan Mossag should simply lop off the lad's head and be done with it." She made no reply to that. In some ways, Buruk was right. Prohibitions and traditions only went so far, and there could be, no precedent for what had happened. They had watched the two Sengar brothers drag their sibling out through the doorway, the limbed mass of wax and gold that was Roulad. Red welts for eyes, melted shut, the head lifting itself up to stare blindly at the grey sky for a moment before falling back down. Braided hair sealed in wax, hanging like strips from a tattered sail. Threads of spit slinging down from his gaping mouth as they carried him towards the citadel. Edur gathered on the bridge. On the far bank, the village side, and emerging from the other noble longhouses surrounding the citadel. Hundreds of Edur, and even more Lethery slaves, drawn to witness, silent and numbed and filled with horror. She had watched most of the Edur then file into the citadel. The slaves seemed to have simply disappeared. Seren suspected that Featherwitch was casting the tiles, in some place less public than the huge barn where she had last conducted the ritual. At least there had been no one there when she had looked. And now time crawled. Buruk's camp and the Nerek huddled in their tents had become an island in the mist, surrounded by the unknown. She wondered where Hull had gone. There were ruins in the forest, and rumours of strange artifacts, some massive and sprawling, many days' travel to the northeast. Ancient as this forest was, it had found soil fertile with history. Destruction and dissolution concluded every passing of the cycle, and the breaking down delivered to the exhausted world the manifold parts to assemble a new whole. But healing belonged to the land. It was not guaranteed to that which lived upon it. Breeds ended. The last of a particular beast, the last of a particular race, each walked alone for a time, before the final closing of those singular eyes and the vision behind them. Seren longed to hold on to that long view. She desperately sought out the calm wisdom it promised, the peace that belonged to an extended perspective. With sufficient distance, even a range of mountains could look flat, the valleys between each peak unseen. In the same manner, lives and deaths, mortality's peaks and valleys could be levelled. Thinking in this way, she felt less inclined to panic, and that was becoming increasingly important. "And where in the errant's name is that delegation?" Buruk asked. "From Trait," Seren said. "They'll be tacking all the way. They're coming." "Would that they had done so before all this!" "Do you fear that Roulad poses a threat to the treaty?" Buruk's gaze remained fixed on the flames. "It was the sword that raised him," he said in a low voice, "or whoever made it and sent it to the Edur. Did you catch a glimpse of the blade? It's mottled. Made me think of one of the daughters they worship, the dappled one. What was her name?" "Sukul Ankadu. Maybe she exists in truth, an Edur goddess. A dubious gift, then, for the Edur view Sukul Ankadu as a fickle creature. She is feared. They worship Father Shadow and Daughter Dusk, Sheltatha Law, and on a day-to-day basis more of the latter than the former." Seren finished the tea, then refilled the tin cup. "Sukul Ankadu. I suppose that is possible, although I can't recall any stories about those gods and goddesses of the Edur ever manifesting themselves in such a direct manner. It seemed more like ancestor worship, the founders of the tribes elevated into holy figures, that sort of thing." She sipped and grimaced. "That will burn holes in your gut, Aquitor." "Too late for that, Buruk." "Well, if not Ankadu, then who? That sword came from somewhere." "I don't know." "Nor does it sound as if you even care. This listlessness ill suits you, Aquitor." "It's not listlessness, Buruk. It's wisdom. I'm surprised you can't tell the difference." "Is it wisdom taking the life from your eyes, the sharpness from your thoughts? Is it wisdom that makes you indifferent to the nightmare miracle we witnessed yesterday?" "Absolutely. What else could it be?" "Despair?" "And what have I that's worthy of despair?" "I'm hardly the one to answer that." "True. But I'll try anyway." He drew out a flask and pulled out the stopper, then tilted it back. 2 quick swallows, after which he sighed and leaned back. "It strikes me you're a sensitive type, Aquitor, which probably is a quality for someone in your profession. But you're not able to separate business from everything else. Sensitivity is a pervasive kind of vulnerability, after all. Makes you easy to hurt, Makes the scars you carry liable to open and weep at the slightest prod. He took another drink, his face growing slack with the effects of the potent liquor and nectar, a looseness coming to his words as he continued. "I'll Benedict. He's pushed you away, but you know him too well. He is rushing headlong into a fate of his own choosing, and it will either kill him or destroy him. You want to do something about it, maybe even stop him, but you can't. You don't know how, and you feel that as your own failure, your own flaw, a weakness. Thus, for the fate that will befall him, you choose not to blame him, but yourself. And why not? It's easier." She had chosen to stare at the bitter dregs in the cup embraced by her hands, sometime during the course of Burruk's pronouncements. Eyes tracking the battered rim, then out to the fingers and thumbs, swathed in stained, scarred leather. Flattened pads polished and dark, seams fraying, the knuckles stretched and gnarled. Somewhere within was skin, flesh, muscle, tendon and callus, and bone. Hands were such extraordinary tools, she mused. Tools, weapons, clumsy and deft, numb and tactile. Among tribal hunters they could speak, a flurry of gestures eloquent in silence. But they could not taste, could not hear, could not weep. For all that, they killed so easily. While from the mouth sounds issued forth, recognizably shaped into meanings of passion, of beauty, of blinding clarity, or muddied or quietly cutting, murderous and evil, sometimes all at once. Language was war, vaster than any host of swords, spears, and sorcery, the self waging battle against everyone else. Borders enacted, defended, sallies and breaches, fields of corpses rotting like tumbled fruit, words ever seeking allies, ever seeking iconic verisimilitude in the heaving press. And she realized she was tired of it all. Peace reigned in silence, inside and out, in isolation and exhaustion. "Why do you say nothing, Aquitor?" He sat alone, unspeaking, a cloak of bear fur draped over his hunched shoulders, sword held point down between his gold-clad feet, the long banded blade and broad bell hilt in front of him. Somehow he had managed to open his eyes, and the glitter was visible within the hooded shadows beneath his brow, framed in waxed braids. His breath came in a low rasp, the only sound in the massive chamber in the wake of the long, stilted exchange between Tomad Sengar and Hanan Mossag. The last words had fallen away, leaving a sense of profound helplessness. None among the hundreds of Edur present moved or spoke. Tomad could say no more on behalf of his son. Some subtle force had stolen his authority, and it came, Thrall realized with dread, from the seated figure of black fur and glittering gold, from the eyes shining out from their dark holes, from the motionless sword. Standing in the center dais, the Warlock King's hard eyes had slowly shifted from Tomad to Rulad, and they held there now, calculating and cold. The sword needed to be surrendered. Hanan Mossag had sent them to retrieve it, and that task could not be called complete until Rulad placed it in the hands of the Warlock King. Until that happened, Fear, Binadas, Trull, Theradas, and Middick Boone all stood in dishonor. It fell now, finally, to Rulad, to make the gesture, to heal this ragged wound. Yet he made no move. Trull was not even sure his brother was capable of speaking, given the terrible weight encasing his chest. Breathing sounded difficult, excruciatingly labored. It was extraordinary that Rulad was able to keep his arms up, the hands on the grip of the sword. From a lithe, supple youth, he had become something hulking, bestial. The air in the hall was humid and rank. The smell of fear and barely restrained panic swirled amidst the smoke from the torches and the hearth. The rain outside was unceasing, the wind creaking the thick planks of the walls. The rasping breath caught, then a thin, broken voice spoke.
"The sword is mine."
A glitter of fear from Hanan Mossag's eyes. "This must not be, Rulad Sengar."
"Mine. He gave it to me. He said I was the one,
Not you, because you were weak.
The Warlock King recoiled as if he had been struck in the face. Who? Trull shot the question with a sharp glance at Fear. Their eyes met, and Fear shook his head. Their father was facing Rulad now. Emotions worked across his face for a moment, and it seemed he was aging centuries before their very eyes. Then he asked, "Who gave you this sword, Rulad?" Something like a smile.
The one who rules us now, father. The one Hanan Mosag made pact with. No, not one of our lost ancestors. A new ally.
"This is not for you to speak of," the Warlock King said, his voice trembling with rage. "The pact was
something you intended to betray, Hanan Mosag,"
Rulad cut in savagely, leaning forward to glare past his hands where they were folded about the sword's grip.
"But that is not the Edor way, is it? You, who would lead us, cannot be trusted. The time has come, Warlock King, for a change."
Trull watched as Rulad surged to his feet, and stood, balanced and assured, back straight and head held high. The bear cloak was swept back, revealing the rippling coins. The gold mask of Rulad's face twisted.
"The sword is mine, Hanan Mosag. I am equal to it. You are not. Speak, then, if you would reveal to all here the secret of this weapon. Reveal the most ancient of lies. Speak, Warlock King."
"I shall not." A rustling step forward. "Then kneel."
"Rulad." "Silence, father. Kneel before me, Hanan Mosag, and pledge your brotherhood. Think not I will simply cast you aside, for I have need of you. We all have need of you, and your Krishnan."
"Need?" Hanan Mosag's face was ravaged, as if gripped by a physical pain. Rulad swung about, glittering eyes fixing on his three brothers one by one.
"Come forward, brothers, and pledge your service to me. I am the future of the Edur. Theradas Boon, Midik Boon, come forward and call me your brother. Bind yourselves to me. Power awaits us all, power you cannot yet imagine. Come, I am Rulad, youngest son of Tomad Sengar, blooded in battle, and I have known death."
Abruptly he turned about, sword points scraping along the floor.
"Death,"
he muttered as if to himself.
"Faith is an illusion. The world is not as it seems. We are fools, all of us. Such stupidity."
In the same low tone he continued,
"Kneel before me, Hanan Mosag. It is not so much to surrender, is it? We shall know power. We shall be as we once were, as we were meant to be. Kneel, Warlock King, and receive my blessing."
The head lifted once more, a flash of gold in the gloom.
"Binadas, you know pain, a wound resisting mending. Come forward, and I will release you from that pain. I will heal the damage."
Binadas frowned. "You know nothing of sorcery, Rulad."
"Come here!"
The shriek echoed in the vast chamber. Binadas flinched, then limped closer. Rulad's golden hand snapped out, fingers slashing across his brother's chest. The faintest of touches, and Binadas reeled back. Fear rushed close to hold him upright. Eyes wide, Binadas righted himself. He said nothing, but it was clear as he straightened that the pain in his hip was gone. Tremors shook him.
"Thus," Rulad said in a whisper. "Come, my brothers. It is time."
Trull cleared his throat. He had to speak. He had to ask his questions, to say what no one else would say. "We saw you dead."
"And I have returned."
"By the power of the sword you hold, Rulad?" Why would this ally give the Edur such a thing? What does that ally hope to gain? Brother, the tribes have been unified. We have won our peace.
You are the weakest of us, Troll. Your words betray you. We are Tist Edur. Have you forgotten what that means? I think you have.
He looked round.
I think you all have. 6 pathetic tribes, 6 pathetic kings. Hanan Mosag knew a greater ambition, sufficient to conquer. He was necessary, but he cannot achieve what must come now.
Troll could hear the brother he knew in Rulad's words, but something new was threaded through them. Strange, poisonous roots. Was this the voice of power? Dull clicking of coin edges as Rulad faced the silent crowd beyond the inner circle.
The Edur have lost sight of their destiny. The Warlock King would twist you away from what must be. My brothers and sisters, all of you here are that to me and more. I shall be your voice, your will. The Tist Edur have journeyed beyond kings and Warlock Kings. What awaits us is what we once possessed, yet lost long ago. Of what am I speaking, brothers and sisters? I shall give answer. Empire.
Troll stared at Rulad. Empire, and for every empire there is an emperor. Kneel, Rulad had commanded, of Hanan Mosag, of everyone here. Tist Edur do not kneel before mere kings. Fear spoke. You would be emperor, Rulad. His brother swung to face him and spread his arms in a deprecating gesture.
Do I make you want to turn away in horror, Fear? In revulsion? Oh, but did not that slave fashion well? Am I not a thing of beauty?
There was an edge of hysteria in the tone. Fear made no reply. Rulad smiled and continued.
I should tell you, the weight no longer drags at me. I feel unburdened. Yes, my brother, I find myself pleased. Oh, does that shock you? Why? Can you not see my wealth, my armor? Am I not a bold vision of an Edur warrior?
I am not sure, Fear replied, what I am seeing. Is it truly Rulad who dwells within that body?
Die, Fear, and claw your way back. Then ask yourself if the journey has not changed you.
Did you find yourself among our ancestors? Fear asked. Rulad's answering laugh was brutal. He swung the sword into the air, twisting the blade into a wild salute, revealing a grace with the weapon that Trull had never before seen in his brother.
Our ancestors! Proud ghosts! They stood in ranks 10,000 deep, roaring their welcome. Blooded kin was I, worthy to join them in their stalwart defence of precious memories, against that vast host of ignorance. Oh, yes, Fear, it was a time of such glory.
Then, by your tone, Rulad, you would challenge all that we hold dear. You would deny our beliefs.
And who among you can gainsay me?
The shadow wraiths.
Our Tist Andi, brother, slaves to our will. And I will tell you this, those who serve us died by our hands.
Then where are our ancestors?
Where?
Rulad's voice was a rasp.
Where? Nowhere, brother. They are nowhere. Our souls flee our bodies, flee this world, for we do not belong here. We have never belonged here.
And shall you lead us home, then, Rulad?
The eyes flashed. Wise brother, I knew you would find the path first.
Why do you demand that we kneel? The head tilted to one side.
I would you pledge yourself to our new destiny, a destiny into which I will lead the Tist Edur.
You would take us home.
I would.
Fear stepped forward, then sank to one knee, head bowing.
Lead us home, Emperor.
In Troll's mind he heard a sound, like a spine breaking. And he turned, as did so many others, to face Hanan Mossag and his cadre of sorcerers, to witness the warlock king descending from the dais, to watch him kneel before Rulad, before the emperor of the Tist Edur, like a spine breaking. The water tugging at his shins, swirling around numbed flesh, Udinas struggled to stand. The waves rocked him, made him totter. Out on the bay, ships, 4 in all, pushing through the mist, their dark hulks crouching on the grey water like migratory leviathans, sweeps crabbing the swells. He could hear the chorus of dull creaks and the slap of wooden blades in the water. Hooded, cloaked figures small on the distant decks. The delegation had arrived. He felt as if he was standing on pegs of ice, the jagged points driven up through his knees. He did not think he was able to walk. In fact, he was moments from falling over, down into the foaming water. So easy, pulled out by the undertow, the cold flooding his lungs, washing black through his mind, until, in perfect accord with the acceptance of surrender, it was over. Claws stabbed into his shoulders and lifted him thrashing from the waves, talons punching through the raincloak, biting into flesh. Too stunned to scream, he felt himself whipped through the air, legs scissoring in a spray of water. Flung down onto a bed of wet stones 15 paces up from the tide line. Whatever had dragged him was gone, although fire burned in his chest and back where the talons had been. Floundering in a strange helplessness, Udinas eventually pulled himself round so that he lay on his back, staring up at the colourless clouds, the rain on his face.
Loki Wival. Didn't want me dead, I suppose.
He lifted an arm and felt the fabric of the raincloak. No punctures. Good. He'd have trouble explaining had it been otherwise. Feeling was returning to his lower legs. He pushed himself onto his hands and knees, wet, shivering. There could be no answer for Rulad. It was as simple as that. The warlock king would have to kill him. Assuming that works. Kill him or surrender. And what could make Hanan Mossag surrender? To a barely blooded whelp? No. Chop off his hands, sever his head and crush it flat. Burn the rest into dusty ashes. Destroy the monstrosity, for Rulad Sengar was truly a monster. Footsteps on the stones behind him. Udinas sat back on his haunches, blinking rain from his eyes. He looked up as Hulad stepped into view.
Udinas, what are you doing here?
Did she cast the tiles, Hulad? Did she?
She tried.
Tried?
It failed, Udinas. The holds were closed. She was blind to them. She was frightened. I've never seen her so frightened.
What else has happened?
I don't know. The Edur is still in the citadel.
They can't all be there.
No, only the nobility. The others are in their homes. They have banished their slaves for now. Most of them have nowhere to go. They're just huddled in the forest, soaked through. There seems no end in sight.
He reached down and helped Udinas to stand.
Let's go to the longhouse. Get dry and warm.
He let Hulad guide him back to the Sengar longhouse.
Did you see the ships, Hulad? He asked as they walked. Did you see them?
Yes. They're lowering boats, but no welcome seems forthcoming.
I wonder what they'll think of that.
Hulad did not reply. They entered. Sudden warmth, the crackle of flames the only sound. Hulad helped him remove the raincloak. As he did so, he gasped and pulled at Udinas's shirt.
Where did you get those?
Udinas frowned down at the almost black bruises where the Wival's talons had been.
I don't know.
They remind me of Feather Witch's wounds from that demon. Just the same. Udinas, what is happening to you?
Nothing. I'm going to sleep.
Hulad said nothing more as Udinas walked down the length of the main chamber towards his sleeping pallet. Fighting the outflow, the 3 scows edged closer to the bank on the south side of the river. Each craft held about a dozen Lethari, most of them bodyguards in full armour, the visors closed on their helms. 4 steps behind Buruk the Pale, Seren followed the merchant down to the strand. It seemed they would be the sole welcoming committee, at least to begin with.
"What do you intend to tell them?" she asked.
Buruk glanced back at her, rain dripping from the rim of his hood.
"I was hoping you would say something."
She did not believe him, but appreciated the effort.
"I'm not even certain of the protocol. Nefadas is leading the delegation, but the prince is here as well. Who do I acknowledge first?"
Buruk shrugged.
"The one most likely to be offended if you bow to the other one first."
"Assuming," she replied, "I do not intend a calculated insult."
"Well, there is that. Mind you, Equitor, you are supposed to be neutral."
"Perhaps I should direct my bow to a space directly between them."
"Whereupon they will both conclude that you have lost your mind."
"Which is at least even-handed."
"Ah, humour. That is much better, Equitor. Despair gives way to anticipation."
They reached the strand and stood side by side, watching the scows approach. The rain elected that moment to fall harder, a growing downpour prattling on the stones and hissing on the current and tide-twisted water. The scows blurred behind a grey wall, almost vanished entirely, then reappeared suddenly, the first one crunching and lurching as it grounded. Sweeps rose and then descended as the crew stored them. Guards splashed down and clambered onto the strand. One made his way to Buruk and Seren. His expression below the visor and nosebar was grim. "I am Finad Morok Nevath, of the Prince's Guard. Where are the Edur?" Morok seemed to be facing Seren, so she spoke in reply.
"In the citadel, Finad. There has been an event."
"What in the errant's name does that mean?" Behind the Finad and his guards, Prince Quilas Discanar was being carried by servants over the waves. The first eunuch Nefadas had eschewed any such assistance and was wading onto the strand.
"It's rather complicated," Seren said. "Buruk's guest camp is just on the other side of the bridge. We can get under cover from the rain."
"Never mind the rain," Morok snapped. Then he swung about and saluted as Quilas Discanar, sheltered beneath a 4-point umbrella held aloft by 2 servants, strode to halt before Buruk and Seren. "My prince," the Finad said in a growl, "it would appear the Tist Edur have chosen this moment to be preoccupied."
"Hardly an auspicious beginning,"
Quilas snapped, turning a sneer on Seren Pedak.
"Equitor, has Hal Bedict elected the wise course and departed this village?"
She blinked, struggling to disguise her alarm at the preeminence the question of Hull had assumed.
"Do they fear him that much?" "He is nearby, my prince."
"I intend to forbid his attendance, Equitor."
"I believe an invitation has been extended to him," she said slowly, "by the Warlock King."
"Oh? And will Hull speak for the Edur now?"
Buruk spoke for the first time.
"My prince, that is a question we would all like answered."
Quilas shifted his attention.
"You are the merchant from Trait. Buruk the Pale,"
with a deep bow from which Buruk had difficulty recovering.
"A drunk merchant at that."
Seren cleared her throat.
"Your arrival was sudden, my prince. The Edur have been sequestered in the citadel for a day and a half. We've had little to do but wait."
The first eunuch was standing a pace back, seemingly uninterested in the conversation, his small, glittering eyes fixed on the citadel. He appeared equally indifferent to the rain pummeling his hood and cape-clad shoulders. It occurred to Seren that here was a different kind of power, and in silence the weight was being stolen from Prince Quilas Discanar. Proof of that was sudden, as the prince swung round to Nefadas and said,
"What do you make of all this, then, first eunuch?"
Expressionless eyes settled on Quilas.
"My prince, we have arrived at a moment of crisis. The Equitor and the merchant know something of it, and so we must needs await their explanation."
"Indeed," Quilas said.
"Equitor, inform us of this crisis."
"Whilst you stand beneath that umbrella, and we get soaked and chilled to the bone. Of course, my prince, the Warlock King dispatched a party of warriors into the ice wastes to retrieve what turned out to be a sword.
They were, however, set upon by Jek Soul-Taken. One of the warriors who was wielding that sword was slain. The others brought his body back for burial, but the corpse would not release its grip upon the sword. The Warlock King was greatly animated by this detail, and made his demand for the weapon plain and unequivocal. There was a public clash between him and the dead warrior's father.
"Why not just cut off the body's fingers?"
Quilas Discanar demanded, his brows lifted in contemptuous disbelief. "Because," Nefadas replied, laconic and overly patient, "there is traditional sanctity accorded a fallen warrior among the Edur. Please, Aquitor, go on. It is hard to believe this impasse is yet to be resolved." She nodded. "It was but the beginning, and indeed it became something of a moot point, for the corpse returned to life."
Quilas snorted. "What manner of jest is this, woman?"
"No jest," Buruk the Pale answered.
"My prince, we saw him with our own eyes. He was alive. The truth was announced by his screams, such terrible screams, for he had been dressed."
"Dressed?" the prince asked, looking around. The first eunuch's eyes had widened. "How far along, Merchant Buruk?"
"The coins, first eunuch, and the wax."
"Errant defend," Nefadas whispered. "And this sword, he will not yield it?" Seren shook her head. "We don't know, first eunuch. Describe the weapon, if you would, Aquitor." "Two-handed grip, but a thin blade. Some kind of alloy, yet reluctant to fuse. There is iron and some sort of black metal that appears in elongated shards. Origin? Can you discern anything from the style?" "Not much, first eunuch. The bell hilt bears some resemblance to the drawn-twist technique used by the Mekros."
"The Mekros?" Quilas asked. "Those traders from the floating cities?"
"Yes, although the pattern on that bell hilt has been shaped to resemble links of chain." Buruk faced her with a wry expression.
"You've sharp eyes, Aquitor. All I saw was a sword."
"I suggest," Nefadas said, "we retire to the merchant's camp."
Quilas hissed. "You will swallow this insult, first eunuch?"
"There is no insult," Nefadas replied easily, striding past the prince to hook arms with a surprised Seren Pedak. "Escort me, please, Aquitor." "Of course, first eunuch." The others had no choice but to trail after them. Nefadas walked quickly. After a dozen or so paces, he asked in a quiet, conversational tone, "Was Hull Bedict witness to all this?" "No. At least I don't think so. He's been gone for some time. But he will return." "Yes. I have left the majority of my guard aboard the Risen Pale, including Finad Geron Eberict." "Geron? Oh. Indeed. Would it be, do you think, propitious that I send for him?" I am not sure, first eunuch. It depends, I imagine, on what you would have him do. Perhaps a word or two with Hull upon his return? Is the Finad a persuasive man? Not by way of personality, no." She nodded, struggled to repress a shiver. Unsuccessfully, it turned out. "Chilled, Aquitor?" "The rain. Of course. I trust Buruk's servants are feeding a fire of some sort?" "Rather too eagerly." "Well, I doubt if anyone will complain. You and Buruk have waited here some time, I take it." "Yes, some time. There was an audience with the Warlock King, but in keeping with my role I departed before anything of substance was discussed. And as to what was said, neither Hull nor Buruk has revealed anything." "Hull was there for that, was he?" He swung a faint smile on her. "Nothing of substance was revealed to you, Aquitor? I admit to having trouble quite believing that assertion." Seren Pedak hesitated. "Aquitor," Nefadas said in a low voice, "the privilege of neutrality no longer exists in this matter. Make your choice." "It is not that, first eunuch," she said, knowing her claim was untrue. "I have a fear that whatever position the Warlock King may have chosen back then is no longer relevant." She glanced over at him. "I do not think Rulad will relinquish that sword." "Rulad? What can you tell me of this Rulad?" youngest son of a noble family, the Sengar. The Sengar? Eldest son is Fear, yes? Commander of the Edo warriors. Prestigious blood, then. Yes, another brother is Benedas, who is blood-sworn with Hull Benedict. Interesting. I begin to grasp the complexity awaiting us, Equator. And so, it seems, do I. For I appear to have made my choice. As if Nefadas gave me any other option, as I walk here arm in arm with the first eunuch.
Wake up, Udinas.
Lids slid back from stinging, burning eyes. Udinas stared up at the angled wall above him.
No, I need to sleep. Not so loud. What you need, fool, is to walk to the citadel.
Why? They'll cut my throat for intruding.
No, they won't. Rulad won't let them, for you are his slave now, and no one else's. They must be informed. The Lethery delegation awaits.
Leave me be, Wither.
The Tist-Edor Emperor wants you, now.
Right. And does he know it?
Not yet.
As I thought. He closed his eyes once more. Go away, Wraith.
The Weval and I are in agreement in this, Udinas. You must step to the forefront. You must make yourself invaluable to Rulad. Tell me, do you want Featherwitch for your own or not?
Udinas blinked, then sat up. What?
Go now, and you will see.
Not until you explain that, Wither.
I shall not, slave. Go to the citadel. Serve the Edor Emperor.
Udinas pulled aside his blankets and reached for his sodden moccasins. Why don't you all leave me alone?
She raped you, Udinas. She took your seed. Why did she do that?
He went still, one moccasin on, the other cold in his hands. Menandor.
The bitch has designs, she does. No love for Edor or Andy. No, not her.
What has that to do with anything? The Wraith made no reply. Udinas rubbed at his face, then pulled on the second moccasin and tugged at the soaked leather ties. I am a slave, Wither. Slaves are not given slaves, and that is the only way I could win Featherwitch, unless you plan on invading her mind and twisting her will, in which case it won't be Featherwitch, will it?
You accord me powers I do not possess.
Only to emphasize the absurdity of your promises, Wither. Now be quiet, I'm going. He rose and stumbled from the cell. Hulad was crouched by the hearth, heating soup or stew.
You were talking to yourself, Udinas. You shouldn't do that.
That's what I keep telling myself, he replied, making his way to the doors, collecting a rain cape on the way. Outside the rain was a deluge. He could barely make out the anchored ships in the bay. There were figures on the strand, soldiers. He pulled up the hood, then headed for the citadel that had once belonged to the Warlock King. Serve the Edor Emperor, and where will you take your people, Rulad Sengar? The shadow wraiths guarding the entrance made no move to oppose the Lethery slave as he ascended the steps. Both hands on the doors, pushing them aside, striding in on a gust of pelting rain. Come, you damned Edor, slide a blade across my throat, through my chest. There were no guards within the reception chamber, and the curtain beyond was drawn closed. He shook the rain from his cape, then continued forward. To the curtains. He pulled them aside. To see the Edor kneeling, all of them, kneeling before the glimmering form of Rulad Sengar, who stood on the dais, the sword raised in one hand above his head. Bare fur on his shoulders, face a rippling mask of gold surrounding the deep holes of his eye sockets. Not blind, then, nor crippled, and if this was madness, then it was a poison riding the chamber's thick currents. Udinas felt the Emperor's eyes fix on him, as palpable as talons digging into his mind.
"Approach, slave,"
he said, his voice ragged. Heads lifted and turned as Udinas threaded through the crowd, making his way down the tiers. The Lethery did not glance at any faces. His gaze focused solely on Rulad Sengar. In his peripheral vision he saw Hanan Mossag kneeling with head bowed, and behind him his Korisnan in identical positions of subservience.
"Speak, Udinas."
"The delegation has arrived, Emperor."
"We are bound, are we not, Udinas, slave and master? You heard my summons."
"I did, master." Lies, he realized, were getting easier.
"The delegation waits in the merchant's camp. Bring them to us, Udinas."
"As you command." He bowed, then began the laborious effort of backing out.
"There is no need for that, Udinas. I am not offended by a man's back. Go, and tell them that the ruler of the Edur will greet them now."
Udinas swung about and made his way from the chamber. Beneath the rain once more, across the bridge. Solitude might invite thought, but Udinas refused the invitation. The fog of the world beyond was mirrored in his own mind. He was a slave. Slaves did what was commanded of them. Wood smoke drifting out from under a broad canopy near the trader wagons, figures standing beneath it. Aquitor Seren Pedak turned and saw him first.
"Yes, there is more in her than she realizes. The ghosts like her, hovering like moths around a candle flame. She doesn't even see them."
He watched her say something, then the others swung to face him. Udinas halted just outside the tarp, keeping his gaze averted.
"The ruler of the Edur bids you come to the citadel."
A soldier growled, then said, "You stand before your prince, Lethery. Drop to your knees, or I'll cut your head from your shoulders."
"Then draw your sword," Udinas replied. "My master is Tist Edur."
"He is nothing," said the young, expensively dressed man at the soldier's side, a flutter of one hand. "We are invited, finally. First eunuch, will you lead us?" The large, heavy man, with a face as sombre as his clothes, stepped out to stand beside Udinas. "Aquitor, please accompany us." Seren Pedak nodded, drawing her cloak's hood over her head and joining the first eunuch. Udinas led them back across the bridge. A wind had begun whipping the rain in biting sheets that ripped across their path. Among the long houses of the nobility, then towards the steps. Shadow wraiths swirled before the door. Udinas faced Quilas Discanar.
"Prince, your bodyguards are not welcome."
The young man scowled. "Wait here with your men, Finad." Morok Nevath grunted, then directed his guards to fan out to either side of the citadel's entrance. The wraiths edged back to provide a corridor to the double doors. Udinas strode forward and pushed them open, moved inside, then turned about. A step behind him were Nefadas and the Aquitor, the prince, his expression dark, trailing. The first eunuch frowned at the curtain at the far end. "The throne room is filled with Edur nobles? Then why do I hear nothing?"
"They await your arrival," Udinas said. "The ruler of the Tist Edur stands on the center dais. His appearance will startle you."
"Slave," Quilas said, making the word contemptuous, "we are not anticipating that the negotiations will commence immediately. We are but to be proclaimed guests."
"I am not the one to guarantee that," Udinas cut in, unperturbed. "I would advise that you be ready for anything."
"But this is absurd." "Let us be about it, then," the first eunuch said. The prince was not used to these constant interruptions, his face flushing. Aquitor Seren Pedak spoke. "Udinas, by your words I conclude that Hanan Mossag has been usurped."
"Yes."
"And Rulad Sengar has proclaimed himself the new king of the Tist Edur."
"No, Aquitor. Emperor."
There was silence for a half-dozen heartbeats. Then the prince snorted in disbelief. "What empire? 6 tribes of seal hunters? This fool has gone mad." "It is one thing," Nefadas said slowly, "to proclaim oneself an emperor. It is another to force the Edur nobility to bend knee to such a claim. Udinas, have they done so?"
"They have, first eunuch."
"That is Astonishing.
Hanan Mossag? Seren asked.
He too has knelt and pledged allegiance, Aquitor.
Once again no one spoke for a time. Then the first eunuch nodded to Udinas and said, "Thank you. I am ready to meet the Emperor now." Udinas nodded and approached the curtain. Pulling it aside, he stepped through into the chamber beyond. The nobles had moved to form an avenue leading down to the centre dais. Everyone was standing. On the dais, Rulad Sengar leaned on his sword. His motions had dislodged a few coins, leaving mottled patches of burnt skin. Humidity, heat, and oil lamps made the air mist-laden and lurid. Udinas sought to look upon the scene as if he was a stranger, and was shocked at its raw barbarity. These are a fallen people. Who would rise anew? The first eunuch and the Aquitor appeared on the threshold, and Nifadas moved to his left to give space for Prince Quilas Discanar. Udinas raised his voice. "Emperor, first eunuch Nifadas and Prince Quilas Discanar, the Lethery Treaty delegation."
"Come forward," came the rasping invitation from the Emperor. "I am Rulad Sengar, and I proclaim you guests of the Tist-Edur Empire."
Nifadas bowed his head. "We thank your Highness for his welcome."
"It is the desire of the Lethery King to establish a formal treaty with us," Rulad said, then shrugged. "I was under the impression we already had one, and while we honor it, your people do not. Thus, what value a new agreement?"
As the first eunuch was about to speak, Quilas stepped forward.
"You confiscated a harvest of tusked seals. So be it. Such things cannot be reversed, can they? Nonetheless, there is the matter of debt."
Udinas smiled, not needing to look up to see the shocked expressions from the gathered nobility.
"Hanan Mossag," Rulad said after a moment, "will speak for the Edur in this matter."
Udinas glanced up to see the once warlock king stepping forward to stand in front of the dais. He was without expression. "Prince, you will need to explain how you Lethery have arrived at the notion of debt. The harvest was illegal. Do you deny it?"
"We do not. No, Nifadas, I am speaking. As I was saying to you, Hanan Mossag, we do not dispute the illegality of the harvest, but its illegality does not in turn refute the reality that it took place, and that harvest, conducted by Lethery, is now in Edur hands. The present treaty, you may recall, has an agreed market value for tusked seals, and it is this price we expect to be honored."
"Extraordinary logic, Prince," Hanan Mossag said, his voice a smooth rumble.
"We are, fortunately," Quilas continued, "prepared for a compromise."
"Indeed?"
Udinas wondered why Nifadas was remaining silent. His lack of interruption could only be interpreted as tacit allegiance to the prince and the position he was advocating.
"A compromise, yes. The debt shall be forgiven in exchange for land. Specifically, the remainder of Trait Reach, which, as we both know, serves only as seasonal fishing camps for your people. Such camps would not be prohibited, of course. They shall remain available to you for a modest percentage of your catch."
"As it now stands, then," Hanan Mossag said, "we begin this treaty in your debt."
"Yes."
"Based upon the presumption that we possess the stolen harvest."
"Well, of course."
"But we do not possess it, Prince Quilas Discanar."
"What? But you must."
"You are welcome to visit our storehouses for yourself," Hanan Mossag went on reasonably. "We punished the harvesters, as was our right, but we did not retrieve the harvest."
"The ships arrived in Trait with their holds empty."
"Perhaps, in fleeing our wrath, they discharged their burden so as to quicken their pace. Without success, as it turned out."
As the prince simply stared, Hanan Mossag went on,
"Thus we are not in your debt. You, however, are in ours, to the market value of the harvested tusked seals. We are undecided at the moment on the nature of recompense we will demand of you. After all, we have no need of coin. "We have brought gifts," Quillash shouted, "for which you will then charge us with interest. We are familiar with your pattern of cultural conquest among neighbouring tribes, Prince. That the situation is now reversed earns our sympathy, but as you are wont to say, business is business." Nefadas finally spoke. "It seems we have much to consider, the two of us, Emperor. Alas, our journey has been long and wearying. Perhaps you could permit us to retire for a time, to reconvene this meeting on the morrow?"
"Excellent idea,"
Rulad said, the coins on his face twisting as he smiled.
"Udinas, escort the delegation to the guest longhouse, then return here. A long night awaits us."
The prince stood like a puppet with its strings cut. The faces of the Aquitor and the first eunuch, however, remained composed.
"Even so, it seems we are all puppets here."
Tral Sengar watched the slave lead the Aquitor and the delegation out of the chamber. The world had not crumbled, it had shattered, and before his eyes he saw the jagged pieces, a chamber fissured and latticed, 1,000 shards bearing countless reflected images. Edur faces, broken crowds, the smear of smoke, disjointed motion, a fevered murmur of sound, the liquid glint of gold and a sword as patched and fragmented as everything else in sight. Like a crazed mosaic, slowly being reassembled by a madman's hand. He did not know where he belonged, where he fit. Brother to an emperor. It is Rulad, yet it is not. I don't know him, and I know him all too well, and, daughter, take me, I am frightened most by that. Hanan Mossag had been speaking quietly with Rulad, conveying an ease with his new role that Trull knew was intended to calm the witnesses gathered here. Trull wondered what it was costing the Warlock King. A nod and a wave of the hand dismissed Hanan Mossag, who retreated to stand near his Korisnan. At Rulad's instructions a large chair was carried to the dais, and the Emperor sat, revealing to Trull's knowing gaze his brother's exhaustion. It would take time to acquire the strength necessary to sustain that vast, terrible weight for any length of time. The Emperor settled his head back and looked out upon the nobles. His attention quickly silenced the crowd.
"I have known death,"
Rulad said, his voice rough.
"I have returned, and I am not the same, not the unblooded warrior you saw before we began our journey to the ice wastes. I have returned to bring to you the memory of our destiny, to lead you."
He was silent then, as if needing to recover from his short speech. A dozen heartbeats before he continued,
"Fear Sengar, brother, step forward."
Fear did as commanded, halting on the inner ring in front of the dais. Rulad stared down at him, and Trull saw a sudden hunger in those brittle eyes.
"Second only to Hanan Mossag's, your loyalty, Fear, is my greatest need."
Fear looked rattled, as if such a matter did not need to be questioned. The slave Udinas returned then, but held back, his red-rimmed eyes scanning the scene, and Trull wondered at the sudden narrowing of that Lethery's gaze.
"What, Emperor,"
Fear said, "do you ask of me?"
"A gift, brother."
"All I have is yours."
"Are you true to that claim, Fear?"
Rulad demanded, leaning forward. "I would not make it otherwise."
"Oh, no, Rulad, no." "The Emperor," Rulad said, settling back, "requires an empress."
Comprehension cast a pall on Fear's face.
"A wife. Fear Sengar, will you gift me a wife?"
"You grotesque bastard." Trull stepped forward. Rulad's hand snapped out to stay him.
"Be careful, Trull. This is not your concern."
He bared stained teeth.
"It never was."
"Must you break those who would follow you?" Trull asked.
"Another word!"
Rulad shrieked.
"One more word, Trull, and I will have you flayed alive."
Trull recoiled at the vehemence, stunned into silence. A coin clattered onto the dais as Rulad lifted a hand to his face and clawed at some extremity of emotion. Then he snatched his hand away and held it before him, watching it curl into a fist.
"Kill me! That is all you need do. For your proof. Yes, kill me! Again!"
The glittering eyes fixed on Trull.
"You knew I was alone, guarding the rear slope. You knew it, Trull, and left me to my fate."
"What? I knew no such thing, Rulad."
"No more lies, brother. Fear, gift me your betrothed. Give me Mayan. Would you stand between her and the title of Empress? Tell me, are you that selfish?"
As ugly as driving knives into Fear, one after another, as rendering his flesh into ruin. This, Trull realized, this was Rulad, the child and his brutal hungers, his vicious appetites. "Tell us, are you that selfish?" "She is yours, Emperor." Words bled of all life, words that were themselves a gift to one who had known death, though Rulad lacked the subtle mind to comprehend that. Instead, his face twisted beneath the coins into a broad smile, filled with glee and triumph. His eyes lifted to a place in the crowd where the unwedded maidens stood.
"Mayan," he called, "it is done. Come forward. Join your Emperor."
Tall, regal, the young woman strode forward as if this moment had been rehearsed 1,000 times. But that is not possible. She walked past Fear without a glance, and came to stand, facing outward, on the left side of the chair. Rulad's hand reached out with a gesture of smug familiarity, and she clasped it. That final act struck Fear as would a physical blow to his chest. He took a step back.
"Thank you, Fear," Rulad said, "for your gift. I am assured of your loyalty, and proud to call you my brother. You, Binadas, Midik Boon, Theradas Boon, Hanan Mossag, and," the gaze shifted, "Trull, of course, my closest brothers. We are bound by the blood of our ancestors."
He continued, but Trull had ceased listening. His eyes were on Mayan's face, on the horror writ there that she could not disguise. In his mind, Trull cried out to Fear, "Look, brother, she did not seek this betrayal. Look!" With an effort he pulled his gaze from Mayan, and saw that Fear had seen. Seen what everyone present could see, everyone but Rulad. It saved them all. Salvation to the desperate. She showed them that some truths could not be broken, that even this insane thing on its throne could not crush the visceral honor remaining to the Tist Edur. And in her face was yet another promise. She would withstand his crimes, because there was no choice. A promise that was also a lesson to everyone present. Withstand, suffer, live as you must now live. There will, one day, be answer to this. Yet Trull wondered, who could give answer? What waited in the world beyond the borders of their knowledge, sufficiently formidable to challenge this monstrosity? And how long would they have to wait? We were fallen, and the Emperor proclaims that we shall rise again. He is insane, for we are not rising, we are falling, and I fear there will be no end to that descent. Until someone gave answer. Rulad had stopped speaking, as if growing aware that something was happening among his followers, something that had nothing to do with him and his newfound power. He rose suddenly from the chair.
"This gathering is done. Hanan Mossag, you and your Karisnan will remain here with me and the Empress, for we have much to discuss. Udinas, bring to Mayan her slaves, so that they may attend her needs. The rest, leave me now. Spread the word of the rise of the new empire of the Edur. And, brothers and sisters, see to your weapons."
Please, someone, give answer to this. A dozen paces from the citadel, a figure emerged from the rain to stand in front of Udinas. The Acquitor.
What has he done?
Udinas studied her for a moment, then shrugged.
He stole his brother's betrothed. We have an empress, and she does poorly at a brave face.
The Edur are usurped, Serenpedak said, and a tyrant sits on the throne.
Udinas hesitated, then said,
Tell the first eunuch, you must prepare for war.
She revealed no surprise at his words. Rather, a heavy weariness dulled her eyes. She turned away, walked into the rain, and was gone.
I am a bearer of good tidings indeed, and now it's Featherwitch's turn.
Rain rushed down from the sky, blinding and blind, indifferent and mindless, but it held no meaning beyond that. How could it? It was just rain, descending from the sky's massed legion of grieving clouds, and the crying wind was the breath of natural laws, born high in the mountains or out at sea. Its voice promised nothing. There was no meaning to be found in lifeless weather, in the pulsing of tides and in the wake of turning seasons. No meaning to living and dying either. The tyrant was clothed in gold, and the future smelled of blood. It meant nothing. Book 3. All That Lies Unseen. The man who never smiles drags his nets through the deep, and we are gathered to gape in the drowning air, beneath the buffeting sound of his dreaded voice, speaking of salvation. In the repast of justice done, and fed well on the laden table, heaped with noble desires, he tells us all this to hone the edge of his eternal mercy, slicing our bellies open, one by one. In the kingdom of meaning well. Fisher Keltath. Chapter 12. The frog atop the stack of coins dares not jump. Poor Umar's sayings. Anonymous.
5 wings will buy you a grovel. I admit, master, the meaning of that saying escapes me.
Tehol ran both hands through his hair, pulling at the tangles.
Ouch! It's the eternal domicile bug. Wings numbering 5, a grovel at the feet of the errant, at the feet of destiny. The empire is risen. Lether awakens to a new day of glory.
They stood side by side on the roof.
But the 5th wing is sinking. What about 4 wings?
Gulls in collision, bug.
My, it's going to be hot, a veritable furnace. What are the tasks awaiting you today? My first meeting with Royal Engineer Grum. The shoring up we've done with the warehouses impressed him, it seems.
Good. Tehol continued staring out over the city for another moment. Then he faced his servant.
Should it have? Impressed him? Well, the floors aren't sagging and they're bone dry. The new plaster isn't showing any cracks. The owners are delighted.
I thought I owned those warehouses.
Aren't you delighted?
Well, you're right, I am. Every one of me.
That's what I told the Royal Engineer when I responded to his first missive.
What about the people fronting me on those investments?
They're delighted too.
Well, Tehol sighed, it's just that kind of day, isn't it?
Bug nodded.
Must be, master.
And is that all you have planned? For the whole day?
No. I need to scrounge some food. Then I need to visit Shand and her partners to give them that list of yours again. It was too long.
Do you recall it in its entirety?
I do. Poorest rot ale. I liked that one.
Thank you.
But they weren't all fake, were they?
No, that would give it away too quickly. All the local ones were real. In any case, it'll keep them busy for a while. I hope. What else?
Another meeting with the guilds. I may need bribe money for that.
Nonsense! Stand fast. They're about to be hit from another quarter.
Strike? I hadn't heard.
Of course not. The incident that triggers it hasn't happened yet. You know the Royal Engineer's obliged to hire guild members only. We have to see that conflict eliminated before it gives us trouble.
All right. I also need to check on that safe house for Shurk and her newfound friend.
Harlest Ebericht. That was quite a surprise. Just how many undead people are prowling around in this city anyway?
Obviously more than we're aware of, Master.
For all we know, half the population might be undead. Those people on the bridge there. Those ones with all those shopping baskets in tow. Maybe they're undead.
Possibly, Master, Bug conceded. Do you mean undead literally or figuratively?
Oh, yes, there is a difference, isn't there? Sorry, I got carried away. Speaking of which, how are Shirk and Ublala getting along?
Swimmingly.
Impressively droll, Bug. So, you want to check on their hidden abode. Is that all you're up to today?
That's just the morning. In the afternoon.
Can you manage a short visit?
Where?
Ratcatcher's Guild.
Scale House?
Tehol nodded. I have a contract for them. I want a meeting, clandestine, with the guild master. Tomorrow night, if possible.
Bug looked troubled. That guild?
I know.
I can drop by on my way to the gravel quarry.
Excellent. Why are you going to the gravel quarry?
Curiosity. They opened up a new hill to fill my last order and found something.
What?
Not sure. Only that they hired a necromancer to deal with it, and the poor fool disappeared, apart from some hair and toenails.
That is interesting. Keep me informed.
As always, Master. And what have you planned for today?
I thought I'd go back to bed. Bryce lifted his gaze from the meticulous scroll and studied the scribe seated across from him. There must be some mistake, he said.
No, sir. Never, sir.
Well, if these are just the reported disappearances, what about those that haven't been reported?
Between 30 and 50%, I would say, sir, added on to what we have. But those would be the blue-edged scrolls. They're stored on the projected shelf.
The what?
Projected. That one, the one sticking out from the wall over there.
And what is the significance of the blue edges?
Posited realities, sir. That which exists beyond the statistics. We use the statistics for formal public statements and pronouncements, but we operate on the posited realities, or, if possible, the measurable realities.
Different sets of data?
Yes, sir. It's the only way to operate an effective government. The alternative would lead to anarchy, riots, that sort of thing. We have posited realities for those projections, of course, and they're not pretty.
But, Bryce looked back down at the scroll, 7,000 disappearances in Letheras last year?
6,921, sir.
With a possible additional 3,500.
3,460.5, sir.
And is anyone assigned to conduct investigations on these?
That has been contracted out, sir.
Clearly a waste of coin, then.
Oh, no. The coin is well spent.
How so?
A respectable amount, sir, which we can use in our formal and public pronouncements.
Well, who holds this contract?
Wrong office, sir. That information is housed in the Chamber of Contracts and Royal Charters.
I've never heard of it. Where is it? The scribe rose and walked to a small door squeezed between scroll cases.
In here. Follow me, sir.
The room beyond was not much larger than a walk-in closet. Blue-edged scrolls filled cubbyholes from floor to ceiling on all sides. Rummaging in one cubbyhole at the far wall, the scribe removed a scroll and unfurled it.
Here we are. It's a relatively new contract. 3 years so far. Ongoing investigations, biannual reports delivered precisely on the due dates, yielding no queries, each one approved without prejudice.
With whom?
The Ratcatcher's Guild.
Bryce frowned. Now I am well and truly confused. The scribe shrugged and rolled up the scroll to put it away. Over his shoulder he said,
No need to be, sir. The Guild is profoundly competent in a whole host of endeavours.
Competence doesn't seem a relevant notion in this matter, Bryce observed.
I disagree. Punctual reports, no queries, 2 renewals without challenge. Highly competent, I would say, sir.
Nor is there any shortage of rats in the city, as one would readily see with even a short walk down any street.
Population management, sir.
I dread to think what the situation would be like without the guild. Bryce said nothing. A defensiveness came to the scribe's expression as he studied the Finad for a long moment. We have nothing but praise for the Rat-Catchers Guild, sir. Thank you for your efforts, Bryce said. I will find my own way out. Good day. And to you, sir. Pleased to have been of some service. Out in the corridor, Bryce paused, rubbing at his eyes. Archival chambers were thick with dust. He needed to get outside, into what passed for fresh air in Letharos. 7,000 disappearances every year. He was appalled. So what, I wonder, has Tehol stumbled onto? His brother remained a mystery to Bryce. Clearly Tehol was up to something, contrary to outward appearances, and he had somehow held on to a formidable level of efficacy behind, or beneath, the scenes. That all-too-public fall, so shocking and traumatic to the financial tolls, now struck Bryce as just another feint in his brother's grander scheme, whatever that was. The mere thought that such a scheme might exist worried Bryce. His brother had revealed, on occasion, frightening competence and ruthlessness. Tehol possessed few loyalties. He was capable of anything. All things considered, the less Bryce knew of Tehol's activities, the better. He did not want his own loyalties challenged, and his brother might well challenge them. As with Hull. Oh, mother, it is the errant's blessing that you are not alive to see your sons now. Then again, how much of what we are now is what you made us into? Questions without answers. There seemed to be too many of those these days. He made his way into the more familiar passages of the palace. Weapons training awaited him, and he found himself anticipating that period of blissful exhaustion, if only to silence the cacophony of his thoughts. There were clear advantages to being dead, Bug reflected, as he lifted the flagstone from the warehouse office floor, revealing a black gaping hole in the top rung of a pitted bronze ladder. Dead fugitives, after all, needed no food, no water, no air, come to that, made hiding them almost effortless. He descended the ladder, 23 rungs, to arrive at a tunnel roughly cut from the heavy clay and then fired to form a hard shell. 10 paces forward to a crooked stone arch beneath which was a cracked stone door crowded with hieroglyphs. Old tombs like this were rare. Most had long since collapsed beneath the weight of the city overhead, or had simply sunk so far down in the mud as to be unreachable. Scholars had sought to decipher the strange sigils on the doors of the tombs, while common folk had long wondered why tombs should have doors at all. The language had only been partially deciphered, sufficient to reveal that the glyphs were curse-laden and aspected to the errant in some mysterious way. All in all, cause enough to avoid them, especially since, after a few had been broken into, it became known that the tombs contained nothing of value, and were peculiar in that the featureless plain stone sarcophagus each tomb housed was empty. There was the added unsubstantiated rumour that those tomb robbers had subsequently suffered horrid fates. The door to this particular tomb had surrendered its seal to the uneven heaving descent of the entire structure. Modest effort could push it to one side. In the tunnel, Bug lit a lantern using a small ember box and set it down on the threshold to the tomb. He then applied his shoulder to the door. "Is that you?" came Shurk's voice from the darkness within. "Why, yes," Bug said. "It is." "Liar! You're not you, you're Bug. Where's Tehol? I need to talk to Tehol." "He is indisposed," Bug said. Having pushed the door open to allow himself passage into the tomb, he collected the lantern and edged inside. "Where's Harlest?" "In the sarcophagus." There was no lid to the huge stone coffin. Bug walked over and peered in. "What are you doing, Harlest?" He set the lantern down on the edge. "The previous occupant was tall, very tall. Hello, Bug. What am I doing? I am lying here." "Yes, I see that. But why?" "There are no chairs." Bug turned to Shurk Elal. "Where are these diamonds?" "Here. Have you found what I was looking for?" "I have. A decent price, leaving you the majority of your wealth intact."
Tehol can have what's left in the box there. My earnings from the whorehouse I'll keep.
Are you sure you don't want a percentage from this, Shurk? Tehol would be happy with 50%. After all, the risk was yours.
No, I'm a thief. I can always get more.
Bug glanced around. Will this do for the next little while?
I don't see why not. It's dry, at least. Quiet, most of the time. But I need Ublala Pung.
Harlest's voice came from the sarcophagus.
And I want sharp teeth and talons. Shurk said you could do that for me.
Work's already begun on that, Harlest.
I want to be scary. It's important that I be scary. I've been practicing hissing and snarling.
No need for concern there, Bug replied. You'll be truly terrifying. In any case, I should be going.
Not so fast, Shurk cut in. Has there been any word on the robbery at Geron Ebericht's estate?
No. Not surprising if you think about it. Geron's undead brother disappears the same night as some half-giant beats up most of the guards. Barring that, what else is certain? Will anyone actually attempt to enter Geron's warded office?
If I eat human flesh, Harlest said, it will rot in my stomach, won't it? That means I will stink. I like that. I like thinking about things like that. The smell of doom.
The what? Shurk, probably they don't know they've been robbed, and even if they did, they wouldn't make a move until their master returns.
I expect you're right. Anyway, be sure to send me Ublala Pung. Tell him I miss him. Him and his...
I will, Shurk, I promise. Anything else?
I don't know, she replied. Let me think.
Bug waited.
Oh, yes, she said after a time. What do you know about these tombs? There was a corpse here once, in that sarcophagus.
How can you be certain?
Her lifeless eyes fixed on his. We can't tell.
Oh, all right.
So what do you know?
Not much. The language on the door belongs to an extinct people known as Fulcral Assail, who are collectively personified in our fulcra by the personage we call the Errant. The tombs were built for another extinct people called the Jaghut, whom we acknowledge in the hold we call the Hold of Ice. The wards were intended to block the efforts of another people, the Tlani Mas, who were the avowed enemies of the Jaghut. The Tlani Mas pursued the Jaghut in a most relentless manner, including those Jaghut who elected to surrender their place in the world, said individuals choosing something closely resembling death. Their souls would travel to their hold, leaving their flesh behind, the flesh being stored in tombs like this one. That wasn't good enough for the Tlani Mas. Anyway, the Fulcral Assail considered themselves impartial arbiters in the conflict, and that was, most of the time, the extent of their involvement. Apart from that, Bug said with a shrug, I really can't say.
Harlest Ebericht had slowly sat up during Bug's monologue and was now staring at the manservant. Shurk Elal was motionless, as the dead often were. Then she said, I have another question.
Go ahead.
Is this common knowledge among serving staff?
Not that I'm aware of, Shurk. I just pick up things here and there over time.
Things no scholar in Letharas picks up? Or are you just inventing as you go along?
I try to avoid complete fabrication.
And do you succeed?
Not always.
You'd better go now, Bug.
Yes, I'd better. I'll have Ublala visit you tonight.
Do you have to? Harlest asked. I'm not the voyeuristic type. Liar, Shurk said. Of course you are. Okay, so I'm lying. It's a useful lie, and I want to keep it. That position is indefensible. That's a rich statement coming from you and given what you'll be up to tonight. Bug collected the lantern and slowly backed out as the argument continued. He pushed the door back in place, slapped the dust from his hands, then returned to the ladder. Once back in the warehouse office, he replaced the flagstone, then, collecting his drawings, he made his way to the latest construction site.
Bug's Construction's most recent acquisition had once been a school, stately and reserved for children of only the wealthiest citizens of Letharas. Residences were provided, creating the typical and highly popular prison-style educational institution. Whatever host of traumas were taught within its confines came to an end when, during one particularly wet spring, the cellar walls collapsed in a sluice of mud and small human bones. The floor of the main assembly hall promptly slumped during the next gathering of students, burying children and instructors alike in a vast pit of black rotting mud, in which fully a third drowned, and of these the bodies of more than half were never recovered. Shoddy construction was blamed, leading to a scandal. Since that event, 15 years past, the derelict building had remained empty, reputedly haunted by the ghosts of outraged proctors and bewildered hall monitors. The purchase price had been suitably modest. The upper levels directly above the main assembly hall were structurally compromised, and Bug's first task had been to oversee the installation of bracing, before the crews could re-excavate the pit down to the cellar floor. Once that floor was exposed, and the jumble of bones dispatched to the cemetery, shafts were extended straight down, through lenses of clay and sand, to a thick bed of gravel. Cement was poured in, and a ring of vertical iron rods put in place, followed by alternating packed gravel and cement for half the depth of the shaft. Limestone pillars, their bases drilled to take the projecting rods, were then lowered. From there on upwards, normal construction practices followed. Columns, buttresses, and false arches, all the usual techniques in which Bug had little interest. The old school was being transformed into a palatial mansion, which they would then sell to some rich merchant or noble devoid of taste. Since there were plenty of those, the investment was a sure one. Bug spent a short time at the site, surrounded by foremen thrusting scrolls in his face describing countless alterations and specifications requiring approval. A bell passed before he finally managed to file his drawings and escape. The street that became the road that led to the gravel quarry was a main thoroughfare wending parallel with the canal. It was also one of the oldest tracks in the city. Built along the path of a submerged beach ridge of pebbles and cobbles sealed in clay, the buildings lining it had resisted the sagging decay common to other sections of the city. 200 years old, many of them, in a style so far forgotten as to seem foreign. Scale House was tall and narrow, squeezed between two massive stone edifices, one a temple archive and the other the monolithic heart of the Guild of Street Inspectors. A few generations past, a particularly skilled stone carver had dressed the limestone facade and formal column-flanked entrance with lovingly rendered rats, in multitudes almost beyond counting. Cavorting rats, dancing rats, fornicating rats, rats at war, at rest, rats feasting on corpses, swarming feast-laden tabletops amid sleeping mongrels and drunk servants. Scaly tails formed intricate borders to the scenes, and in some strange way it seemed to Bug as he climbed the steps that the rats were in motion, at the corner of his vision, moving, writhing, grinning. He shook off his unease, paused a moment on the landing, then opened the door and strode inside. "How many? How bad? How long?" The desk, solid grey-blue-rose marble, almost blocked the entrance to the reception hall, spanning the width of the room, barring a narrow space at the far right. The secretary seated behind it had yet to look up from his ledgers. He continued speaking after a moment. "Answer those questions, then tell us where and what you're willing to pay, and is this a one-off, or are you interested in regular monthly visits? And be advised, we're not accepting contracts at the moment." "No." The secretary set down his quill and looked up. Dark, small eyes glittered with suspicion from beneath a single wiry brow. Ink-stained fingers plucked at his nose, which had begun twitching as if the man was about to sneeze. "We're not responsible." "For what?" "For anything." More tugging at his nose. "And we're not accepting any more petitions, so if you're here to deliver one, you might as well just turn round and leave." "What sort of petition might I want to hand to you?" Bug asked. "Any sort. Belligerent tenement associations have to wait in line just like everyone else." "I have no petition." "Then we didn't do it. We were never there. You heard wrong. It was someone else." I am here on behalf of my master, who wishes to meet with your guild to discuss a contract.
We're backed up, not taking any more contracts.
Price is not a consideration, Bug cut in, then smiled. Within reasonable limits.
Ah, but then it is a consideration. We may well have unreasonable limits in mind. We often have, you know.
I do not believe my master is interested in rats.
Then he's insane. But interesting. The board will be in attendance tonight on another matter. Your master will be allotted a short period at the meeting's end, which I will note in the agenda. Anything else?
No. What time tonight?
9th bell, no later. Come late, and he will be barred outside the chamber door. Is sure he understands that.
My master is always punctual. The secretary made a face.
Oh, he's like that, is he? Poor you. Now begone. I'm busy.
Bug abruptly leaned forward and stabbed 2 fingers into the secretary's eyes. There was no resistance. The secretary tilted his head back and scowled. Cute, Bug smiled, stepping back. My compliments to the guild sorcerer.
What gave me away?
The secretary asked as Bug opened the door. The manservant glanced back. You are far too rat-like, betraying your creator's obsession. Even so, the illusion is superb.
I haven't been found out in decades. Who in the errant's name are you?
For that answer, Bug said as he turned away, you'll need a petition.
Wait! Who's your master?
Bug gave a final wave, then shut the door. He descended the steps and swung right. A long walk to the quarries was before him, and, as Tehol had predicted, the day was hot and growing hotter. Summoned to join the cedar in the Sedence, the chamber of the tiles, Bryce descended the last few steps to the landing and made his way onto the raised walkway. Kuru Khan was circling the far platform in a distracted manner, muttering under his breath.
"Cedar," Bryce called as he approached. "You wished to see me?"
"Unpleasant, Finad. All very unpleasant. Defying comprehension. I need a clearer mind. In other words, not mine. Perhaps yours. Come here. Listen." Bryce had never heard the cedar speak with such fraught dismay.
"What has happened?"
"Every hold, Finad. Chaos. I have witnessed a transformation. Here, see for yourself. The tile of the fulcra, the dolmen. Do you see? A figure huddled at its base, bound to the menhir with chains, all obscured by smoke, a smoke that numbs my mind. The dolmen has been usurped." Bryce stared down at the tile. The figure was ghostly, and his vision blurred the longer he stared at it.
"By whom?"
"A stranger, an outsider."
"A god?"
Kuru Khan massaged his lined brow with his fingers as he continued pacing. "Yes, no, we hold no value in the notion of gods. Upstarts who are as nothing compared to the holds. Most of them aren't even real, simply projections of a people's desires, hopes, fears. Of course," he added, "sometimes that's all that's needed."
"What do you mean?"
Kuru Khan shook his head. "And the Azath hold, this troubles me greatly. The center tile, the hearthstone, can you sense it? The Azath hearthstone, my friend, has died. The other tiles clustered together around it at the end, drawing tight as blood gathers in a wounded body. The tomb is breached. Portal stands unguarded. You must make a journey for me to the square tower, Finad, and go armed."
"What am I to look for?"
"Anything untoward. Broken ground. But be careful. The dwellers within those tombs are not dead."
"Very well."
Bryce scanned the nearest tiles.
"Is there more?"
Kuru Khan halted, brows lifting. "More? Dragonhold has awakened. Wival, blood drinker. Gate, consort. Among the fulcra, the errant is now positioned in the center of things. The pack draws nearer, and Shapefinder has become a chimera. Icehold's huntress walks frozen paths. Child and seed stir to life. The empty hold, you can well see, has become obscured. Every tile, a shadow stands behind the empty throne. And look, savior and betrayer, they have coalesced. They are one and the same. How is this possible? Wanderer, mistress, watcher and walker, all hidden, blurred by mysterious motion.
I am frightened, Finad.
Cedar, have you heard from the delegation?
The delegation? No. From the moment of their arrival in the Warlock King's village, all contact with them has been lost, blocked by Edor's sorcery of a sort we've not experienced before. There is much that is troubling, much.
I should leave now, Cedar, while there's still daylight.
Agreed. Then return here with what you have discovered.
Very well. The track leading to the quarries climbed in zigzag fashion to a notch in the hillside. The stands of coppiced trees on the flanks were sheathed in white dust. Goats coughed in the shade. Bug paused to wipe sweaty grit from his forehead, then went on. 2 wagons filled with stone-cutters had passed him a short while earlier, and from the frustrated foreman came the unwelcome news that the crew had refused to work the quarry any longer, at least until the situation was resolved. A cavity had been inadvertently breached, within which a creature of some sort had been imprisoned for what must have been a long, long time. 3 cutters had been dragged inside, their shrieks short-lived. The hired necromancer hadn't fared any better. Bug reached the notch and stood looking down at the quarry pit with its geometric limestone sides cut deep into the surrounding land. The mouth of the cavity was barely visible near an area that had seen recent work. He made his way down, coming to within 20 paces of the cave before he stopped. The air was suddenly bitter cold. Frowning, Bug stepped to one side and sat down on a block of limestone. He watched frost form on the ground to the left of the cave, reaching in a point towards the dark opening, the opposite end spreading ever wider in a swirl of fog. The sound of ice crunching underfoot, then a figure appeared from the widening end, as if striding out from nowhere. Tall, naked from the hips upward, grey-green skin, long streaked blonde hair hanging loose over the shoulders and down the back, light grey eyes, the pupils vertical slits, silver-capped tusks, female, heavy-breasted. She was wearing a short skirt, her only clothing barring the leather-strapped moccasins, and a wide belt holding a half-dozen scabbards in which stabbing knives resided. Her attention was on the cave. She anchored her hands on her hips and visibly sighed.
"He's not coming out," Bug said.
She glanced over.
"Of course he isn't, now that I'm here."
"What kind of demon is he?"
"Hungry and insane, but a coward."
"Did you put him there?" She nodded.
"Damned humans. Can't leave things well enough alone."
"I doubt they knew, Jaghart."
"No excuse. They're always digging. Digging here, digging there. They never stop."
Bug nodded, then asked, "So now what?" She sighed again. The frost at her feet burgeoned into angular ice, which then crawled into the cave mouth. The ice grew swiftly, filling the hole. The surrounding stone groaned, creaked, then split apart, revealing solid ice beneath it. Sandy earth and limestone chunks tumbled away. Bug's gaze narrowed on the strange shape trapped in the center of the steaming ice.
"A Calibaro? Errant take us, Huntress. I'm glad you decided to return." "Now I need to find for him somewhere else. Any suggestions?"
Bug considered for a time, then he smiled. Bryce made his approach between 2 of the ruined round towers, stepping carefully around tumbled blocks of stone half hidden in the wiry yellow grasses. The air was hot and still, the sunlight molten gold on the tower walls. Grasshoppers rose from his path in clattering panic, and at the faint sensation of crunching underfoot, Bryce looked down to see that the ground was crawling with life. Insects, many of them unrecognizable to his eyes, oversized, awkward, in dull hues, scrambling to either side as he walked. Since they were all fleeing, he was not unduly concerned. He came within sight of the square tower, the Azath. Apart from its primitive style of architecture, there seemed to be little else to set it apart. Bryce was baffled by the cedar's assertion that a structure of stone and wood could be sentient, could breathe with a life of its own. A building presupposed a builder. Yet Kuru Khan claimed that the Azath simply rose into being, drawn together of its own accord. Inviting suspicion on every law of causality generations of scholars had posited as irrefutable truth. The surrounding grounds were less mysterious, if profoundly more dangerous. The humped barrows in the overgrown yard were unmistakable. Gnarled and stunted, dead trees rose here and there, sometimes from the highest point of the mound, but more often from the flanks. A winding flagstone pathway began opposite the front door, the gate marked by rough pillars of unmortared stone wrapped in vines and runners. The remnants of a low wall enclosed the grounds. Bryce reached the edge of the yard along one side, the gate to his right, the tower to the left, and saw immediately that many of the barrows within sight had slumped on at least one of their sides, as if gutted from within. The weeds covering the mounds were dead, blackened as if by rot. He studied the scene for a moment longer, then made his way round the perimeter towards the gateway. Striding between the pillars onto the first flagstone, which pitched down to one side with a grinding clunk. Bryce tottered, flinging his arms out for balance, and managed to recover without falling. High-pitched laughter from near the tower's entrance. He looked up. The girl emerged from the shadow cast by the tower.
"I know you. I followed the ones following you, and killed them."
"What has happened here?"
"Bad things."
She came closer, mould-patched and dishevelled.
"Are you my friend? I was supposed to help it stay alive, but it died anyway, and things are busy killing each other, except for the one the tower chose. He wants to talk to you."
"To me?"
"To one of my grown-up friends."
"Who," Bryce asked, "are your other grown-up friends?"
"Mother Shurk, Father Tehol, Uncle Ublala, Uncle Bug."
Bryce was silent. Then, "What is your name?"
"Kettle."
"Kettle? How many people have you killed in the past year?" She cocked her head.
"I can't count past 8 and 2.
"Ah.
Lots of 8 and 2s.
And where do the bodies go?"
I bring them back here and push them into the ground."
"All of them?" She nodded. "Where is this friend of yours, the one who wants to talk to me?"
"I don't know if he's a friend. Follow me. Step where I step."
She took him by the hand, and Bryce fought to repress a shiver at that clammy grip. Off the flagstoned path, between barrows, the ground shifting uncertainly beneath each cautious step. There were more insects, but of fewer varieties, as if some kind of attrition had occurred on the grounds of the Azath. "I have never seen insects like these before," Bryce said. "They're big."
"Old, from the times when the tower was born,"
Kettle said.
"Eggs in the broken ground. Those stick-like brown ones with the heads at both ends are the meanest. They eat at my toes when I sit still too long, and they're hard to crush."
"What about those yellow spiky ones?"
"They don't bother me. They eat only birds and mice. Here."
She had stopped before a crumpled mound on which sat one of the larger trees in the yard, the wood strangely streaked grey and black, the twigs and branches projecting in curves rather than sharp angles. Roots spread out across the entire barrow, the remaining bark oddly scaled, like snakeskin. Bryce frowned. "And how are we to converse? With him in there and me up here?"
"He's trapped. He says you have to close your eyes and think about nothing. Like you do when you fight, he says."
Bryce was startled. "He's speaking to you now?"
"Yes, but he says that isn't good enough, because I don't know enough words and things. He has to show you. He says you've done this before."
"It seems I am to possess no secrets," Bryce said.
"Not many, no. So he says he'll do the same in return. So you can trust each other. Somewhat."
"Somewhat? His word?" She nodded. Bryce smiled. "Well, I appreciate his honesty. All right, I will give this a try." He closed his eyes. Kettle's cold hand remained in his, small, the flesh strangely loose on the bones. He pulled his thoughts from that detail. A fighter's mind was not in truth emptied during a fight. It was instead both coolly detached and mindful. Concentration defined by a structure which was in turn assembled under strict laws of pragmatic necessity. Thus observational, calculating, and entirely devoid of emotion, even as every sense was awakened. He felt himself lock into that familiar, reassuring structure, and was stunned by the strength of the will that tugged him away. He fought against a rising panic, knowing he was helpless before such power, then relented. Above him, a sky transformed. Sickly, swirling green light surrounded a ragged black wound large enough to swallow a moon. Clouds twisted, tortured, and shorn through by the descent of innumerable objects, each object seeming to fight the air as it fell, as if this world was actively resisting the intrusion. Objects pouring from that wound, tunneling through layers of the sky. On the landscape before him was a vast city, rising up from a level plain with tiered gardens and raised walkways. A cluster of towers rose from the far side, reaching to extraordinary heights. Farmland reached out from the city's outskirts in every direction for as far as Bryce could see, strange shadows flowing over it as he watched. He pulled his gaze from the scene and looked down, to find that he stood on a platform of red-stained limestone. Before him steep steps ran downward, row upon row, hundreds, to a paved expanse flanked by blue-painted columns. A glance to his right revealed a sharply angled descent. He was on a flat-topped pyramid-shaped structure, and, he realized with a start, someone was standing beside him, on his left. A figure barely visible, ghostly, defying detail. It was tall, and seemed to be staring up at the sky, focused on the terrible dark wound. Objects were striking the ground now, landing hard but with nowhere near the velocity they should have possessed. A loud crack reverberated from the concourse between the columns below, and Bryce saw that a massive stone carving had come to rest there. A bizarre beast-like human, squatting with thickly muscled arms reaching down the front, converging with a two-handed grip on the penis. Shoulders and head were fashioned in the likeness of a bull. A second set of legs, feminine, were wrapped round the beast-man's hips. The platform on which he crouched cut, Bryce now saw, into a woman's form, lying on her back beneath him. From nearby rose the clatter of scores of clay tablets, too distant for Bryce to see if there was writing on them, though he suspected there might be, skidding as if on cushions of air before coming to a rest in a scattered swath. Fragments of buildings, cut limestone blocks, cornerstones, walls of adobe, wattle and daub. Then severed limbs, blood-drained sections of cattle and horses, a herd of something that might have been goats, each one turned inside out, intestines flopping. Dark-skinned humans, or at least their arms, legs, and torsos. Above, the sky was filling with large pallid fragments, floating down like snow. And something huge was coming through the wound, wreathed in lightning that seemed to scream with pain, shrieks unending, deafening. Soft words spoke in Bryce's mind. "My ghost, let loose to wander, perhaps, to witness. They warred against Calor. It was a worthy cause, but what they have done here." Bryce could not pull his eyes from that howling sphere of lightning. He could see limbs within it, the burning arcs entwined about them like chains. What is it?" "A god," Bryce predict. "In its own realm it was locked in a war, for there were rival gods, temptations." "Is this a vision of the past?" Bryce asked. "The past lives on," the figure replied. "There is no way of knowing, standing here. How do we measure the beginning, the end? For all of us, yesterday was as today, and as it will be tomorrow. We are not aware, or perhaps we are, yet choose for convenience, for peace of mind, not to see, not to think. A vague gesture with one hand. Some say 12 mages, some say 7. It does not matter, for they are about to become dust. The massive sphere was roaring now, burgeoning with frightening speed as it plunged earthward. It would, Bryce realized, strike the city. Thus, in their effort to enforce a change upon the scheme, they annihilate themselves and their own civilization. So they failed. The figure said nothing for a time. And the descending god struck, a blinding flash, a detonation that shook the pyramid beneath them and sent fissures through the concourse below. Smoke rising in a column that then billowed outward, swallowing the world in shadow. Wind rushed outward in a shock, flattening trees in the farmland, toppling the columns lining the concourse. The trees then burst into flame. In answer to a perceived desperation, fueled by seething rage, they called down a god, and died with the effort. Does that mean that they failed in their gambit? No, I do not speak of Calor. I speak of their helplessness which gave rise to their desire for change. Bryce Benedict, were there ghosts standing with us now, here in the future world where our flesh resides, thus able to see what their deed has wrought, they would recognize that all that they sought has come to pass. That which was chained to the earth has twisted the walls of its prison, beyond recognition. Its poison has spread out and infected the world and all who dwell upon it. "You leave me without hope," Bryce said. "I am sorry for that. Do not seek to find hope among your leaders. They are the repositories of poison. Their interest in you extends only so far as their ability to control you. From you they seek duty and obedience, and they will ply you with the language of stirring faith. They seek followers, and woe to those who question or voice challenge. Civilization after civilization, it is the same. The world falls to tyranny with a whisper. The frightened are ever keen to bow to a perceived necessity, in the belief that necessity forces conformity, and conformity has certain stability. In a world shaped into conformity, dissidents stand out, are easily branded and dealt with. There is no multitude of perspectives, no dialogue. The victim assumes the face of the tyrant, self-righteous and intransigent, and wars breed like vermin, and people die. Bryce studied the firestorm engulfing what was once a city of great beauty. He did not know its name, nor the civilization that had birthed it, and, it now struck him, it did not matter. "In your world," the figure said, "the prophecy approaches its azimuth. An emperor shall arise. You are from a civilization that sees war as an extension of economics. Stacked bones become the foundation for your roads of commerce, and you see nothing untoward in that. Some of us do. Irrelevant. Your legacy of crushed cultures speaks its own truth. You intend to conquer the Tist Edur. You claim that each circumstance is different, unique, but it is neither different nor unique. It is all the same. Your military might proves the virtue of your cause. But I tell you this, Bryce Benedict, there is no such thing as destiny. Victory is not inevitable. Your enemy lies in waiting, in your midst. Your enemy hides without need for disguise, when belligerence and implied threat are sufficient to cause your gaze to shy away. It speaks your language, takes your words and uses them against you. It mocks your belief in truths, for it has made itself the arbiter of those truths. Lether is not a tyranny. You assume the spirit of your civilization is personified in your benign king. It is not. Your king exists because it is deemed permissible that he exist. You are ruled by greed, a monstrous tyrant lit gold with glory. It cannot be defeated, only annihilated. Another gesture towards the fiery chaos below. That is your only hope of salvation, Bryce Benedict, for greed kills itself when there is nothing left to hoard, when the countless legions of laborers are naught but bones, when the grisly face of starvation is revealed in the mirror. The god is fallen. He crouches now, seeding devastation. Rise and fall, and with each renewal the guiding spirit is less, weaker, more tightly chained to a vision bereft of hope. Why does this god do this to us? Because he knows naught but pain, and yearns only to share it, to visit it upon all that lives, all that exists. Why have you shown me this? I make you witness, Bryce Benedict, to the symbol of your demise. Why? The figure was silent for a moment, then said, I advised you to not look for hope from your leaders, for they shall feed you naught but lies. Yet hope exists. Seek for it, Bryce Benedict, in the one who stands at your side, from the stranger upon the other side of the street. Be brave enough to endeavor to cross that street. Look neither skyward nor upon the ground. Hope persists, and its voice is compassion and honest doubt. The scene began to fade. The figure at his side spoke one last time. That is all I would tell you, all I can tell you. He opened his eyes and found himself once more standing before the barrow, the day dying around him. Kettle still held his hand in her cold clasp.
You will help me now?
She asked. The dweller within the tomb spoke nothing of that.
He never does.
He showed me virtually nothing of himself. I don't even know who or what he is.
Yes.
He made no effort to convince me of anything. Yet I saw— Bryce shook his head.
He needs help escaping his tomb. Other things are trying to get out, and they will. Not long now, I think. They want to hurt me and everyone else.
And the one we're to help will stop them?
Yes.
What can I do?
He needs 2 swords. The best iron there is, straight blades, 2-edged, pointed, thin but strong, narrow hilts, heavy pommels.
Bryce considered. I should be able to find something in the armory. He wants me to bring them here? Kettle nodded. He needed help, but he did not ask for it. Very well, I will do this, but I will speak to the cedar regarding this.
Do you trust him? He wants to know. Do you trust this cedar?
Bryce opened his mouth to reply, to say yes, then he stopped. The dweller within the barrow was a powerful creature, probably too powerful to be controlled. There was nothing here that would please Kuru Khan. Yet did Bryce have a choice? The cedar had sent him here to discover what had befallen the Azath. He looked over at the tower. The Azath! It is dead?
Yes. It was too old, too weak. It fought for so long.
Kettle, are you still killing people in the city?
Not many. Only bad people. 1 or 2 a night. Some of the trees are still alive, but they can't feed on the tower's blood anymore. So I give them other blood, so they can fight to hold the bad monsters down. But the trees are dying too.
Bryce sighed. All right, I will visit again, Kettle, with the swords.
I knew I could like you. I knew you would be nice, because of your brother.
That comment elicited a frown, then another sigh. He gently disengaged his hand from the dead child's grip. Be careful, Kettle. It was a perfectly good sleep, Tehol said as he walked alongside Bug. I am sure it was, Master, but you did ask for this meeting. I didn't expect such a quick response. Did you do or say something to make them unduly interested? Of course I did, else we would not have achieved this audience. Oh, that's bad, Bug. You gave them my name? No. You revealed something of my grand scheme? No. Well, what did you say then? I said money was not a consideration. Not a consideration? Tehol slowed his pace, drawing Bug round. What do you think I'm willing to pay them? I don't know, the manservant replied. I have no idea of the nature of this contract you want to enter into with the Rat-Catchers Guild. That's because I hadn't decided yet. Well, have you decided now, Master? I'm thinking on it. I hope to come up with something by the time we arrive. So it could be expensive. Tehol's expression brightened. You're right, it could be indeed. Therefore, money is not a consideration. Exactly. I'm glad we're in agreement. You are a wonderful manservant, Bug. Thank you, Master. They resumed walking. Before long they halted in front of Scale House. Tehol stared up at the riotous rodent facade for a time. They're all looking at me, he said. They do convey that impression, don't they? I don't like being the singular focus of the attention of thousands of rats. What do they know that I don't? Given the size of their brains, not much. Tehol stared for a moment longer, and then he slowly blinked and regarded Bug. 5 heartbeats, 10. The manservant remained expressionless. Then he coughed, cleared his throat, and said, Well, we should head inside, shouldn't we? The secretary sat as he had earlier that day, working on what seemed to Bug to be the same ledger. Once again he did not bother looking up. You're early. I was expecting punctual. We're not early, Tehol said. You're not? No, but since the bell is already sounding, any more from you and we'll be late. I'm not to blame. Never was at any point in this ridiculous conversation. Up the stairs, to the top. There's only one door. Knock once, then enter, and errant help you. Oh, and the manservant can stay here, provided he doesn't poke me in the eyes again. He's not staying here. He's not? No. Fine, then. Get out of my sight, the both of you. Tehol led the way past the desk, and they began their ascent. You poked him in the eyes? Tehol asked. I judged it useful in getting his attention. I'm pleased, although somewhat alarmed. The circumstances warranted extreme action on my part. Does that happen often? I'm afraid it does. They reached the landing. Tehol stepped forward and thumped on the door. A final glance back at Bug, suspicious and gauging. Then he swung open the door. They strode into the chamber beyond, in which rats swarmed, covering the floor, the tabletop, on the shelves, clambering on the crystal chandelier, crouched on the shoulders and peering from folds in the clothes of the 6 board members seated on the other side of the table. Thousands of beady eyes fixed on Tehol and Bug, including those of the 3 men and 3 women who were at the heart of the Rat-Catchers Guild. Tehol hitched up his trousers. Thank you, one and all. You're Tehol Benedict, cut in the woman seated on the far left. She was mostly a collection of spherical shapes, face, head, torso, breasts, her eyes tiny, dark, and glittering like hardened tar. There were at least 3 rats in her mass of upright, billowed black hair. And I'm curious, Tehol said, smiling. What are all these rats doing here? Insane question, snapped the man beside the roundish woman. We're the Rat-Catchers Guild. Where else are we supposed to put the ones we capture? I thought you killed them. Only if they refuse avowal. the man said, punctuating his words with a sneer for some unexplainable reason. A vowel? How do rats make vows?
None of your business, the woman said. I am Onyx. Beside me sits Sint. In order proceeding accordingly, before you sits Champion Ormley, Glisten, Bluebeard, and Ruby. Tehol Bedict, we suffered losses on our investments, thanks to you.
From which you have no doubt recovered.
That's not the point,
said the woman called Glisten. She was blonde, and so slight and small that only her shoulders and head were above the level of the tabletop. Heaps of squirming rats passed in front of her every now and then, forcing her to bob her head up to maintain eye contact. By my recollection, Tehol said reasonably, you lost a little less than half a peak.
How do you know that? Sint demanded. Nobody else but us knows that.
A guess, I assure you. In any case, the contract I offer will be for an identical amount.
Half a peak.
Tehol's smile broadened. Ah, I have your fullest attention now. Excellent.
That's an absurd amount, spoke Ormley for the first time. What would you have us do, conquer Colance? Could you?
Ormley scowled.
Why would you want us to, Tehol Bedict?
It'd be difficult, Glisten said worriedly. The strain on our human resources.
Difficult, cut in Sint, but not impossible. We'd need to recruit from our island cells.
Wait, Tehol said. I'm not interested in conquering Colance.
You're the type who's always changing his mind,
Onyx said. She leaned back, and with a squeak a rat plummeted from her hair to thump on the floor somewhere behind her.
I can't stand working with people like that.
I haven't changed my mind. It wasn't me who brought up the whole Colance thing. In fact, it was Champion Ormley.
Well, he can't make up his mind neither. You two are made for each other.
Tehol swung to Bug. I'm not indecisive, am I? Tell them, Bug. When have you ever seen me indecisive? Bug frowned. Bug! I'm thinking. Glisten's voice came from behind a particularly large heap of rats.
I can't see the point of any of this.
That's quite understandable, Tehol said evenly.
Describe your contract offer, Ormley demanded. But be advised, we don't do private functions.
What does that mean?
I won't waste my breath on explaining, unless it turns out to be relevant. Is it?
I don't know. How can I tell?
Well, that's my point exactly. Now, about the contract?
All right, Tehol said, but be warned, it's complicated. Glisten's plaintive voice.
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
Tehol made an effort to see her, then gave up. The mound of rats on the tabletop in front of her was milling. You surprise me, Glisten, he said. It strikes me that the Rat-Catchers Guild thrives on complications. After all, you do much more than, harvest rats, don't you? In fact, your primary function is as the unofficial Assassins Guild. Unofficial because, of course, it's an outlawed activity and unpleasant besides. You're also something of a thieves' guild, too, although you've yet to achieve full compliance among the more independent-minded thieves. You also provide an unusually noble function in your unofficial underground escape route for impoverished refugees from assimilated border tribes. And then there's the—
Stop!
Onyx shrieked. In a slightly less shrill tone, she said,
Bluebeard, get our chief investigator in here. Errant knows if anyone needs investigating, it's this Tehol Bedict.
Tehol's brows rose. Will that be painful? Onyx leered and whispered,
Restrain your impatience, Tehol Bedict. You'll get an answer to that soon enough.
Is it wise to threaten a potential employer?
I don't see why not,
Onyx replied.
Your knowledge of our operations is alarming, Ormley said. We don't like it.
I assure you, I have only admiration for your endeavours. In fact, my contract offer is dependent upon the fullest range of the Guild's activities. I could not make it without prior knowledge, could I?
How do we know? Ormley asked. We've yet to hear it.
I'm getting there. The door behind them opened, and the woman who was in all likelihood the chief investigator strode in past Tehol and Bug. Stepping carefully, she took position on the far right of the table, arms crossing as she leaned against the wall. Onyx spoke.
"Chief Investigator Ruckett, we have in our presence a dangerous liability."
The woman, tall, lithe, her reddish hair cut short, was dressed in pale leathers, the clothing South Nerek in style, as if she had just come from the steppes, although, of course, the nearest steppes were 100 or more leagues to the east. She appeared to be unarmed. Her eyes, a startling tawny shade that looked more feline than human, slowly fixed on Tehol.
"Him? Who else?"
Onyx snapped.
"Not his manservant, surely?"
"Why not?" Ruckett drawled. "He looks to be the more dangerous one."
"I'd agree," Bluebeard said in a hiss. "He poked my secretary in the eyes."
Sint started.
"Really? Just like that?"
He held up a hand and stretched out the first 2 fingers, then jabbed the air.
"Like that? Poke? Like that?" "Yes," Bluebeard replied, glaring at Bug. "He revealed the illusion. What's the point of creating illusions when he just ups and pokes holes in them?"
Tehol swung to his manservant.
"Bug, are we going to get out of here alive?"
"Hard to say, Master."
"All because you poked that secretary in the eyes?"
Bug shrugged.
"Touchy, aren't they?"
"So it seems, Master. Best get on with the offer, don't you think?"
"Good idea. Diversion, yes indeed."
"You idiots!" Onyx said. "We can hear you!"
"Excellent."
Tehol stepped forward, carefully, so as to avoid crushing the seething carpet of rats. Gentle nudging aside with the toe of his moccasin seemed to suffice.
"To wit, I need every tribal refugee in the city ushered out. Destination? The islands, particular islands, details forthcoming. I need full resources shipped ahead of them, said supplies to be purchased by myself. You will work with Bug here on the logistics. Second, I understand you are conducting an investigation into disappearances for the Crown. No doubt you're telling them nothing of your findings. I, on the other hand, want to know those findings. Third, I want my back protected. In a short while, there will be people who will want to kill me. You are to stop them. Thus, my contract offer. Half a peak and a list of safe investments, and as to that last point, I suggest you follow my financial advice to the letter and swallow the expense." "You want to be our financial advisor?" Onyx asked in clear disbelief. "Those losses could have been avoided had we been engaged in a closer relationship back then, such as the one we are about to enter into." "What about those refugees who are indebted?" Ormley asked. "Having them all disappear could cause another crash in the tolls." "It won't, because the trickle is to be so slow that no one notices." "How could they not notice?" "They will be distracted." "You've got something ugly planned, haven't you, Tehol Bedict?" Ormley's small eyes glittered. "Meaning what happened the first time wasn't no accident. Wasn't incompetence, neither. You just found yourself with a string in your hand, which you then tugged to see how much would unravel. You know what you're telling us? You're telling us you're the most dangerous man in Lether. Why would we ever let you walk out of this chamber?" "Simple. This time I'm taking my friends with me. So the question is, are you my friends? And what if our chief investigator investigates you right here and right now?" "My scheme is already underway, Champion Ormley, whether I stay alive or not. It's going to happen. Of course, if I die, then nobody escapes what's coming." "Hold on," Onyx said. "You said something about expense. You becoming our financial advisor is going to cost us?" "Well, naturally." "How much?" "1/4 of a peak or thereabouts." "So you pay us half and we pay you back 1/4. "And so you come out ahead." "He's got a point," Sint said, snatching a rat from the table and biting its head off. Everyone stared, including a roomful of rats. Sint noticed, chewed for a moment, making crunching sounds, then said around a mouthful of rat head, "Sorry, got carried away."
He looked down at the headless corpse in his hand, then tucked it into his shirt and out of sight. From where Glisson sat came a plaintive sound. Then,
"What did that rat ever do to you, Cinty?"
Cinty swallowed.
"I said sorry."
Tehol leaned close to Bug and whispered,
"If you could poke any of them in the eyes—"
"3 of them would likely complain, Master."
"Can I guess?"
"Go ahead."
"Ormley,
Bluebeard, and Rucket."
"I'm impressed." "What are you two whispering about?" Onyx demanded.
Tehol smiled at her.
"Do you accept my offer?"
Bryce found the cedar in his workroom, hunched over an upended crab lying on the table. He had removed the flat carapace covering the underside and was prodding organs with a pair of copper probes. The crab appeared to be dead. Burners had been lit beneath a cauldron behind Kuru Khan, and the lid was rocking to gusts of steam.
"Finad, this array of organs is fascinating, but I'm distracting myself. Shouldn't do that, not at this critical juncture."
He set the instruments down and picked up the crab.
"What have you to tell me?"
Bryce watched the cedar nudge the cauldron's lid aside, then dropped the crab in. "The Azath Tower is dead." Kuru Khan pushed the lid back into place, then walked back to sit in his chair. He rubbed at his eyes.
"What physical evidence is there?"
"Little, admittedly, but a child is resident there, on the grounds," Bryce replied. "The tower was in some sort of communication with her."
"The role of keeper? Odd that the hold should choose a child, unless the original keeper had died, and even then, odd."
"There is more," Bryce said. "A resident within one of the barrows was accorded the role of protector. The child, Kettle, believes that person is capable of destroying the others, all of whom are close to escaping their prisons."
"The hold, in its desperation, made a bargain, then. What else does this Kettle know of that resident?"
"He speaks to her constantly. He speaks through her as well. At the moment, he is trapped. He can go no further. And no, I don't know how that situation will be resolved. Cedar, I also spoke to that stranger."
Kuru Khan looked up. "He reached into your mind? And showed you what?"
Bryce shook his head. "He made no effort to convince me of anything, Cedar. Voiced no arguments in his own defense. Instead, I was made witness to an event from long ago, I believe."
"What kind of event?"
"The bringing down of a god, by a cadre of sorcerers, none of whom survived the ritual."
Kuru Khan's eyes widened at these words. "Relevant? Errant, bless me, I hope not."
"You have knowledge of this, Cedar?"
"Not enough, Finad, I'm afraid. And this stranger was witness to that dire scene?"
"He was, inadvertently," he said.
"Then he has lived a very long time."
"Is he a threat?"
"Of course he is. None here could match his power, I would think. And assuming he is successful in destroying the other residents of the yard, the question one must face is, what then?"
"It strikes me as a huge assumption, Cedar. Killing the others. Why would he hold to his bargain with the now dead Azath?"
"One must believe that the hold chose wisely, Finad. Do you have doubts?"
"I'm not sure. He has asked for weapons, 2 swords. I am inclined to accede to his request." The cedar slowly nodded.
"Agreed. No doubt you were thinking of finding something in the armory. But for an individual such as this, a normal weapon won't do, even one of leathery steel. No, we must go to my private hoard."
"I wasn't aware you had one."
"Naturally. Now, a moment." Kuru Khan rose and walked back to the cauldron. Using large tongs, he retrieved the crab, the shell now a fiery red. "Ah, perfect. Of course, it can cool down some. So, follow me." Bryce had thought he knew virtually every area of the old palace, but the series of subterranean chambers the cedar led him into were completely unfamiliar to him, although not a single hidden door was passed through on the way. By the Finad's internal map, they were now under the river.
They entered a low-ceilinged chamber with rack-lined walls on which were hundreds of weapons. Bryce had collected a lantern along the way, and he now hung it from a hook in a crossbeam. He walked to a rack crowded with swords. "Why a private collection, Cedar?" "Curios, most of them. Some antiques. I am fascinated with forging techniques, particularly those used by foreign peoples. Also, there is sorcery invested in these weapons." "All of them?" Bryce lifted one particular weapon from its hooks, a close match to the description relayed to him by Kettle. "Yes. No, put that one back, Finad. It's cursed." Bryce replaced it. "In fact," Kuru Khan went on in a troubled voice, "they're all cursed." "Well, this could prove a problem. Perhaps I should go to the regular armory." "Patience, Finad. It's the nature of curses that allows us to possibly find a reasonable solution." "2 swords, you said?" "Why would sorcerers curse a weapon?" "Oh, most often not an intentional act on their parts. Often it's simply a matter of incompetence. In many cases, the sorcerer's investment refuses to function. The iron resists the imposition, and the better the forging technique, the more resistant the weapon is. Sorcery thrives on flaws, whether structural in the physical sense or metaphorical in the thematic sense." "Ah, I see your eyes glazing over, Finad. Never mind. Let's peruse the antiques, shall we?" The cedar led him to the far wall, and Bryce immediately saw a perfect weapon, long and narrow of blade, pointed and double-edged, modest hilt. "Leathery steel," he said, reaching for it. "Yes, in the blue style, which, as you well know, is the very earliest technique for leathery steel. In some ways, the blue style produces finer steel than our present methods. The drawbacks lie in other areas." Bryce tested the weight of the weapon. "The pommel needs to be replaced, but otherwise—" Then he looked up. "But it's cursed?" "Only insofar as all blue-style weapons are cursed. As you know, the blade's core is twisted wire, 5 braids of 60 strands each. 5 bars are fused to that core to produce the breadth and edge. Blue style is very flexible, almost unbreakable, with one drawback. Finad, touch the blade to any other here. Lightly, please. Go ahead." Bryce did so, and a strange sound reverberated from the blue-style sword, a cry that went on and on. "Depending on where on the blade you strike, the note is unique, although each will eventually descend or ascend to the core's own voice. The effect is cumulative and persistent." "Sounds like a dying goat." "There is a name etched into the base of the blade, Finad. Arcane script. Can you read it?" Bryce squinted, struggled a moment with the awkward lettering, then smiled. "Glory goat. Well, it seems a mostly harmless curse. Is there any other sorcery invested in it?" "The edges self-sharpen, I believe. Nicks and notches heal, although some material is always lost. Some laws cannot be cheated." The cedar drew out another sword. "This one is somewhat oversized, I'll grant you." "No, that's good. The stranger was very tall." "He was now, was he?" Bryce nodded, shifting the first sword to his left hand and taking the one Kuru Khan held in his right. "Errant, this would be hard to wield. For me, that is." "Sarat wept," the cedar said. "About 4 generations old. One of the last in the blue style. It belonged to the king's champion of that time." Bryce frowned. "Orodat? Very good. I've seen images of him in frescoes and tapestries. A big man. Oh yes, but reputedly very quick. Remarkable, given the weight of this sword." He held it out. The blade pulls. The line is a hair's breadth outward. "This is a left-handed weapon." "Yes." "Well," Bryce considered, "the stranger fights with both hands, and he specified 2 full swords, suggesting a certain measure of ambidexterity. Yes. Investment? To make it shatter upon its wielder's death. But, yes, another incompetent effort. Thus, 2 formidable weapons in the blue style of leathery steel. Acceptable?" Bryce studied both weapons, the play of aquamarine in the lantern light. Both beautiful and exquisitely crafted. Yes, I think these will do. When will you deliver them? Tomorrow. I have no desire to enter those grounds at night. He thought of Kettle, and felt once more the clasp of her cold hand. It did not occur to him then that he had not informed the Cedar of one particular detail from his encounter at the tower. It was a matter that, outwardly at least, seemed of little relevance. Kettle was more than just a child. She was also dead. Thanks to this careless omission, the Cedar's measure of fear was not as great as it should have been. Indeed, as it needed to be. Thanks to this omission, and in the last moments before the Finad parted company with Kuru Khan, a crossroads was reached, and then, inexorably, a path was taken. The night air was pleasant, a warm wind stirring the rubbish in the gutters as Tehol and Bug paused at the foot of the steps to Scale House. "That was exhausting," Tehol said. "I think I'll go to bed." "Don't you want to eat first, Master?" "You scrounged something?" "No." "So we have nothing to eat?" "That's right." "Then why did you ask me if I wanted to eat?" "I was curious." Tehol anchored his fists on his hips and glared at his manservant. "Look, it wasn't me who nearly got us investigated in there." "It wasn't?" "Well, not all me. It was you too. Poking eyes and all that." "Master, it was you who sent me there. You who had the idea of offering a contract." "Poking eyes!" All right, all right. Believe me, Master, I regret my actions deeply." "You regret deeply?" "Fine. Deeply regret." "That's it. I'm going to bed. Look at this street. It's a mess." "I'll get around to it, Master, if I find the time." "Well, that should be no problem, Bug. After all, what have you done today?" "Scant little, it's true." "As I thought." Tehol cinched up his trousers. "Never mind. Let's go before something terrible happens." Chapter 13. Out of the white, out of the sun's brittle dismay, we are the grim shapes who haunt all fate. Out of the white, out of the wind's hoarse bray, we are the dark ghosts who haunt all fate. Out of the white, out of the snow's worldly fray, we are the sword's wolves who haunt all fate. Jack Marching Chant. 15 paces, no more than that, between emperor and slave. A stretch of leathery rugs, booty from some raid a century or more past, on which paths were worn deep, a pattern of stolen colour mapping stunted roads across heroic scenes. Kings crowned, champions triumphant, images of history the Edur had walked on, indifferent and intent on their small journeys in this chamber. Udinas wasn't prepared to ascribe any significance to these details. He had come to his own pattern, a gaze unwavering and precise, the mind behind it disconnected, its surface devoid of ripples and its depths motionless. It was safer that way. He could stand here, equidistant between two torch sconces, and so bathed by the light of neither. And in this indeterminate centre he looked on, silently watching as Rulad discarded his bearskin to stand naked before his new wife. Udinas might have been amused, had he permitted the emotion, to see the coins burned into the Emperor's penis pop off, 1, 2, 2 more, then 4, as Rulad's desire became apparent. Coins thumping to the rug-strewn floor, a few bouncing and managing modest rolls before settling. He might have been horrified at the look in the Emperor's red-rimmed eyes as he reached out, beckoning Mayan closer. Waves of sympathy for the hapless young woman were possible, but only in the abstract. Witnessing this macabre, strangely comic moment, the slave remained motionless, without and within, and the bizarre reality of this world played itself out without comment. Her self-control was at first absolute. He took her hand and drew it down, pulling her closer. "Mayan," the Emperor said in a rasp, in a voice that reached for tenderness and achieved little more than rough lust.
Should I reveal to you that I have dreamed of this moment?
A harsh laugh.
Not quite. Not like this. Not in so much detail.
You made your desires known, Rulad, before this.
Yes, call me Rulad, as you did before. Between us, nothing need change.
Yet I am your empress.
My wife.
We cannot speak as if nothing has changed.
I will teach you, Mayan. I am still Rulad.
He embraced her then, an awkward, childlike encirclement in gold.
You need not think of fear, he said. Mayan, you are his gift to me, his proof of loyalty. He did as a brother should.
I was betrothed.
And I am emperor. I can break the rules that would bind the Edur. The past is dead, Mayan, and it is I who shall forge the future. With you at my side. I saw you looking upon me day after day, and I could see the desire in your eyes. Oh, we both knew that fear would have you in the end. What could we do? Nothing. But I have changed all that.
He drew back a step, although she still held him with one hand.
Mayan, my wife.
He began undressing her. Realities, moments one by one, stumbling forward. Clumsy necessities. Rulad's dreams of this scene, whatever they had been in detail, were translated into a series of mundane impracticalities. Clothes were not easily discarded, unless designed with that in mind, and these were not. Her passivity under his ministrations added to the faltering, until this became an event bereft of romance. Udinas could see his lust fading. Of course it would revive. Rulad was young, after all. The feelings of the object of his hunger were irrelevant, for an object Mayan had become, his trophy. That the Emperor sensed the slipping away of any chance of interlocking desires became evident as he began speaking once more.
I saw in your eyes how you wanted me. Now, Mayan, no one stands between us.
But he does, Rulad. Moreover, your monstrosity has become something you now wear on your flesh, and now what had to arrive. Leathery gold yields to its natural inclination. Now leathery gold rapes this Tist Edur. Ha! The Emperor's lust had returned. His own statements had convinced him. He pulled her towards the bed at the far wall. It had belonged to Hanan Mossag, and so was crafted for a single occupant. There was no room for lying side by side, which proved no obstacle for Rulad's intentions. He pushed her onto her back, looked down at her for a moment, then said,
No, I would crush you. Get up, my love. You will descend upon me. I will give you children. I promise, many children whom you will adore. There will be heirs, many heirs.
An appeal, Udinas could well hear, to sure instincts, the promise of eventual redemption, reason to survive the ordeal of the present. Rulad settled down on the bed, arms out to the sides. She stared down at him, then moved to straddle this cruciform-shaped body of gold, descending over him. A game of mortality, the act of sex, reduced so that decades became moments, awakening, reveling in overwrought sensation, a brief spurt meant to procreate, spent exhaustion, then death. Rulad was young. He did not last long enough to assuage his ego. Even so, at the moment before he spasmed beneath her, before his heavy groan that thinned into a whimper, Udinas saw Mayan's control begin to crumble, as if she had found a spark within her that she could flame into proper desire, perhaps even pleasure. Then, as he released, that spark flickered, died. None of which Rulad witnessed, for his eyes were closed, and he was fully inside himself. He would improve, of course, or so it was reasonable to expect. She might even gain a measure of control over this act, and so revive and fan into life that spark. At that moment, Udinas believed Mayan became the Empress, wife to the Emperor. At that moment, his faith in her spirit withered, if faith was the right word, that singular war between expectation and hope. Had he compassion to feel, he might have understood, and so softened with empathy. But compassion was engagement, a mindfulness beyond that of mere witness, and he felt none of that. He heard soft weeping coming from another place of darkness in the chamber, and slowly turned his head to look upon the fourth and last person present. As he had been, a witness to the rape with its hidden metaphorical violence, but a witness trapped in the horror of feeling. Among the criss-crossing worn paths of faded colour, one led to her. Featherwitch huddled, pressed up against the wall, hands covering her face, racked with shudders. Much more of this, and she might end up killed. Roulad was a man growing ever more intimate with dying. He did not need reminding of what it cost him and everyone around him. Even worse, he was without constraints. Udinas considered walking over to her, if only to tell her to be quiet. But his eyes fell on the intervening expanse of rugs and their images, and he realized that the distance was too great. Mayen had remained straddling Roulad, her head hanging down.
"Again,"
the Empress said. She straightened, began her motions, and Udinas watched her search for that spark of pleasure, and then find it. Wanting good, yearning for bad. As simple as that? Was this contradictory, confused map universally impressed upon the minds of men and women? That did not seem a question worth answering, Udinas decided. He had lost enough already.
"Shut that bitch up!"
The slaves started at the Emperor's hoarse shout. The weeping had grown louder, probably in answer to Mayen's audible panting. Udinas pushed himself forward, across the rugs to where Featherwitch crouched in the gloom.
"Get her out of here! Both of you, get out!"
She did not resist as he lifted her to her feet. Udinas leaned close.
"Listen, Featherwitch," he said under his breath. "What did you expect?"
Her head snapped up, and he saw hatred in her eyes.
"From you," she said in a snarl, "nothing. From her. Don't answer. We must leave."
He guided her to the side door, then through into the servants' corridor beyond. He closed the door behind them, then pulled her another half-dozen steps down the passage.
"There's no cause for crying," Udinas said. "Mayen is trapped, just like us, Featherwitch. It is not for you to grieve that she has sought and found pleasure." "I know what you're getting at, indebted," she said, twisting her arm out of his grip. "Is that what you want? My surrender? My finding pleasure when you make use of me?"
"I am, as you say, Featherwitch, indebted. What I want? My wants mean nothing. They have fallen silent in my mind. You think I still pursue you? I still yearn for your love?" He shook his head as he studied her face. "You were right. What is the point?"
"I want nothing to do with you, Udinas."
"Yes, I know. But you are Mayen's handmaiden, and I, it appears, am to be Roulad's own slave. Emperor and Empress. That is the reality we must face. You and I, we are a conceit, or we were. Not any more, as far as I am concerned."
"Good. Then we need only deal with each other as necessity demands."
He nodded. Her eyes narrowed.
"I do not trust you."
"I do not care." Uncertainty, unease.
"What game are you playing at, Udinas? Who speaks through your mouth?"
She stepped back.
"I should tell her about what hides within you."
"If you do that, Featherwitch, you will destroy your only chance."
"My only chance? What chance?"
"Freedom." Her face twisted.
"And with that you would purchase my silence? You are foolish, indebted. I was born a slave. I have none of your memories to haunt me."
"My memories? Featherwitch, my memory of freedom is as an indebted trapped in a kingdom where even death offers no absolution. My memory is my father's memory, and would have been my children's memory. But you misunderstood. I did not speak of my freedom. I spoke only of yours. Not something to be recaptured, but found anew."
"And how do you plan on freeing me, Udinas?"
"We are going to war, Featherwitch. The Tist Edur will wage war against Lether." She scowled.
What of it? There have been wars before.
Not like this one. Rulad isn't interested in raids. This will be a war of conquest.
Conquer Lether? They will fail.
Yes, they might. The point is, when the Edur march south, we will be going with them.
Why are you so certain of all this? This war, this conquest?
Because the Emperor has summoned the Shadow Wraiths. All of them.
You cannot know such a thing.
He said nothing.
You cannot!
Featherwitch insisted. Then she spun round and hurried down the passage. Udinas returned to the door, to await the summons he knew would come eventually. Emperor and slave, a score of paces, 1,000 leagues. In the span of intractable command and obedience, the mind did not count distance, for the path was well worn, as it always had been, and as it would ever be. The wraiths gathered in desultory legions in the surrounding forest, among them massive demons bound in chains that formed a most poignant armour. Creatures heaving up from the sea to hold the 400 or more Korthan raider ships now being readied, eager to carry them south. Among the tribes, in every village, the sorcerers awakening to the new emperor's demand. A summons to war. Across a worn rug, heroes triumphant. From beyond the wooden portal came Mayan's cry. He emerged from the forest, his face pallid, his expression haunted, and halted in surprise at seeing the readied wagons, Buruks swearing at the Nerek as they scurried about. Seren Pedak had completed donning her leather armour and was strapping on her sword belt. She watched him approach.
Dire events, Halbedict.
You are leaving?
Buruk has so commanded.
What of the iron he sought to sell?
It goes back with us.
She looked about, then said,
Come, walk with me. I need to speak one last time with the first eunuch.
Hull slowly nodded. Good. There is much that I must tell you. Her answering smile was wry.
It was my intent to accord the same to you.
They set off for the guest house near the citadel, once more through the ringed divisions of the Edur city. This time, however, the citizens they passed were silent, sombre. Seren and Hull moved among them like ghosts. I visited the old sites, Hull said, and found signs of activity.
What old sites?
Seren asked. North of the crevasse, the forest cloaks what was once a vast city, stretching on for leagues. It was entirely flagstoned, a stone of a type I've never seen before. It does not break, and only the action of roots has succeeded in shifting the slabs about.
Why should there be any activity at such places, beyond that of the usual ghosts and wraiths?
Hull glanced at her momentarily, then looked away. There are kill sites, piles of bones that have long since turned to stone, skeletal remains of Tist, along with the bones of some kind of reptilian beast.
Yes, I have seen those,
Seren said.
They are collected and ground into medicinal powder by the Nerek.
Just so. Aquitor, these sites have been disturbed, and the tracks I found were most disconcerting. They are, I believe, draconic. She stared at him in disbelief.
The hold of the dragon has remained inactive, according to the casters of the tiles, for thousands of years.
When did you last speak to a caster? Seren hesitated, thinking back on Featherwitch's efforts. When, it was hinted, all was in flux.
Very well. Draconic.
The thought of dragons manifest in this world was terrifying.
But I cannot see how this relates to the Tist Edur.
Seren Pedak, you must have realized by now that the Tist Edur worshipped dragons. Father Shadow, the 3 daughters, they are all draconic, or soul-taken. In the depths of the crevasse a short distance from here can be found the shattered skull of a dragon. I believe that dragon is Father Shadow, the one the Edur call Skabandari Blood-Eye. Perhaps this is the source of the betrayal that seems to be the heart of Edur religion. I found tracks there as well, Edur footprints.
And what significance have you drawn from all this, Hull?
There will be war, a fated war, born of a renewed sense of destiny. I fear for Hanan Mossag, for I think he has grasped a dragon's tail, perhaps more than figuratively. This could prove too much, even for him and his Karisnan.
Hull, the Warlock King no longer rules the Edur.
Shock. Then his expression darkened. Did the delegation arrive with assassins in its company?
He was deposed before the delegation's arrival, she replied. Oh, I don't know where to begin. Binadas's brother, Rulad. He died, then rose again, within his possession a sword, the gift that Hanan Mossag sought. Rulad has proclaimed himself emperor, and Hanan Mossag knelt before him.
Hull's eyes shone. As I said then, destiny.
Is that what you choose to call it?
I hear anger in your voice, Acquitor.
Destiny is a lie. Destiny is justification for atrocity. It is the means by which murderers armor themselves against reprimand. It is a word intended to stand in place of ethics, denying all moral context. Hull, you are embracing that lie, and not in ignorance.
They had reached the bridge. Hull Benedict halted and rounded on her. You knew me once, Seren Pedak. Enough to give me back my life. I am not blind to this truth, nor to the truth of who you are. You are honourable in a world that devours honour. And would that I had been able to take more from you than I did, to become like you, even to join my life to yours. But I haven't your strength. I could not refashion myself. He studied her for a moment, then continued before she could respond. You are right. I am not blind. I understand what it means to embrace destiny. What I am trying to tell you is, it is the best I can do. She stepped back, as if buffeted by consecutive blows. Her eyes locked with his, and she saw in them the veracity of his confession. She wanted to scream, to lose her anguish, a sound to ring through the city as if to answer, finally and irrefutably, all that had happened.
But no, I am a fool to think that others feel as I do. This tide is rising, and there are scant few who would stand before it.
With heart-breaking gentleness, Hull Benedict reached out and took her arm. Come, let us pay a visit to the first eunuch.
At the very least, Seren tried as they crossed the bridge, your own position has become less relevant, making you in less danger than you might otherwise have been.
Do you think so?
You don't?
That depends. Rulad may not accept my offer of alliance. He might not trust me.
What would you do then, Hull?
I don't know.
The guest-house was crowded. Finad Geron Eberict had arrived, along with the first eunuch's own bodyguard, the Rulith, and a dozen other guards and officials. As Seren and Hull entered, they found themselves in the midst of a fierce exhortation from Prince Quilas Discanar.
Sorcerers in both our camps. If we strike now, we might well succeed in cutting out the heart of this treacherous tyranny.
He swung round.
Finad Morok Nevath, are our mages present?
3 of the 4, my prince, the warrior replied. Leodas remains with the ships.
Very good. Well, first eunuch?
Nefadas was studying the prince, expressionless. He made no reply to Quilas, turning instead to regard Hull and Seren.
Equitor, does the rain continue to fall?
No, first eunuch.
And is Buruk the Pale ready to depart?
She nodded.
I asked you a question, Nefadas,
Quilas said, his face darkening.
Answering it,
the first eunuch said slowly, fixing his small eyes on the prince,
makes implicit the matter is worth considering. It is not.
We are facing more than Hanan Mossag, the warlock, and his Karisnan.
The Emperor and his sword. Together they are something other. Those accompanying me are here under my guidance, and at present we shall remain in good faith. Tell me, Prince, how many assassins have you brought along with your sorcerers?
Quilas said nothing. Nefadas addressed Geron Eberict.
Finad?
There are 2, the man replied, both present in this chamber. The first eunuch nodded, then seemed to dismiss the issue.
"Hull Benedict, I am hesitant to offer you welcome."
"I am not offended by that admission, first eunuch."
"Has the Equator apprised you of the situation?"
"She has."
"And?"
"For what it is worth, I advise you to leave as soon as possible."
"And what will you do?"
Hull frowned. "I see no reason to answer that."
"You are a traitor,"
Quillas said in a hiss.
"Finad Morok, arrest him."
There was dismay on the first eunuch's features as Morok Nevath drew his sword and stepped close to Hull Benedict.
"You cannot do that,"
Seren Pedak said, her heart thundering in her chest. All eyes fixed on her.
"I am sorry, my prince,"
she continued, struggling to keep her voice even.
"Hull Benedict is under the protection of the Tist Edur. He was granted guest status by Benedas Sengar, brother to the Emperor.
He is Lethari."
"The Edur will be indifferent to that detail,"
Seren replied.
"We are done here," Nefadas said. "There will be no arrests. Prince Quillas, it is time."
"Do we scurry at this Emperor's command, first eunuch?"
Quillas was shaking with rage.
"He asks for us, well enough. Let the bastard wait."
He wheeled on Hull Benedict.
"Know that I intend to proclaim you an outlaw and traitor of Lether. Your life is forfeit."
A weary smile was Hull's only reply. Nefadas spoke to Seren.
"Equator, will you accompany us to our audience with the Emperor?"
She was surprised by the offer, and more than a little alarmed.
"First eunuch? Assuming Buruk is prepared to wait, of course. I am certain he will be, and I will send someone to inform him."
He gestured, and one of his servants hurried off.
"Hull Benedict, I presume you are on your way to speak with Emperor Rulad? At the very least, accompany us to the citadel. I doubt there will be any confusion of purposes once we enter."
Seren could not determine the motives underlying the first eunuch's invitations. She felt rattled, off balance. "As you wish," Hull said, shrugging. Nefadas in the lead, the four Lethari left the guest-house and made their way towards the citadel. Seren drew Hull a pace behind the first eunuch and Prince Quillas.
"I'm not sure I like this,"
she said under her breath. Hull grunted, and it was a moment before Seren realized it had been a laugh.
"What is funny about that?"
"Your capacity for understatement, Equator. I've always admired your ability to stay level."
"Indecisiveness is generally held to be a flaw, Hull."
"If it is certainty you want, Seren, then join me." The offer was uttered low, barely audible. She sighed.
"I do not want certainty," she replied. "In fact, certainty is the one thing I fear the most."
"I expected that sort of answer." 2 Korisnan met the party at the entrance and escorted them into the throne chamber. Emperor Rulad was seated once more, his new wife standing at his side, on the left. Apart from the 2 Korisnan, no one else was present. Although Mayan's face was fixed and without expression, something about it, ineffable in the way of the secret language among women, told Seren that a consummation had occurred, a binding that was reflected in Rulad's dark eyes, a light of triumph and supreme confidence.
"Hull Benedict,"
he said in his rough voice,
"blood brother to Benedas, you arrive in questionable company."
"Emperor," Hull said, "your brother's faith in me is not misplaced."
"I see. And how does your prince feel about that?"
"He is no longer my prince. His feelings mean nothing to me." Rulad smiled.
"Then I suggest you step to one side. I would now speak to the official delegation from Lether, such as it is."
Hull bowed and walked 3 paces to the right.
"Equator?"
"Emperor, I come to inform you that I am about to leave as escort to Buruk the Pale."
"We appreciate the courtesy, Equator. If that is all that brings you into our presence, best you join Hull."
She bowed in acquiescence and moved away.
Now why did Nefadas want this?
"Emperor Rulad," Nefadas said, "may I speak?" The Edur regarded the first eunuch with half-closed lids.
"We permit it."
"The kingdom of Lether is prepared to enter negotiations regarding the debts incurred as a result of the illegal harvest of tusked seals."
Like a snake whose tail had just been stepped on, Quilas hissed and spat in indignation.
"The issue of debt," Rulad responded, ignoring the prince, "is no longer relevant. We care nothing for your gold, first eunuch. Indeed, we care nothing for you at all."
"If isolation is your desire—"
"We did not say that, first eunuch."
Prince Quilas suddenly smiled, under control once more.
"An opening of outright hostility between our peoples, Emperor? I would warn you against such a tactic, which is not to say I would not welcome it."
"How so, Prince Quilas?"
"We covet the resources you possess, to put it bluntly, and now you give us the opportunity to acquire them. A peaceful solution could have been found in your acknowledgement of indebtedness to Lether. Instead, you voice the absurd lie that it is we who owe you."
Rulad was silent a moment. Then he nodded and said,
"Letheri economics seem founded on peculiar notions, Prince."
"Peculiar? I think not. Natural and undeniable laws guide our endeavours, the results of which you will soon discover, to your regret."
"First eunuch, does the prince speak for Lether?"
Nefadas shrugged. "Does it matter, Emperor?"
"Ah, you are clever indeed. Certainly more worthy of conversation with ourselves than this strutting fool, whose nobility resides only in the fact of his crawling out from between a queen's legs. You are quite right, first eunuch. It no longer matters. We were simply curious."
"I feel no obligation to assuage that curiosity, Emperor."
"And now you show your spine at last, Nefadas. We are delighted. Deliver these words to your king, then. The Tist Edur no longer bow in deference to your people, nor are we interested in participating in your endless games of misdirection and the poisonous words you would have us swallow."
A sudden, strange pause, the ghost of some kind of spasm flitting across the Emperor's face. Then he shook himself, settled back. But the look in his eyes was momentarily lost. He blinked, frowned, then the gleam of awareness returned.
"Moreover," he resumed, "we choose now to speak for the tribes you have subjugated, for the hapless peoples you have destroyed. It is time you answered for your crimes."
Nefadas slowly tilted his head. "Is this a declaration of war?" he asked in a soft voice.
"We shall announce our intention with deeds, not words, first eunuch. We have spoken. Your delegation is dismissed. We regret that you travelled so far for what has turned out to be a short visit. Perhaps we will speak again in the future, although we suspect in very different circumstances."
Nefadas bowed. "Then, if you will excuse us, Emperor, we must make ready to depart."
"You may go. Halbedict, Acquitor, remain a moment."
Seren watched Quilas and Nefadas walk stiffly from the throne chamber. She was still thinking about that display from Rulad.
A crack, a fissure. I think I saw him then, young Rulad, there inside.
"Acquitor,"
Rulad said as soon as the curtains fell back into place, drawing her attention round,
"inform Buruk the Pale that he has right of passage for his flight. However, the duration of the privilege is short, so he best make haste."
"Emperor, the wagons perforce—"
"We fear he will not have sufficient time to take his wagons with him."
She blinked.
"You expect him to abandon the iron in his possession?"
"There are always risks in business, Acquitor, as you Letheri are quick to point out when it is to your advantage. Alas, the same applies when the situation is reversed."
"How many days do you permit us?"
3. One more detail. The Nerek remain here."
"The Nerek?"
are indebted to Buruk, yes, we understand that. Yet another vagary of economics, alas, under which the poor man must suffer. He has our sympathy.
Buruk is a merchant emperor. He is used to travelling by wagon. 3 days for the return journey may well be beyond his physical abilities.
That would be unfortunate for him.
The dead, cold gaze shifted.
Hull Benedict, what have you to offer us?
Hull dropped to one knee. I swear myself to your cause, Emperor.
Rulad smiled. You do not yet know that cause, Hull Benedict.
I believe I comprehend more than you might think, sire.
Indeed.
And I would stand with you. The Emperor swung his attention back to Seren.
Best take your leave now, Aquitor. This discussion is not for you.
Seren looked across at Hull, and their eyes met. Although neither moved, it seemed to her that he was retreating before her, growing ever more distant, ever further from her reach. The intervening space had become a vast gulf, a distance that could not be bridged.
And so I lose you, to this creature.
Her thoughts ended there. As blank as the future now breached, the space beyond naught but oblivion.
And so we plunge forward. Goodbye, Hull Benedict.
Fare you well, Seren Pedak. Her legs felt wobbly beneath her as she walked to the curtained exit. Geren Eberict was waiting for her 10 paces from the citadel doors. There was smug amusement in his expression.
He remains inside, does he? For how long?
Seren struggled to compose herself.
What do you want, Finad?
That is a difficult question to answer, Aquitor. I was asked by Bryce Benedict to speak to his brother, but the opportunity seems increasingly remote.
And if I tell him that Hull is lost to us, what would he do then?
Geren Eberict smiled, as if he had read the thoughts in her mind. She looked away.
Hull Benedict is under the Emperor's protection.
I am pleased for him.
She glared.
You do not understand. Look around, Finad. This village is filled with shadows, and in those shadows are wraiths, servants to the Edur.
His brows rose.
You believe I desire to kill him? Where has that suspicion come from, Aquitor? I did say speak, did I not? I was not being euphemistic.
Your reputation gives cause for alarm, Finad.
I have no reason to proclaim Hull my enemy, regardless of his political allegiance. After all, if he proves to be a traitor, then the kingdom possesses its own means of dealing with him. I have no interest in interceding in such a matter. I was but endeavouring to consummate my promise to Bryce.
What did Bryce hope to achieve?
I'm not sure. Perhaps I was once, but clearly everything has changed.
Seren studied him.
And what of you, Aquitor? He asked. You will escort the merchant back to Trait. Then what?
She shrugged. There seemed little reason to dissemble.
I am going home, Finad.
Letheras? That residence has seen little of you.
Clearly that is about to change.
He nodded.
There will be no demand for Aquitos in the foreseeable future, Seren Pedak. I would be honoured if you would consider working for me.
Work?
My estate. I am involved in extensive enterprises. You have integrity, Aquitor. You are someone I could trust.
He hesitated, then added,
Do not feel you need to answer here and now. I ask that you think on it. I shall call upon you in Letheras.
I think, Finad, Seren said, that you will find yourself rather preoccupied with your military duties, given what is about to happen.
My position is in the palace. I do not command armies.
He looked round, and his gap-toothed smile returned.
These savages won't reach Letheras. They'll be lucky to make it across the frontier. You forget, Aquitor, we've faced similar enemies before. The Nerek had their spirit goddess. What was it called?
The Erisal.
Yes, that's it, the Erisal.
and the Tarthanal their 5 Seragal, the Wrath-wielders. Warlocks and witches, curses and demons, we obliterated them one and all, and the Cedar and his cadre barely broke a sweat. I fear this time it will be different, Finad. He cocked his head. Aquitor, when you think of the merchant tolls, what do you imagine it to be? I don't understand. The commercial core, the heart of the financial system which drives all of Lether. It's every citizen, its very way of looking at the world. The tolls are not simply coins stacked high in some secret vault, not just traders howling their numbers before the day's close. The tolls are the roots of our civilization, the fibers reaching out to infest everything. Everything. What is your point, Finad? You are cleverer than that, Aquitor. You understand full well. That heart feeds on the best and the worst in human nature. Exaltation and achievement, ambition and greed, all acting in self-serving concert. Thus, 4 facets of our nature, and not one sits well with constraints on its behavior, on its expression. We win not just with armies, Seren Pedak. We win because our system appeals to the best and worst within all people, not just humans. Destiny. He shrugged. Call it what you will. But we have made it inevitable and all-devouring. I see little of exaltation and achievement in what we do, Finad. It would seem there is a growing imbalance. His laugh cut her off. And that is the truth of freedom, Seren Pedak. She could feel her anger rising. I always believed freedom concerned the granted right to be different without fear of repression. A lofty notion, but you won't find it in the real world. We have hammered freedom into a sword, and if you won't be like us, we will use that sword to kill you one by one, until your spirit is broken. What if the Tist Edur surprise you, Finad? Will you in turn choose to die in defense of your great cause? Some can die, some will. Indeed, unlikely as it is, we may all die. But unless the victors leave naught but ashes in their wake, the heart will beat on. Its roots will find new flesh. The Emperor may have his demons of the seas, but we possess a monster unimaginably vast, and it devours. And what it cannot devour, it will smother or starve. Win or lose, the Tist Edur still lose. She stepped back. Finad Geran Eberict, I want nothing to do with your world. And so you need not wait for my answer, for I have just given it. As you like, but know that I will think no less of you when you change your mind. I won't. He turned away. Everyone has to work to eat, lass. See you in Letheras. Udinas had stood quietly in the gloom during the audience with the delegation. His fellow Letheri had not marked his presence, and, had they done so, it would not have mattered, for it was the Emperor who commanded the exchange. After the dismissal of the delegation and the Aquitor's departure, Rulad had beckoned Hull-Bedict closer.
You swear your fealty to us,
the Emperor said in a murmur, as if tasting each word before it escaped his mangled lips. I know the details you need, Emperor. The location and complement of every garrison, every frontier encampment. I know their tactics, the manner in which armies are arrayed for battle, the way sorcery is employed. I know where the food and water caches are hidden. These are the military repositories, and they are massive. Rulad leaned forward.
You would betray your own people? Why?
Vengeance, Hull-Bedict replied. The word chilled Udinas. Sire, Hull continued, my people betrayed me, long ago. I have long awaited an opportunity such as this one.
And so, vengeance? A worthy sentiment?
Emperor, there is nothing else left for me.
Tell us, Hull-Bedict, will the mighty Letheri fleet take to the waves to challenge us?
No, I don't think so. Not at first, anyway.
And their armies?
The doctrine is one of an initial phase of rolling mobile defense, drawing your forces ever forward. Then counterattack, deep strikes to cut your supply lines, attack and withdraw, attack and withdraw. By the third phase, they will encircle your armies to complete the annihilation. Their fleets will avoid any sea engagement, for they know that to conquer Lether you must make landing. Instead, I suspect they will send their ships well beyond sight of the coastline, then attack your homeland. The villages here, which they will burn to the ground, and every Tist Edur they find here, old or young, will be butchered. Rulad grunted, then said,
They think we are fools.
The Letheri military is malleable, Emperor. Its soldiers are trained to quick adaptation, should the circumstances warrant it. A formidable, deadly force, exquisitely trained and, employing the raised roads constructed exclusively for it, frighteningly mobile. Worse, they have numerical superiority.
Hardly,
Rulad cut in, smiling.
The Edur possess new allies, Halbedict, as you shall soon discover. Very well. We are satisfied, and we conclude that you shall prove useful to us. Go now to our father's house, and make greeting with Binadas, who will be pleased to see you.
The Letheri bowed and strode from the chamber.
Hanan Mossack,
Rulad called in a low voice. A side curtain was drawn aside, and Udinas watched the once warlock king enter.
It would seem, Rulad said, your studies of the Letheri military have yielded you an accurate assessment. His description of their tactics and strategies matches yours exactly.
How soon, Emperor?
Are the tribes readying themselves?
With alacrity.
Then very soon indeed. Tell us your thoughts on Nifadas and the prince.
Nifadas understood quickly that all was lost, but the prince sees that loss as a victory. At the same time, both remain confident in their kingdom's military prowess. Nifadas mourns for us, Emperor.
Poor man. Perhaps he has earned our mercy for that misguided sentiment.
Given the course you have chosen for our people, Emperor, mercy is a notion dangerous to entertain. You can be certain that none will be accorded us. Another spasm afflicted Rulad, such as the one Udinas had witnessed earlier. He thought he understood its source. 1,000 bindings held together Rulad's sanity, but madness was assailing that sanity, and the defences were buckling. Not long ago, no more than the youngest son of a noble family, strutting the village but not yet blooded. In his mind, panoramic visions of glory swinging in a slow turn round the place where he stood. The visions of a youth, crowded with imagined scenarios wherein Rulad could freely exercise his own certainty, and so prove the righteousness of his will. And now that boy sat on the Edur throne. He just had to die to get there. The sudden manifestation of glory still fed him, enough to shape his words and thoughts and feed his imperial comportment, as if the royal we was something to which he had been born. But this was at the barest edge of control, an imperfect facade bolstered by elaborately constructed speech patterns, a kind of awkward articulation that suited Rulad's childlike notions of how an emperor should speak. These were games of persuasion, as much to himself as to his audience. But, Udinas was certain, other thoughts remained in Rulad's mind, gnawing at the roots and crawling like pallid worms through his necrotic soul. For all the glittering gold, the flesh beneath was twisted and scarred. To fashion the facade, all that lay beneath it had been malformed. The slave registered all this in the span of Rulad's momentary spasm, and was unmoved. His gaze drifted to Mayan, but she gave nothing away, not even an awareness of her husband's sudden extremity. Across Hanan Mossag's face, however, Udinas saw a flash of fear, quickly buried beneath a bland regard. A moment's consideration, and Udinas thought he understood that reaction. Hanan Mossag needed his emperor to be sane and in control. Even power unveiled could not have forced him to kneel before a madman. Probably the once warlock king also comprehended that a struggle was underway within Rulad, and had resolved to give what aid he could to the emperor's rational side. And should the battle be lost, should Rulad descend completely into insanity, what would Hanan Mossag do then? The Letheri slave's eyes shifted to the sword the emperor held like a scepter in his right hand, the point anchored on the dais near the throne's ornate foot. The answer hides in that sword, and Hanan Mossag knows far more about that weapon and its maker than he has revealed. Then again, I do as well. Wither, the shadow wraith that had adopted Udinas, had whispered some truths. The sword's power had given Rulad command of the wraiths, the Tist Andi spirits. Wither had somehow avoided the summons, announcing its victory with a melodramatic chuckle rolling through the slave's head, and the wraith's presence now danced with exaggerated glee in the Letheri's mind, witness to all through his eyes. "Emperor," Hanan Mossag said as soon as Rulad had visibly regained himself, "the warlocks among the Arape, yes, they are not to resist. They are to give welcome. And the Nerek you have claimed from the merchant? A different consideration." Momentary unease in Rulad's dark eyes. "They are not to be disturbed. They are to be respected. Their hearth and the surrounding area has seen sanctification," Hanan Mossag said, nodding. "Of course that must be respected, but I have sensed little power from that blessing." "Do not let that deceive you. The spirits they worship are the oldest this world has known. Those spirits do not manifest in ways we might easily recognize." "Ah, Emperor, you have been gifted with knowledge I do not possess." "Yes, Hanan Mossag, I have. We must exercise all caution with the Nerek. I have no desire to see the rising of those spirits." The once warlock king was frowning. The Letheri sorcerers had little difficulty negating, even eradicating, the power of those spirits, else the Nerek would not have crumbled so quickly. The weakness the Letheri exploited was found in the mortal Nerek, not in the spirits they worshipped. It is our belief now, Hanan Mossag, that the Erikson was not truly awakened. She did not rise to defend those who worshipped her. Yet something has changed. Rulad nodded. Something has. He glanced up at Mayan. Begun with the blessing of the Edor woman who is now my wife. She flinched and would meet neither Rulad's nor Hanan Mossag's eyes. The Emperor shrugged. It is done. Need we be concerned? No, not yet. Perhaps never. Nonetheless, we had best remain cautious. Udinas resisted the impulse to laugh, caution born of fear. It was pleasing to know that the Emperor of the Tist Edor could still be afflicted with that emotion. Then again, perhaps I have read Rulad wrongly. Perhaps fear is at the core of the monster he has become. Did it matter? Only if Udinas endeavored to entertain the game of prediction. Was it worth the effort? The Den Ratha are west of Breed Bay, Hanan Mossag said. The Merud can see the smoke of their villages. How many are coming by sea? About 8,000. Every ship. Most of them are warriors, of course. The rest travel overland, and the first groups have already reached the Solanta border. Supplies? The Emperor asked. Sufficient for the journey. And nothing is being left behind? Naught but ashes, sire. Good. Udinas watched Hanan Mossag hesitate, then say, It is already begun. There is no going back now. You have no reason to fret, Rulad replied. I have already sent wraiths to the borderlands. They watch. Soon they will cross over into Lether. The Cedar's frontier sorcerers will find them. Eventually. But the wraiths will not engage, merely flee. I have no wish to show their power yet. I mean to encourage overconfidence. The two Edor continued discussing strategies. Udinas listened, just one more wraith in the gloom. Tral Sengar watched his father rebuilding, with meticulous determination, a kind of faith, stringing together words spoken aloud, yet clearly meant for himself, whilst his wife looked on with the face of an old, broken woman. Death had arrived, only to be shattered by a ghastly reprise, a revivification that offered nothing worth rejoicing in. A king had been cast down, an emperor risen in his place. The world was knocked askew, and Tral found himself detached, numb, witness to these painful, tortured scenes in which the innumerable facets of reconciliation were being attempted, resulting in exhausted silences in which tensions slowly returned, whispering of failure. They had one and all knelt before their new emperor. Brother and son, the kin who had died and now sat bedecked in gold coins, a voice ravaged yet recognizable, eyes that belonged to one they had all once known, yet now looked out fevered with power and glazed with the unhealed wounds of horror. Fear had given up his betrothed, a terrible thing to have done. Rulad had demanded her, and that was obscene. Tral had never felt so helpless as he did now. He pulled his gaze from his father and looked over to where Binadas stood in quiet conversation with Hull Benedict. The Lethari, who had sworn his allegiance to Rulad, who would betray his own people in the war that Tral knew was now inevitable. What has brought us all to this? How can we stop this inexorable march? Do not fight this, brother. Tral looked over at Fear, seated on the bench beside him. Fight what? His brother's expression was hard, almost angry. He carries the sword, Tral. That weapon has nothing to do with the Tist Edur. It is foreign, and it seeks to make its wielder into our god. Father Shadow and his daughters, they are to be cast aside? The sword is naught but a tool. It falls to us, to those around Rulad, to hold to the sanctity of our beliefs, to maintain that structure and so guide Rulad. Tral stared at Fear. He stole your betrothed. Speak of that again, brother, and I will kill you. His eyes flinched away, and he could feel the thud of his heart, rapid in his chest. Rulad will accept no guidance, not from us, Fear, not from anyone. That sword and the one who made it guide him now. That and madness. Madness is what you have decided to see. Tral grunted. Perhaps you are right. Tell me, then, what you see. Pain. And that is something you share. Tral rubbed at his face, slowly sighed. Fight this, Fear? There was never a chance. He looked over again. But do you not wonder? Who has been manipulating us, and for how long? You called that sword a tool. Are we any different? We are Tist Edur. We ruled an entire realm once. We crossed swords with the gods of this world, and lost, were betrayed. I seem to recall you shared our mother's doubts. I was mistaken, lured into weakness. We all were. But we must now cast that aside, Tral. Binadas understands, so does our father. Theradas and Midik Boon as well, and those whom the Emperor has proclaimed his brothers of blood. Choram Irard, Kolb Harat, and Matra Brith. His unblooded friends of old, Tral cut in with a wry smile. The three he always defeated in contests with sword and spear. Them and Midik. What of it? They have earned nothing, Fear, and no amount of proclaiming can change that. Yet Rulad would have us take orders from those, not us. We too are brothers of blood, you forget, and I still command the warriors of the 6 tribes. And how do you think the other noble warriors feel? They have all followed the time-honored path of blooding and worthy deeds in battle. They now find themselves usurped. The first warrior under my command who complains will know the edge of my sword. That edge may grow dull and notched. No, there will be no rebellion. After a moment, Tral nodded. You are probably right, and that is perhaps the most depressing truth yet spoken this day. Fear stood. "You are my brother, Trull, and a man I admire. But you walk close to treason with your words. Were you anyone else, I would have silenced you by now, with finality. No more, Trull. We are an empire now, an empire reborn, and war awaits us. And so I must know, will you fight at the sides of your brothers?" Trull leaned his back against the rough wall. He studied Fear for a moment, then asked, "Have I ever done otherwise?" His brother's expression softened. "No, you have not. You saved us all when we returned from the ice wastes, and that is a deed all now know, and so they look upon you with admiration and awe. By the same token, Trull, they look to you for guidance. There are many who will find their decisions by observing your reaction to what has happened. If they see doubt in your eyes, they will see nothing, Fear, not in my eyes, nor will they find cause for doubt in my actions. I am relieved. The Emperor shall be calling upon us soon, his brothers of blood." Trull also rose. "Very well. But for now, brother, I feel in need of solitude. Will that prove dangerous company? If it does, then I am as good as dead. It hasn't thus far, Fear."
"Leave me now, Hanan Mossag," the Emperor said, his voice revealing sudden exhaustion, "and take the Karisnan with you. Everyone, go. Not you, slave. Mayan, you too, wife. Please go."
The sudden dismissal caused a moment of confusion, but moments later the chamber was vacated, barring Rulad and Udinas. To the slave's eyes, Mayan's departure looked more like flight, her gait stilted as if driven by near hysteria. There would be more moments like this, Udinas suspected, sudden breaks in the normal proceedings, and so he was not surprised when Rulad beckoned him closer, and Udinas saw in the Emperor's eyes a welling of anguish and terror.
"Stand close by me, slave,"
Rulad gasped, fierce trembling sweeping over him.
"Remind me, please, Udinas."
The slave thought for a moment, then said, "You died. Your body was dressed for honorable burial as a blooded warrior of the Heroth. Then you returned. By the sword now in your hand, you returned and are alive once more."
"Yes, that is it, yes!"
A laugh that rose to a piercing shriek, stopping abruptly as a spasm ripped through Rulad. He gaped as if in pain, then muttered,
"The wounds."
"Emperor?"
"No matter, just the memory. Cold iron pushing into my body, cold fire. I tried to curl up around those wounds, up tight to protect what I had already lost. I remember."
Udinas was silent. Since the Emperor would not look at him, he was free to observe, and arrive at conclusions. The young should not die. That final moment belonged to the aged. Some rules should never be broken, and whether the motivation was compassionate or coldly calculated hardly mattered. Rulad had been dead too long to escape some kind of spiritual damage. If the Emperor was to be a tool, then he was a flawed one. And what value that?
"We are imperfect."
Udinas started, said nothing.
"Do you understand that, Udinas?"
"Yes, Emperor."
How? How do you understand?"
"I am a slave." Rulad nodded. His left hand, gauntleted in gold, lifted to join his right where it gripped the handle of the sword.
"Yes, of course. Yes, imperfect. We can never match the ideals set before us. That is the burden of mortality."
A twisted grimace.
"Not just mortals."
A flicker of the eyes, momentarily fixing on the slave's own, then away again.
"He whispers in my mind. He tells me what to say. He makes me cleverer than I am. What does that make me, Udinas? What does that make me?"
"A slave."
"But I am Tist Edur."
"Yes, Emperor." A scowl.
"The gift of a life returned."
"You are indebted." Rulad flinched back in his chair, his eyes flashing with sudden rage.
"We are not the same, slave. Do you understand? I am not one of your indebted. I am not a Lethery."
Then he sagged in a rustle of coins.
"Daughter, take me, the weight of this."
"I am sorry, Emperor. It is true, you are not an indebted, nor perhaps are you a slave, although perhaps it feels that way at times, when exhaustion assails you."
"Yes, that is it. I am tired. That's all. Tired."
Udinas hesitated, then asked, "Emperor, does he speak through you now?" A fragile shake of the head.
"No, but he does not speak through me. He only whispers advice, helps me choose my words, orders my thoughts. But the thoughts are mine. They must be. I am not a fool. I possess my own cleverness. Yes, that is it. He but whispers confidence."
"You have not eaten," Udinas said, "nor drunk anything. Do you know hunger and thirst, Emperor? Can I get you something to replenish your strength?"
"Yes, I would eat, and some wine. Find a servant."
"At once, master." Udinas walked to the small curtain covering the entrance to the passage that led to the kitchens. He found a servant huddled in the corridor a dozen paces from the door. Terrified eyes glistened up at him as he approached. "On your feet, Virik. The Emperor wants wine and food."
"The god would eat?"
"He's not a god. Food and drink, Virik. Fit for an emperor, and be quick about it." The servant scrambled up, seemed about to bolt. "You know how to do this," Udinas said in a calm voice. "It's what you have been trained to do."
"I am frightened."
"Listen to me. I will tell you a secret. You always like secrets, don't you, Virik?" A tentative nod. "It is this," Udinas said. "We slaves have no reason to fear. It is the Edur who have reason, and that gives us leave to continue laughing behind their backs. Remember doing that, Virik? It's your favorite game."
I remember, Udinas."
"Good. Now go into the kitchens and show the others. You know the secret now. Show them, and they will follow. Food and wine. When you are ready, bring it to the curtain and give the low whistle, as you would do normally. Virik, we need things to return to normal, do you understand? And that task falls to us, the slaves."
"Featherwitch ran."
"Featherwitch is young, and what she did was wrong. I have spoken to her, and shall do so again."
"Yes, Udinas. You are the Emperor's slave. You have the right of it. There is much wisdom in your words. I think we will listen to you, indebted though you are. You have been elevated."
He nodded.
"Featherwitch failed us."
"Do not be so harsh on her, Virik. Now go." He watched the servant hurry off down the corridor. Then Udinas swung about and returned to the throne chamber.
"What took you so long?"
Rulad demanded in near panic.
"I heard voices."
"I was informing Virik of your requirements, Emperor."
"You are too slow. You must be quicker, slave."
"I shall, master."
"Everyone must be told what to do. No one seems capable of thinking for themselves."
Udinas said nothing, and did not dare smile even as the obvious observation drifted through his mind.
"You are useful to us, slave. We will need reminding, again, at unexpected times, and that is what you shall do for us. That and food and drink at proper times."
"Yes, master."
"Now, stand in attendance whilst we rest our eyes for a time."
"Of course, master." He stood, waiting, watching, a dozen paces away. The distance between emperor and slave. As he made his way onto the bridge, Tral Sengar saw the Equator. She was standing midway across the bridge, motionless as a frightened deer, her gaze fixed on the main road leading through the village. Tral could not see what had snared her attention. He hesitated. Then her head turned and he met her eyes. There were no words for what passed between them at that instant. A gaze that began searchingly, then swiftly and ineffably transformed into something else. That locked contact was mutually broken in the next moment, instinctive reactions from them both. In the awkward wake, nothing was said for a half-dozen heartbeats. Trull found himself struggling against a sense of vast emptiness deep in his chest. Seren Pedak spoke first.
"Is there no room left, Trull Sengar?"
And he understood. No, Aquitor, no room left.
"I think you would have it otherwise, wouldn't you?"
The question brushed too close to the wordless recognition they had shared only a few moments earlier, and he saw once again in her eyes a flicker of something. He mentally recoiled from an honest reply. "I serve my Emperor." The flicker vanished, replaced by a cool regard that slipped effortlessly through his defences, driving like a knife into his chest.
"Of course. Forgive me. It is too late for questions like that. I must be leaving now, to escort Buruk the Pale back to Trait."
Each word a twist of that knife, despite their being seemingly innocuous. He did not understand how they, and the look in her eyes, could hurt him so deeply, and he wanted to cry out. Denials, confessions. Instead, he punctuated the break of that empathy with a damning shrug. "Journey well, Aquitor." Nothing more, and he knew himself for a coward. He watched her walk away, thinking on his life's journey as much as the Aquitor's, on the stumbles that occurred, with no awareness of their potential for profundity. Balance reacquired, but the path had changed. So many choices proved irrevocable. Trull wondered if this one would as well. Chapter 14. Where is the darkness in the days gone past, when the sun bathed everything in godling light, and we were burnished bright in our youthful ascendancy, delighted shrieks and distant laughter, carried on the gilden stream of days that did not pause for night, with every shadow burned through by immortal fire? Where then is the darkness arrived at sun's death, arrived creeping and low to growl revelations of the torrid descent that drags us down onto this moment? Immortal fire, Fisher Kel-Tath. A voice spoke from the darkness. "I wouldn't go down that street, old man." Bug glanced over. "I thank you for the warning," he replied, walking on. 10 paces into the narrow alley he could smell spilled blood. Footsteps behind him told him the lookout had moved into his wake, presumably to block his avenue of retreat. "I warned you. I'm the one you sent for," Bug said. 4 more figures appeared from the gloom in front of him, cutthroats one and all. They looked frightened. The lookout came round and stepped close to peer at Bug's face. "You're the waiting man? You ain't what I expected. What has happened here? Who's dead and who killed him?" "Not who killed him," one of the 4 standing before Bug muttered. "More like what, and we don't know. Only it was big, skin black as canal water, with spikes on its arms, eyes like a snake's, glowing grey." Bug sniffed the air, seeking something beyond the blood. "It ripped strong roll to pieces, it did, then went into that building." The manservant swung his gaze to where the man pointed. A derelict temple sunken down at one corner, the peaked roof tilted sharply on that side. Bug grunted. "That was the last temple of the Fulcra, wasn't it?" "Don't ask us." "That cult's been dead 100 years at least," the manservant continued, scowling at the dilapidated structure. The entranceway, wide and gaping, capped in a solid lintel stone, was once 3 steps higher than street level, back when this alley had been a street. He could just make out the right corner of the top step. There seemed to be a heap of rubbish piled up just within, recently disturbed. Bug glanced back at the 5 thugs. "What were you doing skulking around here, anyway?" An exchange of looks, then the lookout shrugged. "We was hiding." "Hiding? This little girl, well, right. Bug faced the entrance once again. "Hold on, old man," the man said. "You ain't going in there, are you?" "Well, why else did you call for me?" "We expected you to get the city guards or something. Maybe a mage or three." "I might well do that. But first, better to know what we're dealing with." Bug then clambered into the ruined temple. Thick, damp air and profound darkness. A smell of freshly turned earth, and then, faintly, the sound of breathing, slow and deep. The manservant fixed his gaze on the source of that sound. "All right," he said in a murmur. "It's been some time since you last breathed the night air. But that doesn't give you the right to kill a hapless mortal, does it?" A massive shape shuffled to one side near the far wall. "Don't hurt me. I'm not going back. They're killing everyone." Bug sighed. "You'll have to do better than that." The shape seemed to break apart, and the manservant saw motion, fanning out. At least 6 new, smaller forms, each low and long. The gleam of reptilian eyes fixed on him from all along the back wall. "So that is why you chose this temple," Bug said. "Alas, your worshippers are long gone."
"You may think so,"
A half-dozen voices now, a whispered chorus.
"but you are wrong.
"Why did you kill that mortal?"
He was blocking the doorway.
"So now that you're here—"
I will wait."
Bug considered this, and the implications inherent in that statement. He slowly frowned. "Very well, but no more killing. Stay in here."
"I will agree to that, for now."
"Until what you're waiting for arrives."
"Yes, then we shall hunt."
Bug turned away. "That's what you think," he said under his breath. He reappeared outside the temple, studied the 5 terrified faces in the gloom. "Spread the word that no one is to enter that temple." "That's it? What about the guards, the mages? What about Strong Raw?" "Well, if you're interested in vengeance, I suggest you find a few thousand friends first. There will be a reckoning eventually." The lookout snorted. "The waiting man wants us to wait." Bug shrugged. "The best I can do. To oust this beast, the Cedar himself would have to come down here." "So send for him." "I'm afraid I don't possess that sort of clout. Go home, all of you." Bug moved past them and made his way down the alley. Things were getting decidedly complicated, and that was never good. He wondered how many more creatures were escaping the barrows. From the pack's words, not many, which was a relief. Even so, he decided, he'd better see for himself. The rendezvous awaiting him would have to wait a little longer. That would likely earn him an earful, but it couldn't be helped. The 7th closure was shaping up to be eventful. He wondered if that prophecy of Empire Reborn was in some way linked to the death of the Azath Tower. He hoped not. The night was surprisingly quiet. The usual crowds that appeared once the day's heat was past were virtually absent as Bug made his way down the length of Quelas Canal. He came within sight of the Eternal Domicile. Well, he reminded himself, at least that had been a success. The Royal Engineer, aptly named Grum, had been a reluctant, envious deliverer of a royal contract, specifying Bug's construction to assume control of shoring up the compromised wings of the new palace. He had been even less pleased when Bug ordered the old crews to vacate, taking their equipment with them. Bug had then spent most of the following day wading flooded tunnels just to get a feel of the magnitude of the task ahead. True to Tehol's prediction, Bug's modest company was climbing in the tolls, frighteningly fast. Since the list of shares was sealed, Bug had managed to sell 4,022% of shares, and still hold a controlling interest. Of course, he'd be headlining the drownings if the deceit was ever discovered. But I'm prepared to take that risk, Tehol had said with a broad smile. Funny man, his master. Nearing the old palace, then into the wending alleyways and forgotten streets behind it. This part of the city seemed virtually lifeless, no one venturing outside. Stray dogs paused in their scavenging to watch him pass. Rats scurried from his path. He reached the wall of the square tower, walked along it until he was at the gateway. A pause, during which he wilfully suppressed his nervousness at entering the grounds. The Azath was dead, after all. Taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly, he strode forward. The barrows to either side were strangely crumpled, but he could see no gaping holes. Yet. He left the path. Insects crunched or squirmed underfoot. The tufts of grass looked macerated and were crawling with life. Bug arrived at one barrow where the near side was gone. In its place a black pit, across which was the toppled bole of a dead tree. There was the sound of scrabbling from within. Then Kettle clambered into view. Clumps of white worms writhed in her straggly matted hair, rode seething on her shoulders. She pulled herself up using a branch of the tree, then paused to brush the worms off, the gesture dainty and oddly affecting.
"It's gone," she said. "Uncle Bug, this one's gone."
"I know."
"I didn't see it. I should have seen it."
He shook his head. "It is very stealthy, Kettle, and fast. All it needed was a moment when your back was turned. A single moment, no more. In any case, I've met it, and, for now at least, it won't be bothering anyone."
"Nothing's working, Uncle Bug. I need the one below. I need to get him out."
"What is impeding him, do you know?" She shook her head, the motion shedding more worms.
"At least he's got swords now. Uncle Bryce brought them. I pushed them into the barrow."
"Bryce Benedict? Lass, you are finding worthy allies. Has the Cedar visited?"
"I don't know any Cedar."
"I am surprised by that. He should come soon, once he finds out about you."
"Me?"
"Well, more specifically, your heart." She cocked her head.
"I hear thumps in my chest. Is that my heart?"
"Yes. How often are the thumps coming?"
"Maybe 8 a day. Now. Before, maybe 4. To start, once. Loud, hurting my head."
"Hurting? You are feeling pain, lass?"
"Not so much any more. Aches, twinges. That's how I know something's wrong with me. Used to be I didn't feel anything."
Bug ran a hand through his thinning hair. He looked up, studied the night sky. Cloud-covered, but the clouds were high, flat and unwrinkled, a worn blanket through which stars could be seen here and there. He sighed. "All right, lass, show me where you buried the swords." He followed her to a barrow closer to the tower.
"He's in this one."
But the manservant's gaze was drawn to an identical barrow beside the one she indicated. "Now who does that one belong to, I wonder?"
"She's always promising me things. Rewards. The 5 who are killing all the others won't go near her. Sometimes her anger burns in my head like fire. She's very angry, but not at me, she says. 'Those bitches,' she says, and that tells me she's sleeping, because she only says that when she's sleeping. When she's awake, she whispers nice things to me."
Bug was slowly nodding. "It sounds absurd," he said mostly to himself. "Absurd and mundane."
"What does, Uncle?"
"She's got him by the ankles, I know. It's ridiculous, but that's why he's having trouble getting out. She's got him by the ankles."
"To keep him where he is?"
"No, to make sure she follows him out."
"She's cheating."
Despite his unease, Bug smiled. "So she is, lass. Of course she may only end up keeping both of them trapped."
"Oh, no, he's got the swords now. He just has to work them down. That's what he said. I didn't understand before, but I do now. He said he was going to do some sawing."
Bug winced. Then he frowned. "The 5. How close are they to escaping?" Kettle shrugged.
"They've killed most everything else. I don't know. Soon, I guess. They are going to do terrible things to me, they say."
"Be sure to call for help before they get out."
"I will."
"I have to be going now."
"Okay. Goodbye, Uncle."
Awakened by one of the Praetor's corporals, Bryce quickly dressed and followed the young soldier to the campaign's room, where he found King Esgara Discanar, the Cedar, Unatal Hebaz, and the first concubine Nissal. The king and his mistress stood at one side of a map table, opposite the Praetor. Kuru Khan paced a circle around the entire ensemble, removing his strange eye lenses for a polish every now and then.
"Finad,"
Unatal Hebaz said,
"join us, please."
"What has happened?" Bryce asked.
"We are, it seems, at war," the Praetor replied. "I am about to inform the king of the disposition of our forces at present."
"I apologize for interrupting, Praetor." Esgara Discanar waved a hand.
"I wanted you here, Bryce. Now, Unatal, proceed."
"Divisions, battalions, and brigades," she said, "and garrisons. Our land forces. I will speak of the fleets later. Thus, from west to east along the frontier. On the Reach, First Maiden Fort, its defences still under construction and nowhere near complete. I have judged it indefensible, and so am sending the garrison to reinforce Fent Reach. Second Maiden Fort has a garrison of 600 indicted soldiers, presently being retrained. The island is a penal fortress, as you know. The willingness of the prisoners to fight is, of course, problematic. Nonetheless, I would suggest we leave them there. Third Maiden Fort will remain active, but with a nominal presence, there to act as forward observers should an Edur fleet round the island and make for the city of All."
"Where we have an army," the king said.
"Yes, sire. The Snake Belt Battalion stationed in the city. The Crimson Rampant Brigade is in Tulamesh down the coast. Now eastward from the Reach, the port of Trait. Cold Clay Battalion and the Trait Legion, with the Riven Brigade and the Kata Legion down in Old Kata. High Fort has, in addition to its rotating garrison forces, the Grass Jackets Brigade. Normally, we would have the Whitefinder Battalion there as well, but they are presently conducting exercises outside First Reach. They will, of course, be moving north immediately. Further east, the situation is more satisfactory. At Fort Sheikh is the Heredict Brigade, with the Artisan Battalion encamped outside the manse. More exercises.
"How long will it take the Whitefinders to reach High Fort?" the king asked.
"Reach and Thetil roads are in good repair, sire. 5 days. They leave tomorrow. I would emphasize again, the Cedar's mages are a major tactical advantage. Our communications are instantaneous."
"But I want something more," Esgara said in a growl. "I want something preemptive, Praetor. I want them to change their minds on this damned war."
Unatal slowly turned to catch Kuru Khan with her gaze.
"Cedar? Relevant? Less than we would hope. You want their villages struck? Those just beyond the mountains? Very well."
"How soon can you arrange it?" the king asked.
"The cadre in Trait is assembling, sire. Dawn, 3 days from now."
"Pray to the errant that it dissuades them."
The king managed a wry grin as he watched the Cedar resume his pacing.
"But you are not confident that it will, are you, Kuru Khan?"
"I am not, sire. Fortunately, I do not believe even Hull would suspect that we would attack the Edur villages."
Bryce felt his blood grow cold.
"Cedar, has my brother—"
a sorrowful nod.
"This is a path Hull Bedict has been walking on for a long time. No one here is surprised, Finad."
Bryce swallowed, then struggled to speak. "I would have thought, given that knowledge—"
"That he would have been assassinated?" Esgara asked. "No, Bryce. His presence is to our tactical advantage, not this damned upstart emperor's. We are well aware he is advising the Edur on our manner of waging war, and we mean to make use of that."
The king paused, looked up. Hull's actions in no way impugn you in our eyes, Bryce. Be assured of that. Thank you, sire. And to prove your word, you invite me to this meeting. It is unfortunate that Nefadas failed in his mission. What do we know of this new upstart emperor you mentioned? He has vast magic at his command, Kuru Khan replied distractedly. We can discern little more than that. The first concubine moved from the king's side, seemingly distracted. The most relevant detail for us, Unatal Hebaz added, is that he is in possession of absolute loyalty among the Edur tribes, and although Hanan Mossag has been usurped, the warlock king now stands at the emperor's side as his principal adviser. Bryce was startled by that. The warlock king simply stepped aside? That is extraordinary. The praetor nodded. Sufficient to give us pause. Our forward posts have reported sightings along the frontier, shadows moving at night. The wraiths, the Cedar said, his expression souring. We have dealt with them before, of course, and effectively so. Nonetheless, they are an irritant. Do the Tist Edur have sacred sites? Nisal asked from where she now stood, close to the far wall. Faces turned towards her. Arms crossed, she shrugged. Sorcery that annihilates those sites might well weaken their hold on these wraiths. Wasn't something similar done to the Nerek and the Tarthanal? The Cedar seemed saddened by the suggestion, but he nodded and said, An interesting notion, first concubine. The Edur are very secretive regarding their sacred sites, although it does appear to be the case that the very ground beneath their villages is sanctified. Thus, when we destroy those villages, the result may well prove more profound than we imagine. This is a relevant consideration. As for the hidden groves and such, we should make use of the various equitors who are familiar with that territory. How soon will the delegation reach the mouth at Gedri? Bryce asked the praetor. She nodded towards Kuru Khan. The return journey is being hastened. A week, no more. Then 3 days up the river to arrive here. The war would be well underway by then. Sire, may I ask a question of you? Of course, Bryce. Where is the Queen's battalion? A momentary silence, then the praetor cleared her throat. If I may, sire. Thin-lipped, the king nodded. Finad, the Queen has taken personal command of her forces, along with the Quilas Brigade. She insists on independence in this matter. Accordingly, we are not factoring those assets into our discussion. My dear wife has always held them to be her own private army, as Gara Diskanar said. So be it. Better to have them pursuing her ambitions in the field than here in Letheras. That being said, Unatal Hebaz added, we believe they are less than a league south of High Fort, marching northward to meet the Edur in the pass. Her doctrine seems to be one of striking first and striking hard. She will set her mages to clearing the wraiths from her pass, which will no doubt be telling enough to eliminate the element of surprise. Is she leading them in person? She and her retinue departed 4 days ago, the king said. Bryce thought back to that time. The royal visit to her keep at Dissent? That was the pretext. Then will Prince Quilas make an effort to join her? My son has separated his ship from the delegation and now makes for Trait. To what extent, Bryce asked, has her battalion made use of the caches in the region? Knowing her, the king snapped, she's damn near emptied them. We are hastening to replace the depleted stocks, Unatal Hebaz said. Obviously, we are forced to adjust our tactics as a consequence. We will fight defensively, in keeping with our doctrine. And yes, the Edur will be expecting that. But we will not roll back. We will not retreat. Once engaged, we intend to maintain that contact. This will be, I believe, a brutal war. Perhaps the most vicious war we have fought since conquering Blue Rose's League of Duchies. Now, the king said, I would hear details on the defense of our frontier cities and the Sea of Kata. As well, the disposition of the fleets. Bryce found the words that followed drifting into a formless murmur somewhere in the background. He was thinking of his brother, marching with the Tist Edur to wage war on his homeland, on the kingdom that had so cruelly betrayed him. The Queen and the Prince would want him desperately, or at the very least his head, and through Hull's crimes they would seek to strike at Bryce, at his position as the king's protector. They might well send soldiers to round up Tehol as well, on some fabricated pretext. The added pleasure of avenging financial losses incurred as a result of Tehol's brilliant chaos. They would, in fact, waste little time. Bryce needed to warn Tehol. The Rat-Catchers Guild chief investigator sat at a courtyard table beneath torchlight. A small heap of delicate bones sat in the centre of the large plate before her. Within reach was a crystal carafe of white wine. An extra goblet waited in front of the empty chair opposite her.
"You're not Tehol," she said as Bug arrived and sat down. "Where's Tehol and his immodest trousers?"
"Not here, alas, chief investigator, but you can be certain that wherever they are together."
"Ah, so he has meetings with people more important than me? After all, were he sleeping, he would not be wearing the trousers, would he?"
"I wouldn't know, Ruckett. Now, you requested this meeting?"
"With Tehol."
"Ah, so this was to be romantic?" She sniffed and took a moment to glare at the only other occupants of this midnight restaurant. A husband and wife clearly not married to each other, who were casting suspicious glances their way, punctuated with close-leaning heads and heated whispers.
"This place serves a specific clientele, damn you. What's your name again?"
"Bug."
"Oh, yes. I recall being unsurprised the first time it was mentioned. Well, you kept me waiting, you little worm. And what's that smell?"
Bug withdrew a blackened, wrinkled strip, flat and slightly longer than his hand. "I found an eel in the fish market. Thought I'd make soup for myself and the master."
"Our financial advisor eats discarded eels?"
"Frugality is a virtue among financiers, chief investigator." He tucked the dried strip back into his shirt. "How is the wine? May I?"
"Well, why not? Here, care to pick the bones?"
"Possibly. What was it originally?"
"Cat, of course."
"Cat? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I never liked cats anyway. All those hairballs." He drew the plate over and perused it to see what was left.
"You have a fascination for feline genitalia? That's disgusting, although I've heard worse. One of our minor catchers once tried to marry a rat. I myself possess peculiar interests, I freely admit."
"That's nice," Bug said, popping a vertebra into his mouth to suck out the marrow.
"Well, aren't you curious?"
"No," he said around the bone. "Should I be?" Ruckett slowly leaned forward, as if seeing Bug for the first time.
"You interest me now. I freely admit it. Do you want to know why?"
"Why you freely admit it? All right."
"I'm a very open person, all things considered."
"Well, I am considering those things, and so consequently admit to being somewhat surprised."
"That doesn't surprise me in the least, Pug. What are you doing later tonight, and what's that insect? There on your shoulder."
He pulled the vertebra out and reached for another. "It's of the two-headed variety. Very rare, for what I imagine are obvious reasons. I thought my master would like to see it."
"So you permit it to crawl all over you?"
"That would take days. It's managed to climb from halfway up my arm to my shoulder, and that's taken over a bell."
"What a pathetic creature."
"I suspect it has difficulty making up its minds."
"You're being funny, aren't you? I have a thing for funny people. Why don't you come home with me after you've finished here?"
"Are you sure you don't have any business to discuss with me? Perhaps some news for Tehol?"
"Well, there's a murderous little girl who's undead, and she's been killing lots of people, although less so lately. and Geron Ebericht has been far busier than it would outwardly seem.
Indeed? But why would he hide that fact?
Because the killings do not appear to be politically motivated.
Oh? Then what are his motivations?
Hard to tell. We think he just likes killing people.
Well, how many has he killed this past year?
Somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000, we think.
Bug reached with haste for his goblet. He drank the wine down, then coughed. Errant, take us!
So, are you coming home with me or not? I have this cat fur rug.
Alas, my dear, I have taken a vow of celibacy.
Since when?
Oh, thousands of years, it seems.
I am not surprised, but even more intrigued.
Ah, it's the lure of the unattainable.
Are you truly unattainable?
Extraordinary, but yes, I am.
What a terrible loss for womanhood.
Now you are being funny.
No, I am being serious, Bug. I think you are probably a wonderful lover.
Aye, he drawled. The very oceans heaved. Can we move on to some other subject? You want any more wine? No? Great. He collected the carafe, then drew a flask from under his shirt and began the delicate task of pouring the wine into it.
Is that for your eel soup?
Indeed.
What happens now that I've decided to like you? Not just like you, I freely admit, but lust after you, Bug.
I have no idea, Ruckett. May I take the rest of these bones?
You certainly may. Would you like me to regurgitate my meal for you as well? I will, you know, for the thought that you will take into you what was previously in me.
Bug was waving both hands in the negative. Please, don't put yourself out for me.
No need to look so alarmed. Bodily functions are a wonderful, indeed sensual thing. Why, the mere blowing clear of a nose is a potential source of ecstasy, once you grasp its phlegmatic allure.
I'd best be going, Ruckett. He quickly rose. Have a nice night, Chief Investigator, and was gone. Alone once more, Ruckett sighed and leaned back in her chair.
Well, she sighed contentedly, it's always been a surefire way of getting rid of unwanted company. She raised her voice. Servant, more wine, please.
That bit about clearing the nose was especially good, she decided. She was proud of that one, especially the way she disguised the sudden nausea generated by her own suggestion. Any man who'd cooked that eel had surely earned eternal celibacy. Outside the restaurant, Bug paused to check the contents of his shirt's many hidden pockets. Flask, eel, cat bones. A successful meeting, after all. Moreover, he was appreciative of her performance. Tehol might well and truly like this one, I think. It was worth considering. He stood for a moment longer, then allowed himself a soft laugh. In any case, time to head home. Tehol Bedict studied the three sad, pathetic women positioned variously in the chamber before him. Shand slumped behind the desk, her shaved pate looking dull and smudged. Rissar lying down on a hard bench as if meditating on discomfort, her red hair spilled out and hanging almost to the floor, and Hedron sprawled in a padded chair, refilling her pipe's bowl, her face looking sickly and wan. "My," Tehol said with a sigh, his hands on his hips, "this is a tragic scene indeed." Shand looked up, bleary-eyed. "Oh, it's you." "Hardly the greeting I was anticipating." He strode into the room. "He's gone," Hedron said, face twisting as she jabbed a taper into the coals of the three-legged brazier at her side. "And it's Shand's fault." "As much yours as mine," Shand retorted. "And don't forget Rissar." "Oh, Ublala, carry me around, carry me around." "Talk about excess. Ublala's departure is the cause for all this despond?" Tehol shook his head. "My dears, you did indeed drive him away." He paused, then added with great pleasure, "Because none of you was willing to make a commitment. A disgusting display of self-serving objectification. Atrocious behaviour by each and every one of you." All right, Tehol," Shand muttered. "We could have been more compassionate." "Respectful," Rissar said. "Yes," Hedron said. "How could one not respect Tublala's—" "See?" Tehol demanded, then flung up his hands. "I am led to despair." "You'll have company here," Shand said. "He was to have been your bodyguard. That was the intent. Instead, you abused him." "No, we didn't," Hedron snapped. "Well, only a little. All in good fun, anyway. And now I have to find you a new bodyguard." "Oh, no, you don't," Shand said, sitting straighter. "Don't even think it. We've been corrupted enough." Tehol's brows rose. "In any case," he said, "Ublala has now found someone who cares deeply for him." "You idiot! She's dead. She's incapable of caring." "Not true. Or rather, there's something inside her that does care. A lot. My point is, it's time to get over it. There's work to be done." "We tried following up on that list you gave us. Half those companies don't even exist. You tricked us, Tehol. In fact, we think this whole thing is a lie." "What an absurd accusation. Granted, I padded the list somewhat, but only because you seemed to need to stay busy. Besides which, you're now rich, right? Wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. My investment advice has been perfect thus far. How many money-lending institutions do you now hold interest in?" "All the big ones," Shand admitted. "But not controlling interest?" "Wrong. 40% is sufficient, and you've acquired that." "How is 40% enough?" "Because I hold 20. Or, if not me, then my agents, Bug included. We are poised, dear ladies, to loose chaos upon the tolls." He had their attention now, he saw. Even Rissar sat up, eyes fixed upon him, eyes in which the gleam of comprehension was dawning. "When?" Hedron asked. "Ah, well, that is entirely another matter. There is news on the wind which, had any of you been in a proper state, would already be known to you. It seems, my sweet friends, that Lether is at war." "The Tist Edur?" "Indeed." "Perfect!" Shand barked, thumping the desktop with a fist. "We strike now, and it'll all come down." "Likely," Tehol said, "and also disastrous. Do you want the Edur to march in and burn everything to the ground?" "Why not? It's all corrupt, anyway." "Because, Shand, bad as it is, and we're all agreed it's bad, matters can get a whole lot worse. If, for example, the Tist Edur win this war." "Hold on, Tehol. The plan was to bring about a collapse, but now you're going back on it. You must be a fool to think the Edur would win this war without our help. No one wins against Lether. Never have, never will. But if we strike now—" "All very well, Shand. For myself, however, I am not convinced the Edur will prove ideal conquerors. As I said, what is to stop them from putting every Lethere to the sword, or enslaving everyone? What's to stop them from razing every city, every town, every village? It's one thing to bring down an economy, and so trigger a reformation of sorts, a reconfiguring of values and all that. It's entirely another to act in a way that exposes the Lethere to genocide." "Why?" Rissar demanded. "They've not hesitated at committing genocide of their own, have they? How many Tarthanal villages were burned to the ground? How many children of the Nerek and the Farad were spitted on spears? How many dragged into slavery?" "Then you would descend to their level, Rissar? Why emulate the worst behaviours of a culture when it is those very behaviours that fill you with horror? Revulsion at babes spitted on spears, so you would do the same in return?" He looked at each of them in turn, but they made no reply. Tehol ran a hand through his hair. "Consider the opposite, a hypothetical situation, if you will. Letheras declares a war in the name of liberty and would therefore assert the right of the moral high ground. How would you respond?" "With disgust," Hedron said, relighting her pipe, face disappearing behind blue clouds. Why? Because it's not liberty they want, not the kind of liberty that serves the people in question. Instead, it's the freedom of Lethery business interests to profit from those people. And if they act to prevent genocide and tyranny, Hedron, then no moral high ground at all, for they have committed their own acts of genocide. As for tyranny, tyrannies are only reprehensible to the Lethery when they do not operate in collusion with Lethery business interests. And, by that definition, they make their claims of honour suspect to everyone else. All very well. Now, I have considered each and every one of those arguments, and could only conclude one thing. The Lethery, in that situation, are damned if they do and damned if they don't. In other words, the issue is one of trust. In the past lies the evidence leading one to mistrust. In the present may be seen efforts to reacquire trust, whilst in the future awaits the proof of either one or the other.
"This is a hypothetical situation, Tehol," Shand said wearily. "What is your point?"
My point is, nothing is as simple as it might at first seem, and paradigms rarely shift through an act of will. They change as a consequence of chaos, in stumbling over a threshold, and all that is most reprehensible in our nature waits in the wings, eager to invade and so give shape to the reforging of order. It falls to every one of us to be mindful. "What in the errant's name are you talking about?" Shand demanded. "What I am saying, Shand, is that we cannot in good conscience trigger a collapse of the Lethery economy right now. Not until we determine how this war is going to play out." "Good conscience? Who cares about that? Our motive was revenge. The Lethery are poised to annihilate yet another people, and I want to get them." "Do not dismiss the Tist Edur just yet, Shand. Our priority right now must be the secret evacuation of destitute and indebted Nerek, Farad, and Tarthanol. Out to the islands, to my islands. The rest can wait, should wait, and will wait, until I say otherwise." "You're betraying us." "No, I'm not. Nor am I having second thoughts. I am not blind to the underlying motives of greed upon which my civilization is founded, for all its claims of righteous destiny and unassailable integrity." "What makes you think," Hedron asked, "that Tist Edur might succeed where everyone else has failed?" "Succeed? That word makes me uneasy. Might they prove a difficult and at times devastating enemy? I think they will. Their civilization is old, Hedron, far older than ours. Their golden age was long, long ago. They exist now in a state of fear, seeing the influence and material imposition of Letheras as a threat, as a kind of ongoing unofficial war of cultures. To the Edur, Lether is a poison, a corrupting influence, and in reaction to that, the Edur have become a people entrenched and belligerent. In disgust at what they see ahead of them, they have turned their backs and dream only of what lay behind them. They dream of a return to past glories. Even could the Lethery offer a helping hand, they would view it as an invitation to surrender, and their pride will not permit that. Or, conversely, that hand represents an attack on all they hold dear, and so they will cut it and dance in the blood. The worst scenario I can imagine for the Edur is if they win this war, if they somehow conquer us and become occupiers. Won't happen. And what if it did? They couldn't be worse. Tehol studied Hedron briefly, then he shrugged. All of this awaits resolution. In the meantime, remain vigilant. There are still things that need doing. What happened to that Nerek mother and her children I sent you? We shipped them to the islands, Shand said. They ate more than she cooked. Started getting fat. It was all very sad. Well, it's late and I'm hungry, so I will take my leave now. What about Ublala? Rissar demanded. What about him? We want him back. Too late, I'm afraid. That's what happens when you won't commit. Tehol quickly made his way out. Walking the quiet streets back to his abode, Tehol considered his earlier words. He had to admit to himself that he was troubled. There was sufficient mystery in some of the rumours to suggest that the impending war would not be like all the others Lethery had waged. A collision of wills and desires, and beneath it a host of dubious assumptions and suspect sentiments. In that alone, no different from any other war. But in this case, the outcome was far from certain, and even the notion of victory seemed confused and elusive. He passed through Burl Square and came to the entrance to the warehouse storage area, beyond which was the alley leading to his home. Pausing to push up his lopsided sleeves and cinch tight his trousers, he frowned. Was he losing weight? Hard to know. Wool stretched, after all. A figure stepped from the nearby shadows of an alley mouth.
"You're late."
Tehol started, then said,
"For what?"
Shurk-el-Al came to within 2 paces of him. "I've been waiting. Bog made soup. Where have you been?"
"What are you doing out?" Tehol asked. "You're supposed to be holed up right now. This is dangerous."
"I needed to talk to you," she cut in. "It's about Harlest."
"What about him?"
"He wants his sharp teeth and talons. It's all we ever hear. Fangs and talons, fangs and talons. We're sick of it. Where's Selash? Why haven't you made arrangements? You're treating us like corpses, but even the dead have needs, you know."
"Well, no, I didn't know that. In any case, tell Harlest that Selash is working on this, probably right now, in fact. Sharp solutions are forthcoming."
"Don't make me laugh."
"Sorry. Are you in need of a refill?"
"A what?"
"Well, more herbs and stuff, I mean."
"I don't know. Am I? Do I smell or something?"
"No, only of sweet things, Shurk, I assure you."
"I am less inspired by your assurances as time goes on, Tehol Bedict."
"What a terrible thing to say. Have we stumbled yet?"
"When is Geren Eberict returning?"
"Soon, it turns out. Things should get exciting then."
"I am capable of excitement regarding one thing and one thing only, and that has nothing to do with Geren Eberict. However, I want to steal again. Anything, from whomever. Point me in a direction, any direction."
"Well, there is, of course, the Tolls repository, but that's impregnable, obviously. Or, let's see, the Royal Vaults, but again, impossible."
"The Tolls. Yes, that sounds challenging."
"You won't succeed, Shurk. No one ever has, and that includes Green Pig, who was a sorcerer nearly to rival the Cedar himself."
"I knew Green Pig. He suffered from overconfidence."
"And was torn limb from limb as a result."
"What do you want stolen from the Tolls repository?"
"Shurk,
what?"
Tehol glanced round. "All right. I want to find out which lender holds the largest royal debt. The king has been borrowing prodigiously, and not just to finance the eternal domicile. So who and how much? Same for Queen Janal. And whatever she's done in her son's name."
"Is that all? No gold, no diamonds?"
"That's right. No gold, no diamonds, and no evidence left behind that anyone was ever in there."
"I can do that."
"No, you can't. You'll get caught and dismembered."
"Oh, that will hurt."
"Maybe not, but it'll prove inconvenient."
"I won't get caught, Tehol Bedict. Now, what did you want from the royal vaults?"
"A tally."
"You want to know the present state of the treasury?"
"Yes."
"I can do that."
"No, you can't."
"Why not?"
"Because you'll have been dismembered by then."
"Thus permitting me to slip into places where I otherwise wouldn't fit."
"Shurk, they take your head off too, you know. It's the last thing they do."
"Really? That's barbaric."
"Like I said, you would be greatly inconvenienced."
"I would at that. Well, I shall endeavour to be careful. Mind you, even a head can count."
"What would you have me do? Break in and lob your head into the vaults? Tied to a rope so I can pull you out again when you're done?"
"That sounds somewhat problematic."
"It does, doesn't it?"
"Can't you plan any better than that, Tehol Bedict? My faith in you is fast diminishing."
"Can't be helped, I suppose. What's this I hear about you purchasing a sea-going vessel?"
"That was supposed to be a secret. Bug said he wouldn't tell."
"He didn't."
I have my own sources of intelligence, especially when the owner of the vessel just sold happens to be me. Indirectly, of course. All right. Me and Ublala and Harlest, we want to be pirates. Don't make me laugh, Shirk. Now you're being cruel. Sorry. Pirates, you say. Well, all three of you are notoriously hard to drown. Might work at that. Your confidence and well-wishing overwhelms me. And when do you plan on embarking on this new venture? When you're done with us, of course. Tehol tugged up his trousers again. Yet another edifying conversation with you, Shirk. Now, I smell something that might well be soup, and you need to go back to your crypt. Sometimes I really hate you. He led her by the hand down the shallow, crumbling steps. She liked these journeys, even though the places he took her were strange and often disturbing. This time they descended an inverted stepped pyramid, at least that was what he called it. 4 sides to the vast funneled pit, and at the base there was a small square of darkness. The air was humid enough to leave droplets on her bare arms. Far overhead the sky was white and formless. She did not know if it was hot. Memories of such sensations had begun to fade, along with so many other things. They reached the base of the pit, and she looked up at the tall, pale figure at her side. His face was becoming more visible, less blurred. It looked handsome, but hard.
I'm sorry, she said after a moment, that she's got you by the ankles.
We all have our burdens, Kettle.
Where are we?
You have no recognition of this place?
No, maybe.
Let us continue down, then. Into the darkness, 3 rungs to a landing, then a spiral staircase of black stone.
Round and round,
Kettle said, giggling. A short while later they came to the end, the stairs opening out onto a sprawling, high-ceilinged chamber. The gloom was no obstacle to Kettle, nor, she suspected, to her companion. She could see a ragged mound heaped against the far wall to their right, and made to move towards it, but his hand drew her back. No, lass, not there. He led her instead directly ahead. 3 doorways, each one elaborately arched and framed with reverse impressions of columns. Between them, the walls displayed deeply carved images. As you can see, he said, there is a reversal of perspective. That which is closest is carved deepest. There is significance to all this.
Where are we?
To achieve peace, destruction is delivered. To give the gift of freedom, one promises eternal imprisonment. Adjudication obviates the need for justice. This is a studied, deliberate embrace of diametric opposition. It is a belief in balance, a belief asserted with the conviction of religion. But in this case, the proof of a god's power lies not in the cause, but in the effect. Accordingly, in this world and in all others, proof is achieved by action, and therefore all action, including the act of choosing inaction, is inherently moral. No deed stands outside the moral context. At the same time, the most morally perfect act is the one taken in opposition to what has occurred before.
What do the rooms look like through those openings?
In this civilization, he continued, its citizens were bound to acts of utmost savagery. Vast cities were constructed beneath the world's surface. Each chamber, every building, assembled as the physical expression of the quality of absence. Solid rock matched by empty space. From these places, where they did not dwell, but simply gathered, they set out to achieve balance. It seemed he would not lead her through any of the doorways, so she fixed her attention instead on the images.
There are no faces.
The opposite of identity, yes, Kettle.
The bodies look strange.
Physically unique, in some ways more primitive, but as a consequence less specialized, and so less constrained. Profoundly long-lived, more so than any other species. Very difficult to kill, and, it must be said, they needed to be killed. Or so was the conclusion reached after any initial encounter with them. Most of the time. They did fashion the occasional alliance, with the Jagat, for example. But that was yet another tactic aimed at reasserting balance, and it ultimately failed, as did this entire civilization. Kettle swung round to study that distant heap of something.
Those are bodies, aren't they?
Bones, scraps of clothing, the harnesses they wore.
Who killed them?
You had to understand, Kettle. The one within you must understand. My refutation of the Focral Assail belief in balance is absolute. It is not that I am blind to the way in which force is ever countered, the way in which the natural world strains towards balance. But in that striving I see no proof of a god's power. I see no guiding hand behind such forces. And even if one such existed, I see no obvious connection with the actions of a self-chosen people for whom chaos is the only rational response to order. Chaos needs no allies, for it dwells like a poison in every one of us. The only relevant struggle for balance, I acknowledge, is that within ourselves. Externalizing it presumes inner perfection, that the internal struggle is over, victory achieved.
You killed them.
These ones here, yes. As for the rest, no. I was too late arriving, and my freedom too brief for that. In any case, but a few enclaves were left by that time. My draconic kin took care of that task, since no other entity possessed the necessary power. As I said, they were damned hard to kill. Kettle shrugged, and she heard him sigh. There are places, lass, where Focral Assail remain, imprisoned for the most part, but ever restless. Even more disturbing, in many of those places they are worshipped by misguided mortals. He hesitated, then said, You have no idea, Kettle, of the extremity the Azath Tower found itself in. To have chosen a soul such as yours, it was like reaching into the heart of the enemy camp. I wonder if, in its last moments, it knew regret, misgivings. Mother knows I do.
What is this soul you are talking about?
Perhaps it sought to use the soul's power without fully awakening it. We will never know. But you are loose upon the world now, shaped to fight as a soldier in the war against chaos. Can that fundamental conflict within you be reconciled? Your soul, lass? It is Focral Assail.
So you have brought me home?
His hand betrayed his sudden flinch. You were also a mortal human child once, and there is a mystery in that. Who birthed you? Who took away your life, and why? Was all this in preparation for your corpse to house the Assail soul? If that is the case, then the Azath Tower was either deceived by someone capable of communicating with it, or it had in truth nothing at all to do with the creation of you as you now are. But that makes no sense. Why would the Azath lie to me?
It said you were dangerous.
He was silent for some time. Then, you are to kill me once I have vanquished the other entombed creatures.
The tower is dead, Kettle said. I don't have to do anything it told me. Do I?
She looked up and found him studying her. What path will you choose, child? She smiled.
Your path, unless you're bad. I'll be very angry if you're bad.
I am pleased, Kettle. Best that you stay close to me, assuming we succeed in what we must do.
I understand. You may have to destroy me.
Yes, if I can. She gestured with her free hand at the heap of bones.
I don't think you'll have much trouble.
Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Let us hope the soul within you does not entirely awaken.
It won't. That's why none of this matters.
What makes you so certain, Kettle?
The tower told me.
It did? What did it say to you? Try to recall its exact words.
It never spoke with words. It just showed me things. My body all wrapped up. People were crying, but I could see through the gauze. I'd woken up. I was seeing everything with 2 sets of eyes. It was very strange. One set behind the wrappings, the other standing nearby.
What else did the Azath show you?
Those eyes from the outside. There were 5 others. We were just standing in the street, watching the family carrying the body. My body. 6 of us. We'd walked a long way because of the dreams. We'd been in the city for weeks, waiting for the Azath to choose someone. But I wasn't the same as the 5 others, though we were here for the same reason, and we'd travelled together. They were Nerek witches, and they'd prepared me. The me on the outside, not the me all wrapped up.
The you on the outside, Kettle. Were you a child?
Oh, no. I was tall. Not as tall as you, and I had to wear my hood up so no one could see how different I was. I'd come from very far away. I'd walked, when I was young, hot sands, the sands that covered the First Empire, whatever that is.
What did the Nerek witches call you? Had you a name?
No.
A title? She shrugged.
I'd forgotten all this. They called me the Nameless One. Is this important?
I think it is, Kettle, although I am not sure in what way. Much of this realm remains unknown to me. It was very young when I was imprisoned. You are certain this Nameless One was an actual title? Not just something the Nerek used because they didn't know your true name?
It was a title. They said I'd been prepared from birth, that I was a true child of Eris, and that I was the answer to the 7th closure because I had the blood of kin. The blood of kin. What did they mean by that?
When I am finally free, he said in a voice revealing strain, I will be able to physically touch you, Kettle, my fingers upon your brow, and then I will have your answer.
I guess this Eris was my real mother.
Yes.
And soon you will know who my father is.
I will know his blood, yes, at the very least.
I wonder if he's still alive.
Knowing how Eris plays the game, lass, he might not even be your father yet. She wanders time, Kettle, in a manner no one else can even understand, much less emulate. And this is very much her world. She is the fire that never dies. He paused, then said, She will choose, or has chosen, with great deliberation. Your father was, is, or will be someone of great importance.
So how many souls are in me?
2, sharing the flesh and bone of a child corpse. Lass, we shall have to find a way to get you out of that body eventually.
Why?
Because you deserve something better.
I want to go back. Will you take me back now?
I've given up on the eel itself, Bug said, ladling out the soup. It's still too tough. Nonetheless, my dear manservant, it smells wonderful. That would be the wine, courtesy of Chief Investigator Ruckett, whose request for a meeting with you was for purposes not entirely professional. And how did you fare on my behalf? I ensured that her interest in you only deepened, Master. By way of contrast? Indeed. Well, is that a good thing? I mean, she's rather frightening. You don't know the half of it. Even so, she is exceptionally clever.
Oh, I don't like that at all, Bug. You know, I am tasting something fishy. A hint, anyway. Just how dried up was this eel you found?"
The manservant probed with his ladle and lifted the mentioned object into view. Black, wrinkled, and not nearly as limp as it should have been. Tehol leaned closer and studied it for a moment.
"Bug?"
"Yes, master."
"That's the sole of a sandal."
"It is? Oh, I was wondering why it was flatter at one end than the other."
Tehol settled back and took another sip. "Still fishy, though. One might assume the wearer, being in the fish market, stepped on an eel before the loss of his or her soul."
"I am mildly disturbed by the thought of what else he or she might have stepped in."
"There are indeed complexities on the palate, suggesting a varied and lengthy history. Now, how was your day and the subsequent evening?"
"Uneventful. Ruckett informs me that Geren Ebericht has killed about 3,000 citizens this year."
3,000? That seems somewhat excessive."
"I thought so too, master. More soup?"
"Yes, thank you. So, what is his problem, do you think?"
"Geren's? A taste for blood, I'd wager."
"As simple as that? How egregious. We'll have to do something about it, I think."
"And how was your day and evening, master?"
"Busy. Exhausting, even."
"You were on the roof?"
"Yes, mostly. Although, as I recall, I came down here once. Can't remember why. Or rather, I couldn't at the time, so I went back up."
Bug tilted his head. "Someone's approaching our door."
The sound of boots in the alley, the faint whisper of armour. "My brother, I'd hazard," Tehol said. Then, turning to face the curtained doorway, he raised his voice. "Bryce, do come in." The hanging was pulled aside, and Bryce entered. "Well, that is an interesting smell," he said. "Soul soup," Tehol said. "Would you like some?"
"No, thank you."
"I have already eaten, it being well after the second bell. I trust you have heard the rumours. The war?" "Yes." "I've heard hardly a thing," Tehol said. Bryce hesitated, glancing at Bug. Then he sighed. "A new emperor has emerged to lead the Tist Edur. Tehol, Hull has sworn his allegiance to him. Now that is indeed unfortunate. Accordingly, you are at risk. Arrest? No, more likely assassination. All in the name of patriotism." Tehol set his bowl down. "It occurs to me, Bryce, that you are more at risk than I am." "I am well guarded, brother, whilst you are not." "Nonsense! I have Bug." The manservant looked up at Bryce with a bland smile. "Tehol, this is not time for jokes. Bug resents that."
"I do?"
"Well, don't you? I would, if I were you."
"It seems you just were."
"My apologies for making you speak out of turn, then."
"Speaking on your behalf, master, I accept."
"You are filled with relief."
"Will you two stop it?"
Bryce shouted, throwing up his hands. He began pacing the small confines of the room. "The threat is very real. Agents of the Queen will not hesitate. You are both in very grave danger." "But how will killing me change the fact of Hull forsaking our homeland?" "It won't, of course. But your history, Tehol, makes you a hated man. The Queen's investments suffered thanks to you, and she's not the type to forgive and forget." "Well, what do you suggest, Bryce?" "Stop sleeping on your roof, for one. Let me hire a few bodyguards." "A few? How many are you thinking?" "4, at least." "1."
"1?"
"1. No more than that. You know how I dislike crowds, Bryce."
"Crowds?
You've never disliked crowds, Tehol." "I do now." Bryce glowered, then sighed. "All right, 1. And that will make you happy, then?" "Excellent. No more sleeping on your roof." "I'm afraid, brother, that won't be possible." "Why not?" Tehol gestured. "Look at this place. It's a mess. Besides, Bug snores. And we're not talking mild snoring, either."
Imagine being chained to the floor of a cave with the tide crashing in. Louder, louder, louder! I have in mind 3 guards, all brothers, Bryce said, who can spell each other. One will therefore always be with you, even when you're sleeping on your roof. So long as they don't snore. They won't be asleep, Tehol. They'll be standing guard. All right, calm down. I am accepting, aren't I? Now, how about some soup, just to tide you over until you break your fast? Bryce glanced at the pot. There's wine in it, isn't there? Indeed, only the best at that. Fine, half a bowl. Tehol and Bug exchanged pleased smiles. Chapter 15. Black glass stands between us, the thin face of otherness, risen into difference, these sibling worlds you cannot reach through or pierce this shade so distinct as to make us unrecognizable. Even in reflection, the black glass stands, and that is more than all, and the between us gropes but never finds focus or even meaning. The between us is ever lost in that barrier of darkness, when backs are turned, and we do little more than refuse facing ourselves. Preface to the Nerek Absolution. Mirkas Preadict. Light and heat rose in waves from the rock, swirled remorselessly along the narrow track. The wraiths had fled to cracks and fissures and huddled there now, like bats awaiting dusk. Seren Pedak paused to await Buruk. She set her pack down, then tugged at the sweat-sodden, quilted padding beneath her armor, feeling it peel away from her back like skin. She was wearing less than half her kit, the rest strapped onto the pack, yet it still dragged at her after the long climb to the summit of the pass. She could hear nothing from beyond the crest 20 paces behind her, and considered going back to check on her charge. Then faintly came a curse, then scrabbling sounds. The poor man. They had been hounded by the wraiths the entire way. The ghostly creatures made the very air agitated and restless. Sleep was difficult, and the constant motion flitting in their peripheral vision, the whispered rustling through their camps, left their nerves raw and exhausted. She glared a moment at the midday sun, then wiped the gritty sweat from her brow and walked a few paces ahead on the trail. They were almost out of Edur territory. Another 1,000 paces. After that, another day's worth of descent to the river. Without the wagons, they would then be able to hire a riverboat to take them the rest of the way down to Trait. Another day for that. And then? Will he still hold me to the contract? It seemed pointless, and so she had assumed he would simply release her, at least for the duration of the war, and she would be free to journey back to Letharas. But Buruk the Pale had said nothing of that. In fact, he had not said much of anything since leaving the Hiroth village. She turned as he clambered onto the summit's flat stretch. Clothed in dust and streaks of sweat, beneath them a deeply flushed face and neck. Seren walked back towards him. "We will rest here for a time." He coughed, then asked, "Why?" The word was a vicious growl. "Because we need it, Buruk." "You don't. And why speak for me? I am fine, Aquitor. Just get us to the river." Her pack held both their possessions and supplies. She had cut down a sapling and trimmed it to serve as a walking stick for him, and this was all he carried. His once fine clothes were ragged, the leggings torn by sharp rocks. He stood before her, wheezing, bent over and leaning heavily on the stick. "I mean to rest, Buruk," she said after a moment. "You can do as you please." "I can't stand being watched," the merchant suddenly shrieked. "Always watching! Those damned shades! No more!" With that he stumbled past her on the trail. Seren returned to her pack and slung it once more over her shoulders. One sentiment she could share with Buruk: the sooner this trip was over, the better. She set out in his wake. A dozen paces along and she reached his side, then was past. By the time Seren arrived at the clearing where the borders had been agreed over a century ago, Buruk the Pale was once more out of sight somewhere back on the trail. She halted, flung down her pack, and walked over to the sheer wall of polished black stone, recalling when she had last touched that strange and strangely welcoming surface. Some mysteries would not unravel, whilst others were peeled back by fraught circumstance or deadly design to reveal mostly sordid truths. She set her hands against the warm, glassy stone, and felt something like healing steal into her. Beyond, figures in ceaseless motion, paying no attention to her whatsoever. Preferable to the endless spying of wraiths. And this was as it had always been. Seren settled her forehead against the wall, closing her eyes, and heard whispering. A language kin to Tist Edur. She struggled to translate, then meaning was found.
When he who commands cannot be assailed, cannot be defeated, and now he feeds on our rage, our anguish. Of the three, one shall return, our salvation. Fool, from each death power burgeons anew, victory is impossible. There is no place for us, we but serve, we but bleed out terror and the annihilation begins. Ours as well, yes, ours as well. Do you think she will come again? Does anyone think she will come again? She will, I am certain of it. With her bright sword. She is the rising sun, and the rising sun ever comes, sending us scurrying, cutting us to pieces with that sharp, deadly light. Annihilation well serves us. Make of us dead shards, to bring an end to this. Someone is with us. Who? A mortal is here with us. 2 mistresses to the same hold. She is one, and she is here. She is here now, and she listens to our words. Steal her mind. Take her soul. Let us out.
Seren reeled away from the black wall, staggered, hands to her ears, shaking her head.
Enough, she moaned. No more, please, no more.
She sank to her knees, was motionless as the voices faded, their screams dwindling.
Mistress, she whispered. I am no one's mistress, just one more reluctant lover of solitude. No place for voices, no place for hard purposes, fierce fires.
Like Hull, only ashes, the smudged remnants of possibilities. But unlike the man she had once thought to love, she had not knelt before a new icon to certainty. No choices to measure out like the soporific illusion of some drug, the consigning invitation to addiction. She wanted no new masters over her life, nor the burden of friendships. A croaking voice behind her.
What's wrong with you?
She shook her head.
Nothing, Buruk.
She climbed wearily to her feet.
We have reached the border.
I'm not blind, Equitor.
We can move on a way, then make camp.
You think me weak, don't you?
She glanced over at him.
You are sick with exhaustion, Buruk. So am I. What point all this bravado?
Sudden pain in his expression, then he turned away.
I'll show you soon enough.
What of my contract?
He did not face her.
Done. Once we reach Trait, I absolve you of further responsibility.
So be it, she said, walking to her pack.
They built a small fire with the last of their wood. The wraiths, it seemed, cared nothing for borders, flitting along the edges of the flickering light. A renewed interest, and Seren thought she knew why. The spirits within the stone wall. She was now marked.
Mistress of the hold. Mistresses. There are 2, and they think I am one of those 2. A lie, a mistake. Which hold?
You were young,
Buruk suddenly said, his eyes on the fire,
when I first saw you.
And you were happy, Buruk. What of it?
Happiness. Ah, now that is a familiar mask. True, I wore it often back then. Joyful in my spying, my unceasing betrayals, my deceits and the blood that appeared again and again on my hands.
What are you talking about?
My debts, Equitor. Oh, yes, outwardly I stand as a respected merchant of middling wealth.
And what are you in truth?
It is where dreams fall away, Seren Pedek.
that crumbling edifice where totters self-worth. You stand, too afraid to move, and watch your hands in motion, mangling every dream, every visage of the face you would desire, the true face of yourself behind that mask. It is not helpful, speaking of truths. She thought for a time, then her eyes narrowed. You are being blackmailed. He voiced no denial, so she continued. You are indebted, aren't you? Debts start small, barely noticeable, temporary, and so in repayment you are asked to do something vile, a betrayal. And then they have you, and you are indebted anew in the maintenance of the secret, in your gratitude for not being exposed in your crime, which has since grown larger, as it always does, if you are in possession of a conscience. He was silent a moment, then he sighed and said, I do envy those who have no conscience. Can you not get out, Buruk? He would not look up from the flames. Of course I can, he said easily. That tone, so at odds with all else he had said, frightened her. Make yourself unuseful, Buruk. Indeed, that seems the way of it, Aquitor. And I am in a hurry to do just that. He rose. Time to sleep. Downhill to the river, then we can trail our sore feet in the cool water all the way to Trait. She remained awake for a while longer, too tired to think, too numb to feel fear. Above the fire, sparks and stars swam without distinction. Dusk the following day, the two travellers reached Craig's Landing, to find its 3 ramshackle buildings surrounded by the tents of an encamped regiment. Soldiers were everywhere, and at the dock was tethered an ornate, luxuriously appointed barge above which drifted in the dull wind the king's banner, and directly beneath it, on the spar, the crest of the cedar. "There's a cadre here," Buruk said as they strode down the trail towards the camp, which they would have to pass through to reach the hostel and dock. She nodded. "And the soldiers are here as escort. There can't have been engagements already, can there?" He shrugged. "At sea, maybe. The war is begun, I think." Seren reached out and halted Buruk. "There, those 3. The merchant grunted. The 3 figures in question had emerged from the rows of tents, the soldiers nearby keeping their distance but fixing their attention on them as they gathered for a moment, about halfway between the 2 travellers and the camp. "The one in blue. Do you recognize her, Aquitor?" She nodded. Nekal Bara, Trait's resident sorceress, whose power was a near rival to the Cedar's own. "The man on her left, in the black furs, that's Arahathan, commander of the cadre in the Cold Clay Battalion. I don't know the 3rd one." "Enedictal," Buruk said, "Arahathan's counterpart in the Snake Belt Battalion. We see before us the 3 most powerful mages of the north. They intend a ritual." She set off towards them. "Aquitor, don't!" Ignoring Buruk, Seren unslung her pack and dropped it to the ground. She had caught the attention of the 3 mages. Visible in the gloom, Nekal Bara's mocking lift of the eyebrows. "Aquitor Seren Pedak, the errant smiles upon you indeed." "You're going to launch an attack," Seren said. "You mustn't."
"We do not take orders from you," Enedictal said in a growl.
"You're going to strike the villages, aren't you?" "Only the ones closest to the borders," Nekal Bara said, "and those are far enough away to permit us a full unveiling. Beyond those mountains, yes? If the errant wills it, that's where the Edo armies will have already gathered."
"We shall obliterate the smug bastards," Enedictal said, "and end this stupid war before it's begun."
"There are children."
"Too bad."
Without another word, the 3 mages moved to take positions, 20 paces distant from one another. They faced the slope of the trail, the rearing mountains before them.
"No!"
Seren shouted. Soldiers appeared, surrounding her, expressions dark and angry beneath the rim of their helms. One spoke. "It's this woman or the fields of battle, where people die. Make no move, say nothing." Buruk the Pale arrived to stand nearby.
"Leave it be, Equitor." She glared at him. "You don't think he'll retaliate? He'll disperse the attack, Buruk. You know he will." "He may not have the time," the merchant replied. "Oh, perhaps his own village, but what of the others?" A flash of light caught her attention, and she turned to see that but one mage remained, Nekalbara. Then Seren saw, 200 paces distant, the figure of Enedictal. Twisting round, she could make out Arahathan, 200 paces in the opposite direction. More flashes, and the two sorcerers reappeared again, double the distance from Nekalbara. "They're spreading out," Buruk observed. "This is going to be a big ritual." A soldier said, "The Cedar himself is working tonight, through these three here, and the rest of the cadre strung out another league in both directions. 4 villages will soon be nothing but ashes." "This is a mistake," Seren said. Something was building between the motionless sorcerers. Blue and green light, ravelling taut like lightning, wound round an invisible rope linking the mages. The glow building like sea foam, a froth that began crackling, spitting drawn-out sparks that whipped like tendrils. The sound became a hissing roar. The light grew blinding, the tendrils writhing out from the glowing foam. The twisting rope bucked and snapped between the stationary mages, reaching out past the 3 who were still visible, out beyond the hills to either side. She watched the power burgeoning, the bucking frenzied, the tendrils whipping like the limbs of some giant wave-thrashed anemone. Darkness had been peeled back by the bristling energy, the shadows dancing wild. A sudden shout. The heaving chain sprang loose, the roar of its escape thundering in the ground beneath Seren's feet. Figures staggered as the wave launched skyward, obliterating the night. Its crest was blinding green fire, the curving wall in its wake a luminescent ochre, webbed with foam in a stretching latticework. The wall swallowed the north sky, and still the crest rose, power streaming upward. The grasses near the mages blackened, then spun into white ash on swirling winds. Beneath the roar, a shriek, then screams. Seren saw a soldier stumbling forward against the glowing wall at the base of the wave. It took him, stripped armor, clothes, then hair and skin. Then, in a gush of blood, it devoured his flesh. Before the hapless figure could even crumple, the bones were plucked away, leaving naught but a single upright boot on the blistered ground in front of the foaming wall. The crimson blush shot upward, paling as it went, until it was gone. Air hissed past her, buffeting and bitter cold. She sank down, the only response possible to fight that savage tugging, and dug her fingers into the stony ground. Others did the same around her, clawing in panic. Another soldier was dragged away, pulled shrieking into the wave. The roaring snapped suddenly, like a breath caught in a throat, and Seren saw the base lift away, roll upward like a vast curtain, rising to reveal, once again, the battered slopes leading to the pass, then the pallid mountains and their blunt ancient summits. The wave swiftly dwindled as it soared northward, its wild light reflected momentarily in a patchwork cascade across reflective surfaces far below, sweeps of snow near the peaks and ice-polished stone blossoming sickly green and gold, as if awakened to an unexpected sunset. Then the mountains were black silhouettes once more. Beyond them, the wave, from horizon to horizon, was descending, vanishing behind the range. In the corner of her vision, Seren saw Nekalbara slump to her knees. Sudden light across the rim of the world to the north, billowing like storm seas exploding against rock. The glow shot back into the night sky, this time in fiery arms and enormous whipping tentacles. She saw a strange ripple of grey against black on the facing mountainside, swiftly plunging. Then comprehension struck her. "Lie flat! Everyone! Down!" The ripple struck the base of the slope. The few scraggly trees clinging to a nearby hillside toppled in unison, as if pushed over by a giant invisible hand. The sound struck, and broke around them, strangely muted. Dazed, Seren lifted her head, watched the shale tiles of an outlying building's roof dance away into the darkness.
watched as the north-facing wall tilted, then collapsed, taking the rest of the structure with it. She slowly climbed to her hands and knees. Nekalbara stood nearby, her hair and clothes untouched by the wind that raged on all sides. Muddy rain sifted down through the strangely thick air, the stench of charred wood and the raw smell of cracked stone. Beyond, the wind had died, and the rain pummeled the ground. Darkness returned, and if fires still burned beyond the mountains, no sign was visible from this distance. Buruk the Pale staggered to her side, his face splashed with mud.
"He did not block it, Equitor," he gasped. "It is as I said. No time to prepare."
A soldier shouted,
"Errant Takus! Such power!"
There was good reason why Lether had never lost a war. Even the onyx wizards of Blue Rose had been crushed by the cadres of the Cedar. Archpriests, shamans, witches, and rogue sorcerers, none had ever managed to stand for long against such ferocity. Seren felt sick inside, sick and bereft.
"This is not war. This is what? Errant, save us. I have no answer, no way to describe the magnitude of this slaughter. It is mindless, blasphemous, as if we have forgotten dignity. Theirs, our own, the word itself. No distinction between innocence and guilt, condemned by mere existence. People transformed against their will into nothing more than symbols, sketchy representations, repositories of all ills, of all frustrations. Is this what must be done? Take the enemy's flesh and fill it with diseases, corrupting and deadly to the touch, breath of poison? And that which is sick must be exterminated, lest it spread its contamination."
"I doubt," Buruk said in an empty voice. "There was time to suffer."
"True. Leave that to us."
There had been no defence. Hanan Mossag, Rulad, the slave Udinas, and Featherwitch. Hull Bedict. The names skittered away in her mind, and she saw, with a sudden twisting of her insides that left her shocked, the face of Troll Sengar.
No, it was Hull I was thinking of. No, why him? But they're dead.
"They're all dead," Buruk said beside her. "I need a drink."
His hand plucked at her arm. She did not move.
"There's nowhere to go."
"Equitor, the tavern beneath the hostels built solid enough to withstand a siege. I'd imagine that's where those soldiers just went, to toast their lost comrades. Poor fools. The dead ones, I mean. Come on, Seren. I'm in the mood to spend coin."
Blinking, she looked round. The mages were gone.
"It's raining, Equitor. Let's go."
His hand closed on her arm. She allowed him to drag her away.
"What's happened?"
"You're in shock, Equitor. No surprise. Here, I've some tea for you, the captain's own. Enjoy the sunshine. It's been rare enough lately."
The river's swift current pulled the barge along. Ahead, the sun was faintly copper, but the breeze sidling across the water's spinning surface was warm. She took the cup from his hands.
"We'll be there by dusk," Buruk said. "Soon we should be able to make out its skyline, or at least the smoke."
"The smoke," she said. "Yes, there will be that."
"Think on it this way, Seren. You'll soon be free of me."
"Not if there's not to be a war."
"No, I intend to release you from your contract in any case."
She looked over at him, struggled to focus. There had been a night, after the sorceress assault. In the tavern, boisterous soldiers, scouting parties were to head north the next day. Today, she was starting to recall details, the gleam of some strange excitement as lurid as the tavern's oil lamps.
"Why would you do that?"
"My need for you is ended, Equitor."
"Presumably the Edur will sue for peace. If anything, Buruk, you will find yourself far busier than ever."
She sipped the tea. He nodded slowly, and she sensed from him a kind of resignation.
"Oh," she said, "I'd forgotten. You must needs make yourself of no use."
"Indeed. My days as a spy are over, Equitor."
"You will be the better for it, Buruk."
"Assuredly."
Will you stay in Trait? Oh, yes. It is my home, after all. I intend never to leave Trait.
Seren drank her tea. Mint and something else that thickened her tongue flowed turgid and cloying through her thoughts.
You have poisoned this tea, Buruk.
The words slurred.
Had to, Seren Padak. Since last night. I can't have you thinking clearly, not right now. You'll sleep again. One of the dock hands will waken you tonight. I will make sure of that, and that you're safe. Is this another betrayal?
She felt herself sagging on the bench.
My last, dear. Remember this, if you can. I didn't want your help. My help. Although, he added from a great distance, you have always held my heart.
Fierce pain behind her eyes. She blinked them open. It was night. A robe covered her, tucked up round her chin. The slow rise and fall beneath her and the faint creaks told her she was still aboard the barge, which was now tied up alongside a stone pier. Groaning, she sat up. Scuffling sounds beside her, then a tankard was hovering before her face.
"Drink this, lass."
She did not recognize the voice, but pushed the tankard away.
"No, it's all right," the man insisted. "Just ale. Clean, cool ale, to take the ache from your head. He said you'd be hurting, you see, and ale's always done it for me when I done and drunk too much." "I wasn't drunk." "No matter. You wasn't sleeping a natural sleep. It ain't no different, you see. Come now, lass. I need to get you up and around. It's my wife, you see. She's poorly. We're past the third bell, and I don't like leaving her too long alone. But he paid me good. Errant knows more than an honest man makes in a year. Just to sit with you see you're safe and up and walking."
She struggled to her feet, clutching at and missing the cloak as it slipped down to her feet. The dockhand, a bent, wizened old man, set the tankard down and collected it. "Turn now, lass. I got the clasps. There's a chill this night. You're shivering. Turn now. Yes, good, that's it."
"Thank you."
The weight of the cloak pulled at her neck muscles and shoulders, making the pain in her head throb.
"I had a daughter once. A noble took her. Dead's, you see. Maybe she's alive, maybe she isn't. He went through lasses, that one. Back in Letharas. We couldn't stay there, you see, not after that. Chance to see her, or a body turning up, like they do. Anyway, she was tall like you, that's all. Here, have some ale."
She accepted the tankard, drank down 3 quick mouthfuls.
"There, better now." "I have to go. So do you, to your wife." "Well enough, lass. Can you walk?" "Where's my pack?" "He took it with him. Said you could collect it. In the shed behind his house. He was specific about that. The shed. Don't go in the house, he said. Very specific."
She swung to the ladder.
"Help me."
Rough hands under her arms, moving down to her behind as she climbed, then her thighs.
"Best I can do, lass,"
came a gasp below her as she moved beyond his reach. She clambered onto the pier.
"Thank you, sir,"
she said. The city was quiet, barring a pair of dogs scrapping somewhere behind a warehouse. Seren stumbled on occasion as she hurried down the streets. But true to the dockhand's word, the ale dulled the pain behind her eyes, made her thoughts all too clear. She reached Buruk the Pale's home, an old but well-maintained house halfway down a row on the street just in from the riverside warehouses. No lights showed behind the shuttered windows. Seren climbed the steps and drove her boot against the door. 4 kicks and the locks broke. By this time neighbours had awakened. There were shouts, calls for the guard. Somewhere down the row a bell began ringing. She followed the collapsing door into the cloakroom beyond. No servants, no sound from within. Into the dark hallway, ascending the stairs to the next level. Another hallway, step by step, closing in on the door to Buruk's bedroom. Through the doorway, inside. Where he hung beneath the crossbeam, face bloated in the shadows, a toppled chair off to one side, up against the narrow bed. A scream, filled with rage, tore loose from Seren's throat. Below, boots on the stairs. She screamed again, the sound falling away to a hoarse sob.
"You have always held my heart."
Smoke rising in broad plumes, only to fall back and unfold like a grey cloak over the lands to the north, obscuring all, hiding nothing. Hanradi Kalag's weathered face was set, expressionless, as he stared at the distant devastation. Beside the chief of the Merud, Tral Sengar remained silent, wondering why Hanradi had joined him at this moment, when the mass of warriors were in the midst of breaking camp on the forested slopes all around them.
"Al-Bedict spoke true," the chief said in his raspy voice. "They would strike preemptively. Beneda, Hiroth, and Arape villages."
A night of red fires filling the north. At least 4 villages, and among them Troll's own, destroyed. He swung round to study the slopes, seething with warriors, Edur women and their slaves, elders and children. No going back now. The Lethery sorcery has obliterated our homes, but those homes were empty, the villages left to the crows. And a handful of hapless Nerek. Nothing but ashes now.
"Tral Sengar," Hanradi Kalag said. "Our allies arrived last night. 3,000. You were seen. It seems they know you well, if only by reputation. The sons of Tomad Sengar, but you especially. The one who leads them is called the Dominant, a hulk of a man, even for one of his kind, more grey than black in his mane. He is named Banaga."
"This does not interest me, Chief," Troll cut in. "They have been as sorely used as we have, and that use is far from over. I do not know this Banaga.
As I said, he knows you, and would speak with you."
Troll turned away.
"You had best accept the truth of things, Tral Sengar."
"One day I will know your mind, Hanradi Kalag, the self you hide so well. Hanan Mossag bent you to his will, and now you kneel before my brother, the Emperor, the usurper. Is this what the unification of the tribes was intended to mean? Is this the future you desired?"
"Usurper! Words like that will see you killed or cast out,"
Troll grunted. "Rulad is with the Western Army.
But the Wraiths now serve him."
"Ah, and we are to have spies among us now? An emperor who fears his own. An emperor who would be immune to criticism. Someone must speak in the name of reason."
"Speak no more of this, not to me. I reject all you say. You are being foolish, Tral Sengar. Foolish. Your anger is born of envy, no more."
He turned and walked back down the narrow track, leaving Troll alone once again on the precipice rising above the valleys of the pass. It did not occur to him to see if Hanradi had indeed lost his shadow. A precipice, where he could look down and watch the thousands swarm among the trees. 3 land armies and 4 fleets held, divided among them, the entire population of the Tist Edur. This camp before him was a league wide and 2 leagues deep. Troll had never seen so many Edur gathered in one place. Hiroth, Arape, Solanta, Beneda. He caught movement below, on the edge of Fear's command area, squat, fur-clad figures, and felt himself grow cold. Our allies. Jek. Summoned by the Edur they had killed, worshippers of the sword. The night just past, beginning at dusk, had vanished behind a nightmarish display of sorcery. Unimaginable powers unveiled by the Lethery mages, an expression of appalling brutality in its intent. This was clearly going to be a war where no quarter was given, where conquest and annihilation were, for the Lethery, synonymous. Troll wondered if Rulad would answer in like manner. "Except we have no homes to return to. We are committed to occupation of the south, of Lether. We cannot raise the cities. Can we?" He drew a deep breath. He needed to talk to Fear again, but his brother had plunged into his role as commander of this army. His lead elements, half a day ahead, would come within sight of High Fort. The army would cross the Cateau River at the narrow chute, which was spanned by a stone bridge centuries old, then swing down to join those lead elements. And there would be a battle. For fear, the time for questions was past. But why can I not manage the same for myself? Certainty, even fatality, eluded Trull. His mind would not rest from its tortured thoughts, his worries of what awaited them. He made his way down the track. The Jek were there, a contingent present in Fear's command area. He was not required, he told himself, to speak to them. Edur warriors readying armour and weapons on all sides, women chanting protective wards to weave a net of invisibility about the entire encampment, wraiths darting among the trees, most of them streaming southward, through the pass and into the southlands. Here and there, demonic conjurations towered, hulking and motionless along the many newly worn trails leading to the summit. They were in full armour of bronze scales, green with verdigris, with heavy helms, the cheek guards battered plates that reached down past the jawlines, their faces hidden. Pole arms, glaives, double-edged axes and maces, an array of melee weapons. Once, not so long ago, such summoned demons had been rare, the ritual, conducted by women, one of cajoling, false promises and final deception. The creatures were bound, now doomed to fight a war not of their making, where the only release was annihilation. They numbered in the high hundreds in this Fear's army. The truth of that sickened him. Helping with the striking of tents, children, torn from their familiar world, subject to a new shaping. If this gambit failed... Fear was standing near the remnants of a hearth from which smoke rose in a low wreath about his legs. Flanked by the 2 Korisnan the Emperor had attached to this force, and Radi Kalag stood off to one side. A Jek was approaching, probably the one the Merud chief had spoken of, given the wild, iron-streaked, tangled head of hair, the flattened, seamed face displaying countless battle scars. Various shells dangled from knotted strips hanging on his sleeveless sealskin shirt. Other small trophies depended from a narrow belt beneath the man's round paunch, pieces of Edur armoury, jewellery, a bold reminder of past enmity. What had Hanradi called him? The dominant, Banaga. The Jek's eyes were yellow, the whites dull grey and embryonic with blue vessels. They looked half mad. Filed teeth flashed in a fierce smile.
"See who comes, fierce Senka!"
The accent was awkward behind the Arape intonations.
"The one we could not defeat!"
Trull scowled as his brother turned to watch him approach. To the dominant, he said, "You'll find no fields of ice to the south, Jek."
"Mange and Molt, Slayer. No other enemy gives us such terror."
His broadening smile underscored the irony of his words.
"Fierce Sengar, your brother is worthy of much pride. Again and again, my hunters sought to best this warrior in individual combat. Weird or assembled, it mattered not. He defeated them all. Never before have we witnessed such skill, such ferocity."
"Among all who I trained, Banaga," Fear said, "Trull was and remains the finest." Trull started, then his scowl deepened with disbelief. "Enough of this. Fear, has our Emperor spoken to us through the wraiths? Does he voice his satisfaction at the failed attempt by the Lethari? Does he spit with rage?" One of the Korisnan spoke. "Not a single Edur was lost, Trull Sengar. For that we have Hal Bedict to thank." "Ah, yes, the traitor. And what of the Nerek camped in our village?" The warlock shrugged. "We could not command them." "Relinquish your anger, brother," Fear said. "The devastation was wrought by the Lethari, not us." "True, and now it is our turn." "Yes, the wraiths have reported an army ascending to the pass." "Ah, no, so soon." Banaga laughed.
"Do we ambush them? Shall I send my wolves forward?"
"They are not yet at the bridge," Fear replied. "I expect they will seek to contest that crossing should we fail to reach it before them. For the moment, however, they are in a slow march, and, it seems, not expecting much opposition."
"That much is clear," Hanradi said. "What commander would seek an engagement against an enemy upslope? This is a probe. At first contact, they will withdraw, back to High Fort. Fear we should bloody them all the way."
"Banaga, send half your force forward. Observe the enemy, but remain unseen." The Korisnan who had spoken earlier said,
"Fear, there will be a mage cadre attached to the army."
Fear nodded. "Withdraw the wraiths barring a dozen or so. I would convey the belief that those few are but residents of the area. The enemy must remain unsuspecting. Hanradi Kalag, our warriors must be made ready to march. You will lead them."
"We shall be underway before mid-morning."
Trull watched the Merud chief walk away, then said,
"Those Lethery mages will prove troublesome."
The Korisnan grunted.
"Chalsengar, we are their match."
He looked at the two warlocks, chief's sons, of Rulad's age. The Korisnan's smile was knowing.
"We are linked to Hanan Mosag, and through him to the Emperor himself. Chalsengar, the power we now call upon is more vast and deadlier than any the Edua have known before."
"And that does not concern you? What is the aspect of this power? Do you even know? Does Hanan Mosag know? Rulad?"
"The power comes to the Emperor through the sword,"
the Korisnan said. "That is no answer." "Troll!" Fear snapped. "No more. I have asked that you assemble a unit from our village. Have you done so?" "Yes, brother. 50 warriors, half of them unblooded, as you commanded." "And have you created squads and chosen your officers?" Trull nodded. "Lead them to the bridge. Take advanced positions on the other side and wait until Hanradi's forces reach you. It should not be a long wait." "And if the Lethery have sent scouts ahead and they arrive first?" "Gauge their strength and act accordingly. But, Trull, no last stands. A skirmish will suffice to hold up the enemy's advance, particularly if they are uncertain as to your strength. Now, gather your warriors and be off." "Very well." There was no point in arguing any further, he told himself as he made his way to where his company waited. No one wanted to listen. Independent thought had been relinquished, with appalling eagerness, it seemed to him, and in its place had risen a stolid resolve to question nothing. Worse, Trull found he could not help himself. Even as he saw the anger grow in the faces of those around him, anger that he dare challenge, that he dare think in ways contrary to theirs and so threaten their certainty, he was unable to stay silent. Momentum was building all around him, and the stronger it grew, the more he resisted it. In a way, he suspected, he was becoming as reactionary as they were, driven into extreme opposition, and though he struggled against this dogmatic obstinacy, it was a battle he sensed he was losing. There was nothing of value in such opposed positions of thought, and no possible conclusion but his own isolation and, eventually, the loss of trust. His warriors were waiting, gear packed, armor donned. Trull knew them all by name, and had endeavored to achieve a balanced force, not just in skill but in attitude. Accordingly, he knew many of them resented being under his command, for his dissatisfaction with this war was well known. Nonetheless, he knew they would follow him. There were no nobles among them. Trull joined the warrior he had chosen as his captain. Alrada An had trained alongside Trull, specializing in the Merud cutlass as his preferred weapon. He was left-handed, rare among the Edur, yet used his other hand to wield a short, wide-bladed knife for close fighting. The bell hilt of his cutlass sprouted a profusion of quillons designed to trap opposing sword blades and spear shafts, and his ceaseless exercises concentrating on that tactic had made his left wrist almost twice the bulk of its opposite. Trull had seen more than one of his practiced spears snap at a shoulder-wrenching twist from Alrada's sword arm. The warrior also hated him, for reasons Trull had yet to fathom, although now, he amended, Alrada had probably found a new reason. "Captain." The dark eyes would not meet his. They never did. Alrada's skin was darker than any other Edor Trull had seen. There were colourless streaks in his long, unbound hair. Shadow wraiths swarmed round him, another strange detail unique to the warrior. "Leader," he replied, "inform the sergeants we're heading out. Minimum kits. We need to travel quickly." "Already done. We were waiting for you." Trull walked over to his own gear, shouldered the small leather pack, then selected 4 spears from his cache. Whatever was left behind would be collected by the Lethery slaves and carried with the main body as it made its cautious way south in the wake of Trull's company and Hanradi's forces. When he turned, he saw that the company were on their feet, all eyes fixed on him. "We must needs run, warriors. The south end of the bridge. Once through the pass, each squad sends out a point and makes its own way off-trail down to the bridge. Thus, you must be both swift and silent." A sergeant spoke. "Leader, if we leave the trail, we are slowed." "Then we had best get moving." "Leader," the sergeant persisted, "we will lose speed. I do not trust the trail beyond the pass, Canoth. Now move out." In his head he cursed himself. A leader need not give reasons. The command was sufficient. Nor, he silently added, was a sergeant expected to voice public challenge. This was not beginning well. One squad in the lead, followed by Trull, then the remaining squads with Alrada taking up the rear, the company set out for the pass at a steady run. They quickly left the camp behind. Then, through an avenue provided them, they swept past Hanradi Kalag's forces. Trull found pleasure and relief in the pace they set. The mind could vanish in the steady rhythm, and the forest slid past with each stride, the trees growing more stunted and thinner on the ground the closer they approached the summit, while overhead the sun climbed a cloudless sky. Shortly before mid-morning they halted on the south end of the pass. Trull was pleased to see that none of his warriors was short of breath, instead drawing long, deep lungfuls to slow their hearts. The exertion and the heat left them, one and all, sheathed in sweat. They drank a little water, then ate a small meal of dried salmon and thin bread wrapped round pine-nut paste. Rested and fed, the warriors formed up into their squads, then, without another word, headed into the sparse forest to either side of the trail. Trull elected to accompany the squad led by Canoth. They headed into the forest on the trail's west side, then began the slow, silent descent, staying 30 or so paces from the main path. Another squad was further west, 15 paces distant, whilst the third trailed midway between them and 30 paces back. An identical pattern had been formed on the eastern side. Sergeant Canoth made his disapproval plain, constantly edging ahead until he was almost on the heels of the warrior at point. Trull thought to gesture him back, but Canoth was ignoring him as if he was not there. Then, halfway down the slope, the point halted and crouched low, one hand reaching back to stop Canoth. Trull and the others also ceased moving. The forest had thickened during the descent, an army of blackened pine boles blocking line of sight beyond 15 paces. There was little undergrowth, but the slope was uneven and treacherous with moss-coated boulders and rotting tree-falls. A glance to his right showed the nearest warrior of the flanking squad a half-dozen paces further down, but now also halted, one hand raised, his gaze fixed on Trull. Ahead, the point was whispering to Canoth. After a moment, the sergeant reversed direction and made his way cautiously back to where Trull and the others waited. "There is a scout on the edge of the main trail. Farid, likely serving with the Lethery army. He has a good line of sight on the trail itself, maybe 75 or more paces." Trull looked back at the rest of the squad. He singled one warrior out and beckoned him closer. "Badar, go back to the third squad. They are to choose a warrior to head upslope 120 paces, then cut into the main path. He is then to make his way down, as if on point. Once you have delivered the message, return to us." Badar nodded and slipped away. "What of us?" Canarth asked. "We wait, then join the squad to our west, make our way down below the scouts' position, and lay our own trap." "What of the squads to the east of the trail?" A good question. He had split his forces with no way of communicating with half his company. A mistake. "We had best hope they too have seen the scout, and will have rightly judged that a Farad is virtually impossible to sneak up on." The sergeant simply nodded. He did not need to point out Troll's error, nor, it was evident, his own. "We even out. Fair enough." A short time later, Badar returned and gave them a perfunctory nod. Troll gestured the squad to follow and struck out westward to join the outlying warriors. Once there, he quickly related his plan, and the 15 warriors set off downslope. They descended 60 paces before Troll waved them towards the main path. The position they reached was directly below a crook in the trail. He had his warriors draw and ready weapons. Canarth gestured. "Across from us, leader. Rethal's squad. They have anticipated you." Troll nodded. "Into position. We'll take him when he comes opposite us." Heartbeats, the sun's heat bouncing from the gravel and dust of the trail, insects buzzing past. Then, light thumping, the sound swiftly growing, suddenly upon them. The Farad was a blur, plunging round the bend in the trail, then flashing past. Spears darted out shin-high to trip him up. The scout leapt them. A curse, then a shaft raced past Troll, the iron head crunching into the Farad's back, between the shoulder blades, snapping through the spine. The scout sprawled, then tumbled, limbs flopping, and came to a rest 10 paces down the path. Settling dust, silence. Troll made his way down to where the body lay in a twisted heap. The scout he saw was a boy, 14, 15 years of age. His smeared face held an expression of surprise, filling the eyes. The mouth was a grimace of terror. "We killed a child." "An enemy," Canarth said beside him. "It is the Lethery you must look to, leader. They throw children into this war." He turned to face up trail. "Well thrown, Badar. You are now blooded." Badar scrambled down and retrieved his spear. The third squad appeared at the crook. One of them spoke. "I never even saw him." "Our first kill, leader," Al-Rada An said. Troll felt sick. "Drag the body from the trail, Sergeant Canarth. Cover this blood with dust. We must move on." The bridge was not a bridge at all. Troll had visited it once before, and left with naught but questions. Constructed, it seemed, from a single massive disk, notched in rows across its rim, which was broad enough to permit 8 warriors to stride across it without shoulders touching. The disk was on end, filling the gap of the deep gorge below which roared the Kata River. The base of the wheel was lost in the chute's darkness and the mist rising ceaselessly from the rushing water. To cross to the other side, one had to walk that curved, slick rim. The hub of the enormous wheel was visible, at least 3 man-lengths down. Thigh-thick rods of polished stone, spear shafts straight, angled out from a projection on the hub on both sides, appearing to plunge into the rock wall of the gorge's south side. The squads gathered on the north edge, scanning the tree line opposite. 2 of the Edur had already crossed, one returning to report back. No signs of scouts, no evidence of recent camps. The lone Farad they had killed seemed to have been sent far in advance of the main forces, or had taken upon himself the task of a deep mission. His courage and his intelligence had cost him his life. Troll approached the very edge of the wheel, where the angle of the stone first emerged from the surrounding rock. As before, he saw a thin, milky film between that carved perfection and the rough rock of the precipice. As he had done once before, long ago, he wiped that foam away with a finger, to reveal the straight line, too narrow to slip a dagger blade into, that separated the construct from the raw stone. A disk, in truth, somehow set into the notch of the gorge. And, even stranger, the disk moved, incrementally turning in place. At the moment it was midway along one of the shallow grooves carved in parallel rows across the rim. He knew he could set his feet on that first notch and halt, and, had he the patience, he would eventually, days, maybe a week, maybe more, find himself stepping off onto the south side of the gorge. A mystery without an answer. Charles suspected it was never intended as a bridge. Rather, it had been built for some other purpose. It did not make sense to him that it functioned solely as what had immediately occurred to him the first time he had visited. There were, after all, easier ways to measure the passage of time. Charles straightened, then waved his warriors across. Alrada took the lead. They reached the other side and fanned out, seeking cover. The ground resumed its downward slope amidst boulders, pines, and straggly oaks. They would cautiously move down in a few moments to search for defensible positions that permitted a line of sight down the trail. Trull crouched near Alrada, scanning the area ahead, when he heard the warrior grunt, then step away, swearing under his breath. "What's wrong, Captain?" "I felt it move. Here." Trull edged over and saw that Alrada's original position had been on a slightly curved panel of stone, set lower than the surrounding rock. It was covered in dust and gravel, but looked too smooth to be natural. He reached down and brushed the panel clear, and saw arcane symbols carved into the stone, row upon row, the language unknown to him. Deeply delineated grooves formed an incomplete box around the writing, the base and sidelines visible. Beneath the base, a new row of lettering was just beginning to show. Trull glanced back at the bridge, then back at the recessed panel. "It moved?" "Yes, I am certain of it," Alrada said. "Not much, but yes." "Was there a sound?" "More felt than heard, leader, as if something huge and buried was shifting." Trull stared down at the panel, running his fingers along the lettering. "Do you recognize the language?" Alrada shrugged and looked away. "We should head down, leader." "You have seen such writing before?" "Not in stone, in ice. It doesn't matter." "Ice?" "I once lived and hunted with the Denratha on the north coast, north and east, deep into the ice seas, before the unification. There was a wall covered in such writing, a berg that blocked our way. 20 man-heights high, half a league wide, but it sank into the sea. It was gone the next season." Trull knew that Alrada had, like Benedas, journeyed far and wide, had fashioned blood-bound kinships with many Edor from rival tribes, and, like Trull himself, had opposed the wars of subjugation conducted by Hanan Mossag. By all counts, he realized, they should be friends. "What did your Denratha comrades say about it?" "The tusked man wrote them," they said. He shrugged again. "It is nothing, a myth. A man with tusks? He has been seen. Over generations, sightings every now and then. Skin of green or grey. Tusks white as whalebone. Always to the north, standing on snow or ice. Leader, this is not the time." Trull sighed, then said, "Send the squads down." A short time later, Canarth reported that he smelled rotting meat, but it was only a dead owl lying beside the trail.
There were dark times for the Lethery, so long ago now. The first empire from which vast fleets had sailed forth to map the world. The coasts of all 6 continents had been charted, 811 islands scattered in the vast oceans, ruins and riches discovered, ancient sorceries and fierce, ignorant tribes encountered. Other peoples, not human, all of whom bled easily enough. Bargast, Trell, Tarthano, Fen, Mare, Jag, Kryn, Jek. Colonies had been established on foreign coasts, wars and conquests, always conquests, until all was brought down, all was destroyed. The first empire collapsed in upon itself. Beasts rose in the midst of its cities, a nightmare burgeoning like plague. The emperor who was one was now 7, and the 7 were scattered, lost in madness.
The great cities burned, and people died in the millions. The nightmare had a name, and that name was Tlanimas. 2 words inspiring hatred and terror, but beyond those 2 words there was nothing. All memory of who or what the Tlanimas had been was lost in the chaos that followed. Few Letheri remained who were aware of even that much. True, they knew the name First Empire, and they knew of the fall of that glorious civilization of so long ago, a civilization that was their legacy, and little else, barring the prophecy of rebirth. Udinas could no longer make that claim of blissful ignorance for himself. Within the world of ghosts and shades, the past lived on, breathed like a thing alive and ever restive, and voices haunted him, long-dead voices. The Tist-Andi shade, Wither, was indifferent to the Letheri slave's own desires. His pleading for silence, for an end to the grisly cacophony of regrets which seemed to be all that held ghosts together. Udinas knew enough horror, here among the living, and the distilling of old truths was, as far as he was concerned, not worth it. Tlanimas. Tlanimas. What did he care about some ancient nemesis? Because the dust of over 4,000 of them was beneath their feet at this moment, a truth riding Wither's raspy laughter. "And that dust has eyes, slave. Should you fear? Probably not. They're not interested. Much. Not enough to rise up and slaughter you all, which they might not succeed in doing anyway. But I tell you this, Udinas, they would give it a good try." "If they are dust," Udinas muttered, "they cannot slaughter anyone." It was night. He sat with his back to a sloping rock face, on a ledge perched above the massive Edur encampment. The Emperor had sent him off a short while ago. The hulking, gold-smeared bastard was in a foul mood. Wearied from dragging his bulk around, arguments with Hanan Mossag, the endless logistics of moving an army tens of thousands strong, families in tow. Not all was glory. "The dust can rise, Udinas, can take shape. Warriors of bone and withered flesh with swords of stone. Where are these ones from? Which war leader sent them here? They do not answer our questions. They never do. There are no bone casters among them. They are, like us, lost." Udinas was tired of listening. The wraith was worse than a burrowing tick, buried deep in his brain. He had begun to doubt its existence. More likely the product of madness, a persona invented in his own mind. An inventor of secrets, seeding armies of ghosts to explain the countless voices whispering in his skull. Of course it would insist otherwise. It might even flit across his vision, creeping disembodied, the sourceless, inexplicably moving shadow where none belonged. But the slave knew his eyes could be deceived, all part of the same corrupted perception. The wraith hides in the blood of the Wival. The Wival hides in the shadow of the wraith. A game of mutual negation. The Emperor sensed nothing. Hanan Mossag and his Karisnan sensed nothing. Featherwitch, Mayan, Uruth, the host of bound wraiths, the hunting dogs, the birds and the buzzing insects, all sensed nothing. And that was absurd. As far as Udinas was concerned, in any case, the judgment conjured by some rational, sceptical part of his brain, that knot of consciousness the wraith endlessly sought to unravel, Wither was not real. Wival blood, sister of Dawn, the sword-wielding mistress known to the Edur as Menandor, her and the hungry place between her legs, infection and something like rape. He thought he understood the connection now. He was indeed infected, and true to Featherwitch's prediction, that unhuman blood was driving him mad. There had been no blazing white bitch who stole his seed. Fevered delusions, visions of self-aggrandizement, followed by the paranoid suspicion that the promised glory had been stolen from him. Thus explaining his sordid state right now, slave to an insane Tist Edur.
A slave huddled beneath every conceivable heel, cowering and useless once all the internal posturing and self-justifications were cast away. Featherwitch. He had loved her, and he would never have her, and that was that. The underscored truth laid bare, grisly exposure from which he withheld any direct, honest examination. Madmen built houses of solid stone, then circled looking for a way inside. Inside, where cosy perfection waited. People and schemes and outright lies barred his every effort, and that was the heart of the conspiracy. From outside, after all, the house looked real. Therefore it was real. Just a little more clawing at the stone door, a little more battering, one more pounding collision will burst that barrier. And on and round, the worn ruts of madness. He heard scrabbling on the stone below, and a moment later Featherwitch clambered into view. She pulled herself up beside him, her motions jerky as if fevered. "Is it my turn to run?" he asked.
"Take me there, indebted, that dream realm, where I found you before."
"You were right all along," Udinas said. "It doesn't exist."
"I need to go there. I need to see for myself."
"No, I don't know how."
"Idiot! I can open the path. I'm good at opening paths."
"Then what?"
"Then you choose. Udinas, take me to the ghosts."
"This is not a good place to do that." She had one hand clenched around something, and she now reached out and clutched his arm with that hand, and he felt the impression of a tile pressed between them. And there was fire, blinding, raging on all sides. Udinas felt a weight push him from behind, and he stumbled forward, through the flames. In the world he had just left, he would now be falling down the cliffside, briefly, then striking the rocky slope and tumbling towards the tree line. But his moccasins skidded across flat, dusty ground. Twisting down onto one knee, Featherwitch staggered into view, like him passing unharmed through the wall of fire. He wheeled on her.
"What have you done?"
A hand closed round the back of his neck, lifted him clear of the ground, then flung him down onto his back. The cold, ragged edge of a stone blade pressed against the side of his neck. He heard Featherwitch scream. Blinking in a cloud of dust, a man stood above him, short but a mass of muscles, broad shoulders and overlong arms, the honey-coloured skin almost hairless. Long black hair hanging loose, surrounding a wide, heavily featured face. Dark eyes glittered from beneath a shelf-like brow. Furs hung in a roughly sewn cloak, a patchwork of tones and textures, the visible underside pale and wrinkled.
"Peth-tol ul-havrad ara."
The words were thick, the vocal range oddly truncated, as if the throat from which those sounds issued lacked the flexibility of a normal man's. "I don't understand you," Udinas said. He sensed others gathered round, and could hear Featherwitch cursing as she too was thrown to the ground.
"Arad havrad ara, and aralak havrad drath."
Countless scars, evidence of a broken forearm, the bone unevenly mended and now knotted beneath muscle and skin. The man's left cheekbone was dimpled inward, his broad nose flattened and pressed to one side. None of the damage looked recent. "I do not speak your language." The sword edge lifted away from the slave's neck. The warrior stepped back and gestured. Udinas climbed to his feet. More fur-clad figures. A natural basin steeply walled on three sides, vertical cracks in the stone walls, some large enough to provide shelter, where these people lived. On the final side of the basin, to the Lethery's left, the land opened out, and in the distance, the slave's eyes widened, a shattered city, as if it had been pulled from the ground, roots and all, then broken into pieces. Timber framework beneath tilted, heaved cobble streets, squat buildings pitched at random angles, toppled columns, buildings torn in half with the rooms and floors inside revealed, many of those rooms still furnished. Vast chunks of rotting ice were visible in the midst of the broken cityscape.
"What place is this?" Featherwitch asked.
He turned to see her following his gaze from a few paces away.
"Udinas, where have you brought us? Who are these savages?"
"This Volrail Absiarad."
He glanced at the warrior who'd spoken, then shrugged and returned his attention to the distant city. "I want to go and look."
"They won't let you."
There was only one way to find out. Udinas set out for the plain. The warriors simply watched. After a moment, Featherwitch followed and came to his side.
"It looks as if it has just been left here, dropped."
"It is a Mekros city," he said. "The wood at the bases, it is the kind that never grows waterlogged, never rots. And see there," he pointed, "those are the remnants of docks, landings. That's a ship's rail dangling from those lines. I've never seen a Mekros city, but I've heard enough descriptions, and this is one. Plucked from the sea. That ice came with it."
"There are mounds freshly raised," she said. "Do you see them?"
Raw, dark earth rising from the flats around the ruins, each barrow ringed in boulders. "The savages buried the Mekros dead," he said.
"There are hundreds."
"And everyone big enough to hold hundreds of corpses."
"They feared disease," she said.
"Oh, despite their appearance, they are a compassionate people."
"Don't be a fool, Indebted. The task would have taken months."
He hesitated, then said, "That was but one clan, Featherwitch, back there. There are almost 4,000 living in this region." She halted, grasped his arm and pulled him round.
"Explain this to me," she hissed.
He twisted his arm loose and continued walking. "These ghosts hold strong memories of their lives, of their flesh, strong enough to manifest as real physical creatures. They're called Talani Mas." Her breath caught.
"The beast hold."
He glanced at her. "What?"
"The bone perch, elder, crone, seer, shaman, hunter and tracker. The stealers of fire, stolen from the Erikson."
"Erisal. That's the Nerek goddess, the false goddess, or so claimed our scholars and mages, as justification for conquering the Nerek. I'm shocked to discover the lie. In any case, aren't the images on the tiles those of beasts? For the beast hold, I mean."
"Only among the poorer versions. The skins of beasts draped round dark, squat savages. This is what you will see on the oldest, purest tiles. Do not pretend at ignorance, Udinas. You brought us here after all."
They were approaching the nearest barrows, and could see, studding the raw earth, countless objects. Broken pottery, jewellery, iron weapons, gold, silver, small wooden idols, scraps of cloth, the remnant possessions of the people buried beneath. Featherwitch made a sound that might have been a laugh.
"They left the treasure on the surfaces instead of burying it with the bodies. What a strange thing to do."
"Maybe so looters won't bother digging and disturbing the corpses."
"Oh, plenty of looters around here."
"I don't know this realm well enough to say either way," Udinas said, shrugging. The look she cast him was uneasy. Closer now, the destroyed city loomed before them, crusted barnacles clinging to the bases of massive upright wooden pillars, black withered strips of seaweed. Above, the cross-sectioned profiles of framework and platforms supporting streets and buildings. And in the massive chunks of grey, porous ice, swaths of rotting flesh, not human. Oversized limbs clad in dull scales, a long reptilian head dangling from a twisted, torn neck, entrails spilled from a split belly, taloned three-toed feet, serrated tails, misshapen armour and harnesses of leather, stretches of brightly coloured cloth, shiny as silk.
"What are those things?"
Udinas shook his head. "This city was struck by ice, even as it was torn from our world. Clearly that ice held its own ancient secrets."
"Why did you bring us here?"
He rounded on her, struggled to contain his anger, and managed to release it in a long sigh. Then he said, "Featherwitch, what was the tile you held in your hand?"
"One of the fulcra. Fire."
She faltered, then resumed.
When I saw you that first time, I lied when I said I saw nothing else. No one.
You saw her, didn't you?
Sister Dawn, the flames.
And you saw what she did to me?
Yes.
A whisper. Udinas turned away. Not imagined, then, he muttered. Not conjured by my imagination. Not madness.
It is not fair. You're nothing, an indebted, a slave. That Wival was meant for me, Udinas.
He flinched from her rage, even as understanding struck him, forcing a bitter laugh. You summoned it, didn't you? The Wival. You wanted its blood, and it had you, and so its poison should have infected you. But it didn't. Instead, it chose me. If I could, Featherwitch, I'd give it to you. With pleasure. No, that is not true, much as I'd like it to be. Be thankful that blood does not flow in your veins. It is in truth the curse you said it was.
Better to be cursed than—
She stopped, looked away. He studied her pale face, and around it the blonde, crinkled hair shivering in the vague, near-lifeless wind. Then what, Featherwitch? A slave born of slaves, doomed to listen to endless dreams of freedom, a word you do not understand, probably will never understand. The tiles were to be your way out, weren't they? Not taken in service to your fellow Lethery, but for yourself. You caught a whisper of freedom, didn't you, deep within those tiles? Or something you thought was freedom? For what it is worth, Featherwitch, a curse is not freedom. Every path is a trap, a snare, to entangle you in the games of forces beyond all understanding. Those forces probably prefer slaves when they use mortals, since slaves understand intrinsically the nature of the relationship imposed. She glared at him.
Then why you?
And not you? He looked away. Because I wasn't dreaming of freedom. Perhaps. Before I was a slave, I was indebted, as you remind me at every opportunity. Debt fashions its own kind of slavery, Featherwitch, within a system designed to ensure few ever escape once those chains have closed round them. She lifted her hands and stared at them.
Are we truly here? It all seems so real.
I doubt it, Udinas replied.
We can't stay?
In the world of the tiles? You tell me, Featherwitch.
This isn't the realm of your dreaming, is it?
He grimaced to hide his amusement at the unintended meaning behind her question. No, I did warn you.
I have been waiting for you to say that, only not in such a tone of regret.
Expecting anger? She nodded. I had plenty of that, he admitted, but it went away.
How? How do you make it go away?
He met her eyes, then simply shook his head, a casual turning away, gaze once more upon the ruins. This destruction, this slaughter, a terrible thing to do.
Maybe they deserved it. Maybe they did something.
Featherwitch, the question of what is deserved should rarely, if ever, be asked. Asking it leads to deadly judgment and acts of unmitigated evil. Atrocity revisited in the name of justice breeds its own atrocity. We Lethery are cursed enough with righteousness without inviting yet more.
You live soft, Udinas, in a very hard world.
I told you I was not without anger.
Which you bleed away somehow before it can hurt anyone else.
So I do all the bleeding, do I? She nodded.
I am afraid you do, Udinas.
He sighed and turned. Let's go back. Side by side they made their way towards the waiting savages in their village of caves.
Would that we could understand them,
Featherwitch said. Their shaman is dead.
Damn you, Udinas!
Into the basin where something had changed. 4 women had appeared, and with them was a young boy, who was human. The warrior who had spoken earlier now addressed the boy, and he replied in the same language, then looked over at Udinas and Featherwitch. He pointed, then, with a frown, said,
Lethery.
Do you understand me? Udinas asked.
Some.
You are Mekros?
Some. Lethery indebted. Indebted. Mother and father. They fled to live with Mekros. Live free, freedom, in freedom.
Udinas gestured towards the ruined city. Your home?
Some.
He took the hand of one of the women attending him.
Here.
What is your name?
Rud Elal.
Udinas glanced at Featherwitch. Rud meant found in the Mekros trade tongue, but of course he realized she would not know that. Found Elal, he said in the trader's language. Can you understand me better? The boy's face brightened.
Yes, good, yes. You are a sailor, like my father was. Yes.
These people rescued you from the city?
Yes. They are Bentrakt, or were, whatever that means. Do you know?
He shook his head. Found. Were there any other survivors?
No, all dead, or dying, then dead.
And how did you survive?
I was playing. Then there were terrible noises and screams, and the street lifted, then broke, and my house was gone. I slid towards a big crack that was full of ice fangs. I was going to die, like everyone else. Then I hit 2 legs. Standing, she was standing, as if the street was still level.
She? This is trader's tongue, isn't it? Featherwitch said. I'm starting to understand it. It's what you and Hulad use when together.
She was white fire, the boy said. Tall, very, very tall. And she reached down and picked me up.
He made a gesture to mime a hand gripping the collar of his weathered shirt.
And she said, "Oh, no, he won't." Then we were walking, in the air, floating above everything until we all arrived here. And she was swearing, swearing and swearing.
Did she say anything else, apart from swearing?
She said she worked hard on this baguette, and that damned legless bastard wasn't going to ruin her plans. Not a chance, no, not a chance, and he'll pay for this. What's baguette mean?
I thought so, Featherwitch muttered in Lethery. No.
Remarkable eyes,
Featherwitch continued.
Must be hers. Yours are much darker, duller. But that mouth...
No. Found, Udinas managed. How old are you?
I forget.
How old were you before the ice broke the city?
7.
Triumphant, Udinas spun to face Featherwitch.
7,
the boy said again.
7 weeks. Mother kept saying I was growing too fast, so I must be tall for my age.
Featherwitch's smile was strangely broken. The Bentrakt warrior spoke again. The boy nodded and said,
Ulshun Pral says he has a question he wants to ask you.
A numbed reply. Go ahead. Raed, Vebentara Tograd Nlan Nvistal, Listvaur Lanlan, Steshabin?
The women want to know if I will eat them when I get older. They want to know what dragons eat. They want to know if they should be afraid. I don't know what all that means.
How can they be eaten? There. Udinas stopped. Eren, take me. They don't know they're dead. Tell them not to worry, Found. Kibri, Arastashabin, Briportolton, Logdara Kulabsi.
Ulshun Pral says they promised her to take care of me until she returns.
Entara Togrudav? The boy shook his head and replied in the warrior's language. What did he ask? Udinas demanded.
Ulshun Pral wanted to know if you're my father. I told him my father's dead. I told him, no, you aren't. My father was Arak Elhal. He died.
In Lethery, Featherwitch said, Tell him, Udinas. No, there's nothing to tell.
You would leave him to that woman?
He spun to face her. And what would you have me do? Take him with us? We're not even here. Tun havra ad eventara. Tun veb volrele brihere hand enev. The boy said,
Ulshun Pral is understanding you now. Some. He says there are holes, and would you like to go there?
Holes? Udinas asked. Featherwitch snorted.
Gates. He means gates. I have been sensing them. There are gates, Udinas. Powerful ones.
All right, Udinas said to Found.
I don't like that place, the boy said. but I will come with you. It's not far."
They strode towards the mouth of one of the larger caves, passed into the cool darkness, the rough floor sloping upward for 20 or so paces, then beginning to dip again. Into caverns with the walls crowded with painted images in red and yellow ochre, black outlines portraying ancient beasts standing or running, some falling with spears protruding from them. Further in, a smaller cavern with black stick-like efforts on the walls and ceiling, a struggling attempt by the Talani Mas to paint their own forms. Blooms of red paint outlining ghostly handprints. Then the path narrowed and began a gradual ascent once more. Ahead, a vertical fissure from which light spilled inward, a light filled with flowing colours, as if some unearthly flame burned beyond. They emerged onto an uneven but mostly level sweep of blackened bedrock. Small boulders set end to end formed an avenue of approach from the cave mouth that led them on an inward spiral towards the centre of the clearing. Beyond, the sky shimmered with swirling colours, like shattered rainbows. A cairn of flat stones dominated the centre of the spiral, in the rough, awkward form of a figure standing on two legs made of stacked stones, a single broad one forming the hips, the torso made of three more, the arms each a single projecting rectangular stone out to the side, the head a single oblong rock sheathed in lichen. The crude figure stood before a squat tower-like structure with at least 12 sides. The facings were smooth, burnished like the facets of natural crystal. Yet light in countless colours flared beneath each of those surfaces, each plane spiralling inward to a dark hole. Udinas could feel a pressure in the air, as of taut forces held in balance. The scene seemed perilously fragile.
"Vihan on Ramashal, Strilkul Havranev, Nevist Lante."
Ulshun says his people came here with a bone-caster. It was a realm of storms, and beasts, countless beasts coming from those holes. They did not know what they were, but there was much fighting.
The Talani Mas warrior spoke again, at length.
Their bone-caster realized that the breaches must be sealed, and so she drew upon the power of stone and earth, then rose into her new eternal body to stand before the wounds, and hold all with stillness. She stands there now, and she shall stand there for all time.
Yet her sacrifice has stranded the Talani Mas here, hasn't it? Udinas asked.
Yes, but Ulshun and his people are content.
"Vitru Larpahal, Ranag Bed Tenag Tolarpahal, Kulhavra Thelar, Kul."
This land is a path, what we would call a road, Found said, frowning as he struggled to make sense of Ulshun's words. Herds migrate back and forth. They seem to come from nowhere, but they always come.
Because, like the Talani Mas themselves, they are ghost memories.
The road leads here?
Featherwitch asked in halting trader's tongue.
Yes, Found said. And comes from where?
Epal en Volsav Thelan.
The boy sighed, crossed his arms in frustration.
Ulshun says we are in an overflow? Where the road comes from has bled out to claim the road itself, and surround this place. Beyond there is nothing, oblivion, unrealized. So we are within a realm? Featherwitch asked. Which hold claims this place?
Aev Bruxel list Tev, Starvald Demelain Tev.
Ulshun is pleased you understand holds. He is bright gem-eye. Pleased and surprised. He calls this hold Starvald Demelain. I do not know that name, she said, scowling.
The Talani Mas spoke again, and in the words Udinas sensed a list, then more lists, and in hearing the second list he began to recognize names. The boy shrugged.
Tiam, Kals, Stilana, Ampelas, Okaros, Karosis, Sorit, Atrahal, Eloth, Anthras, Kesoban, Alkend, Karatalid, Korbas, Olar, Elaint, Draconian, dragons, the pure dragons. The place where the road comes from is closed, by the mixed bloods who gathered long ago. Draconis, Krul, Anomandaris, Oserk, Silchas Ruin, Skabandari, Sheltathalor, Sukul Ankadu, and Menandor. It was, he says, Menandor who saved me. The boy's eyes suddenly widened. She didn't look like a dragon. Ulshan spoke. Found nodded. All right. He says you should be able to pass through from here. He looks forward to seeing you again. They will prepare a feast for you. Tenag Kaf. You are coming back, aren't you? If we can, Featherwitch said, then switched to Lethery. Aren't we, Udinas? He scowled. How would I know? Be gracious. To you or them? Both, but especially to your son. He didn't want to hear any of this, and chose to study the faceted tower instead. Not a single path, then, but multiple doorways. At least 12. 12 other worlds, then? What would they be like? What kind of creatures populated them? Demons. And perhaps that was all the word demon meant. Some creature torn from its own realm. Bound like a slave by a new master who cared nothing for its life, its well-being, who would simply use it like any other tool, until made useless, whereupon it would be discarded. But I am tired of sympathy, of feeling it, at least. I'd welcome receiving it, if only to salve all this self-pity. Be gracious, she said, a little rich coming from her. He looked back down at the boy, my son. No, just my seed. She took nothing else, needed nothing else. It was the Wival blood that drew her, it must have been. Nothing else. Not my son, my seed. Growing too fast. Was that the trait of dragons? No wonder that Lanimas women were frightened. He sighed, then said, Found, thank you. And our thanks as well to Ulshun Pral. We look forward to a feast of Tenag Kaf. He faced Featherwitch. Can you choose the proper path? Our flesh will draw us back, she replied. Come, we have no idea how much time has passed in our world. She took him by the hand and led him past the stone figure. Dream worlds. Imagine what we might see, were we able to choose. They're not dream worlds, Featherwitch. They're real. In those places, we are the ghosts. She snorted, but said nothing. Udinas turned for a final glance back. The boy found, get of a slave and a draconic-blooded woman, raised by neither. And at his side this rudely fashioned savage who believed he still lived. Believed he was flesh and blood, a hunter and leader with appetites, desires, a future to stride into. Udinas could not decide which of the two was the more pathetic. Seeing them, as he did now, they both broke his heart, and there seemed no way to distinguish between the two. As if grief had flavors. He swung round. All right, take us back. Her hand tightened on his, and she drew him forward. He watched her stride into the wall of flaring light, then followed. Atriprida Jan Tovis, called Twilight by those soldiers under her command, who possessed in their ancestry the blood of the long-vanished indigenous fishers of Fent Reach, for that was what her name meant, stood on the massive wall skirting the north coast tower, and looked out upon the waters of Nepar Sea. Behind her, a broad, raised road exited from the base of the watchtower and cut a straight path south through the 2 leagues of old forest, then a third of a league of farmland, to end at the crossroads directly before the inland gate of the fortified city of Fent Reach. That was the road she was about to take, in haste. Beside her, the local Finad, a willow-thin, haunted man whose skin seemed almost bloodless, cleared his throat for the 3rd time in the last dozen heartbeats. "All right, Finad," Twilight said. The man sighed, a sound of unabashed relief. "I will assemble the squads, Atriprida." "In a moment. You still have a choice to make." "Atriprida? By your estimate, how many Edur ships are we looking at?" The Finad squinted northward. 800-900 of their raiders, I would judge. Merud, Denratha, Beneda. Those oversized transports, I've not seen those before. 500? Those transports are modelled on our own, Twilight said, and ours hold 500 soldiers each, one full supply ship in every 5, assuming the same ratio here. 400 transports packed with Edor warriors. That's 200,000. Those raiders carry 80 to 100. Assume 100. Thus, 90,000. The force about to land on the strand below is, therefore, almost 300,000. Yes, Atriprida. 5,000 Edor landed outside First Maiden Fort this morning. The skeleton garrison saddled every horse they had left and are riding hard for Fent Reach, where I have my garrison. We can conclude, the Finad said, that this represents the main force of the Edor fleet, the main force, indeed, of the entire people and their suicidal invasion. She glanced at him. No, we cannot conclude any such thing. We have never known the population of Edor lands. At Triprida, we can hold Fent Reach for weeks. In that time, a relieving army will have arrived, and we can crush the grey-skinned bastards. My mage cadre in the city, she said after a moment, amounts to 3 dubious sorcerers. One of them never sober, and the other 2 seemingly intent on killing each other over some past slight. Finad, do you see the darkness of the sea beneath those ships? The residents of Trait know well that dark water and what it holds. What are you saying, Atriprida? By all means ride back with us with your soldiers, Finad, or stay and arrange your official surrender with the first elements to land. The man's mouth slowly opened. Twilight turned away and walked to the stairs leading down to the courtyard. I am surrendering Fent Reach, Finad. But Atriprida, we could withdraw back to Trait, all of us. She stopped 3 steps down. A 3rd fleet has appeared, Finad, in Katar Sea. We have already been cut off. Eren, take us. Twilight resumed her descent. Under her breath she muttered, If only he could. All the questions were over. The invasion had begun. My city is about to be conquered. Again. Chapter 16. The old drainage trench had once been a stream, long before the huts were knocked down and the overlords began building their houses of stone. Rubble and foul silts formed the banks, crawling with vermin. But there in my chest some dark fire flamed in quiet rage as I walked the track seeking the lost voice. The voice of that freed watery flow, the pebbles beneath the streaming tongue. Oh, I knew so well those smooth stones, the child's treasure of comforting form, and the way, when dried, a single drop of tear or rain could make the colour blossom once more the found recollection of its home. This child's treasure, and the child was me, and the treasure was mine, and mine own child this very morning I discovered, kneeling smeared on the rotting bank, playing with shards of broken pots that knew only shades of grey, no matter how deep and how streaming these tears. Before Trait, nameless Fent. Dreams could pass between the blinks of a man's eyes, answered by wild casting about, disorientation, and an unstopped flood of discordant emotions. Udinas found he had slid down, was perched precariously on the ledge, his limbs stiff and aching. The sun had fallen lower, but not by much. Behind him, rising from a crumpled heap, was Featherwitch, the 2 halves of a broken tile falling from one hand to clatter on the stone a moment before sliding off into the brush and rocks below. Her hair disguised her face, hid the emotions writ there. Udinas wanted to scream, let loose his grief, and the sourceless anger beneath it. But what was new in being used? What was new in having nothing to reach for, nothing to strive towards? He pulled himself up from the edge of crumbling stone and looked about. The army was on the move. Something had changed. He saw haste below. We must return, he said. To what? Harsh, bitter. To what we were before. Slaves, Udinas. Yes. I've tasted it now. I've tasted it. He glanced over at her, watched as she sat straighter, dragging the hair from her eyes, and fixed him with a fierce glare. You cannot live like this.
I can't. She looked away, not wanting to see, he guessed, not wanting to understand. We're marching to Trait, Featherwitch.
To conquer, to enslave.
Details, he muttered, climbing cautiously to his feet. He offered her a hand. Mayan wants you.
She beats me now.
I know. You've failed to hide the bruises.
She tears my clothes off, uses me, in ways that hurt. I hurt all the time.
Well, Udinas said, he doesn't do that to her. Not that there's much tenderness. He's too young for that, I suppose. Nor has she the power to take charge. Teach him. She's frustrated.
Enough of your understanding this, understanding that. Enough indebted. I don't care about her point of view. I'm not interested in stepping into her shadow, in trying to see the world how she sees it. None of that matters when she twists, when she bites, when she pushes. Just stop talking, Udinas. Stop. No more.
Take my hand, Featherwitch. It's time.
I'd rather bite it off.
I know. He said nothing.
So he doesn't hurt her, does he?
Not physically, he replied.
Yes, what he does to her.
She looked up, searching his eyes.
I do to you.
And you'd rather bite. She made no reply. Something flickered in her gaze, then she turned away even as she took his hand. He drew her onto her feet. She would not look at him.
I'll go down first. Wait a bit.
All right. An army kicked awake, swarming the forest floor. To the north, the ashes of home. To the south, Trait. There would be vengeance. Details. A flicker of movement downslope, then nothing. Charles Sengar continued scanning for a moment longer. Then he settled back down behind the treefall. "We have been discovered," he said. Alrada Ahn grunted. "Now what?" Troll looked to the left and the right. He could barely make out the nearest warriors, motionless and under cover. "That depends," he muttered, "if they now come in force." They waited as the afternoon waned. Somewhere in the forest below was a Lethery brigade, and within it a mage cadre that had detected the presence of Tist Edur positioned to defend the bridge. Among the officers, surprise, perhaps consternation. The mages would be at work attempting to discern precise numbers, but that would prove difficult. Something in Edur blood defied them, remained elusive to their sorcerous efforts. A decision would have to be made, and much depended on the personality of the commander. Proceed in a cautious and measured way until direct contact was established, whereupon a succession of probes would determine the strength of the enemy. There were risks, however, to that. Drawing close enough to gauge the sharpness of the enemy's fangs invited a bite that might not let go, leading to a pitched engagement where all the advantages lay with the Tist Edur. Uphill battles were always costly, and often withdrawal proved bloody and difficult. Worse, there was a good chance of an all-out rout, which would lead to slaughter. Or the commander could order the mage cadre to unleash a sorcerous attack and so lay waste the forest reaches above them. Such an attack, of course, served to expose the mage's position to those Edur warlocks who might be present, and to the wraiths and demons attending them. If the attack was blunted, the cadre was in trouble. Finally, the commander could choose to pull back, yield the bridge, and return to the solid defences of High Fort, inviting a more traditional battle, the kind the Lethery had fought for centuries, against enemy forces of all sorts, and almost invariably with great success. Was the commander overconfident and precipitous? If so, then Troll Sengar and his 50 warriors would either be slaughtered or forced back to the other side of the bridge, either result proving tactically disastrous for Hanradi Kalag and his advancing warriors. A contested crossing of the bridge would force Fear and Hanradi into unveiling the full extent of the sorcerous power accompanying the army, power intended to shatter the defenders of High Fort. Conversely, a cautious or timid commander would elect to retreat, and that would ensure an Edur success. Troll edged his way back up to peer over the treefall. No movement below. The air seemed preternaturally still. "If they don't close soon," Alrada said in a low voice. "They will have lost the advantage." Trull nodded. Sufficient concerns to occupy his mind, to steal his fullest attention. He did not have the luxury of thinking of other things. This, he decided, was preferable, a relief. "And I can stay here, in this tense cast of my mind's thoughts, from now on. It will take me through this war. It has to. Please take me through this war." The shadows were long on the slope below, cutting crossways, the shafts of dusty sunlight ebbing into golden mist through which insects flitted. A whisper of sound, behind them, then on all sides. Wraiths streaming down, slipping past into the spreading gloom below. "They've arrived," Alrada said. Trull slid back down and rolled onto his back, padding between brush and trees upslope, silver-backed wolves, a half-dozen, then a score, lambent eyes flashing from lowered heads. One beast approached Trull. It suddenly blurred, the air filling with a pungent, spicy scent, and a moment later Trull found himself looking into the amber eyes of Banaga. The Jek grinned.
1,000 paces below, Trallsengar. They are in full retreat."
"You made good time," Alrada said. The grin widened.
"The warriors are but 2,000 paces from the bridge. My brothers found the body hidden in the brush. Your work?"
"An advanced scout," Trull said.
"The mages had tied a thread to him. They knew you were coming. No doubt that slowed them even more."
"So," Alrada said, "are we to contest their retreat?"
"It was a thought. But no, the wraiths will do naught but hound them. Keep them on edge and moving at double march. By the time they reach High Fort, they will be footsore and bleary-eyed. We won't be giving them much time to rest."
He settled into a crouch.
"I have news. First Maiden Fort has fallen. No battle. The garrison had already fled back to Fent Reach."
"As anticipated," Trull said.
"Yes. If the Lethery choose to make a stand at Fent Reach, it will be a short siege. Even now our ships have made landing and the warriors march on the city."
"No contact with any Lethery fleets?" Trull was surprised. Those transports were vulnerable.
"None. The Emperor's forces are poised above Trait, undetected as yet. Within the next few days, my friends, there will be 4 major battles, and, sword willing, the northern frontier shall fall.
At the very least, we'll have their fullest attention." Blind drunk. A description Seren Pedak sought to explore, with all the fumbling, murky intent of a mind poisoned into stupidity. But somehow she was failing. Instead of blind, she was painfully aware of the figures on all sides of her small table, the seething press and the loose rubble sound of countless voices. Stupidity had yet to arrive, and possibly never would, as stolid sobriety held on, dogged and immovable and indifferent to the seemingly endless cups of wine she drank down. Fevered excitement, scores of voices uttering their "I-told-you-so" variations to herds of nodding heads, proclamations and predictions, the gleaming words of greed eager to be unleashed on the booty of battlefields crowded with dead Edur.
"Give 'em first Maiden Fort, aye. Why not? Pull the bastards in and in. You saw what the cadre did that night. They'll do it again, this time against the ash-faced bastards themselves. I've got a perch halfway up the lighthouse, paid a fortune for it. I'll see it all. It'll all be over at Fent Reach. They'll get their noses blooded, and that's when the cadre will hit the fleet in the Catter Sea. I got an interest in a stretch on Bight Coast, salvage rights. Heading up there as soon as it's over. They let themselves get surrounded, I tell you. Twilight's just waiting for the siege to settle in." "What's that? You saying she surrendered?" "Errant takers, man, what kind of lies you throwing about in here? You a damned traitor, you a damned halbedict. Shut that mouth of yours or I'll do it for you. I'll help, Cribal, that's a promise. Sewing lips tight is easy as mending sails, and I've been doing that for years. Where'd he go? Never mind him, Cribal. Traitors need to be taught a lesson, Feluda. Come on, I see him making for the door."
Sitting alone don't do no woman no good, sweetheart. Let a decent man take you away from all this.
Seren Pedak frowned, looked up at the figure looming over her table. Her mind replied, "All right," even as she scowled and turned away.
Nothing worth its spit is being said here, lass. You want a drink? Fine, just sit and drink. All I was offering was a quiet place to do it, is all.
Go away.
Instead, the man sat down. Been watching you all evening. Just another lethargy? Asked myself that once, and once only. No, I think not this one. So I ask, and someone says, "That's the Equator, Seren Pedak. Was up at the treaty that went sour. Was under contract with Buruk the Pale, the one that hung himself, and damned if it wasn't her that found him all fish-eyed and fouled. And I think that ain't an easy thing. No wonder she's sitting there trying to get drunk and it's not working."
She fixed her gaze on him, seeing him clearly for the first time. Seamed face, clean-shaven, hair shoulder-length and the hue of polished iron. His voice sounded again in her head, confirming what she saw.
"You're no lethargy." A broad smile, even white teeth. "You got that right, and no offence, but glad of it."
"You're not Ferid, Nerek, Tarthanol, not Fent either, not even Mekros."
"What I am you never heard of, believe me, lass. A long way from home."
"What do you want?"
"Was making an offer, but it needed to be done in quiet. Private."
"I'm sure—"
"Not like that. Though I'd consider my fortunes on the upswing if it was to happen the way you think I meant. No."
He leaned forward, gesturing her closer as well. Her smile ironic, she tilted over the table until their noses were almost touching. "I can't wait." He withdrew a fraction.
"Lass, you're a breathing vineyard. All right then, listen. We got ourselves a boat."
"We?"
"A boat, and we're leaving this pock-on-hood's ass of a kingdom."
"Where to? Korshen, Pilot, Truce, Kolans?"
"What would be the point of that? The first three you named are all paying tribute to Lether, and Kolans is a mess from all we hear. Equator, the world's a lot bigger than you might think."
"Is it? Actually, it's smaller than I think."
"Same rubbish, different hole, eh? Maybe you're right, but maybe not."
"Who are you?"
"Just someone a long way from home, like I said. We clawed our way out of Asael, only to find ourselves here. And just by arriving in our damned sieve of a boat, we owed money. Just by stepping onto the dock, we owed more. It's been 7 months, and we're so far in debt Prince Kaz himself couldn't clear our way back out. Living off scraps and doing ugly work, and it's rotting us all."
"You were a soldier."
"Still am, lass."
"So join a brigade." He rubbed at his face, closed his eyes for a moment, then seemed to reach a decision. He fixed her with his cool blue eyes.
"It's shouting to the abyss, lass, and not one lethargy's listening. You people are in trouble, serious trouble. Fent Reach surrendered. Now, Twilight's a smart, able commander, so what made her do that? Think, Equator."
"She saw it was hopeless. She saw she couldn't hold the city, and there was no way to retreat."
He nodded. "You weren't here when the harvest ships returned. You didn't see what delivered them. We did. Lass, if Denrabi worship a god, then that was it, right there in the harbor."
"Who are Denrabi?"
He shook his head. "We got room for people worth their salt, and you won't be the only woman, so it's not like that."
"So why me at all, then?"
"Because you ain't blind, Seren Pedak."
Smiling, she leaned back, then looked away. "Not drunk, either." "Who are you?"
"It won't mean a thing."
"Tell me anyway."
"Iron Bars, 2nd Blade, 4th Company, Crimson Guard. Was in the service of Commander Cal Bryn before we was all scattered between here and Hood's Gates.
Meaningless and long. I'm impressed, Iron Bars.
Lass, you got more sharp teeth than an Encaral with a mouthful of Rizan. Probably why I like you so much.
All right. I'm not interested in your offer, Iron Bars.
Try thinking on it. There's time for that, provided you get out of Trait as soon as you can.
She looked at him. That doesn't make any sense.
You'd be right if our boat was in the harbour here, but it isn't. It's in Letharas. We signed on as crew through an agent. He shrugged. As soon as we get out to sea,
you'll kill the captain and mates and turn pirate.
We won't kill anybody if there's a way round it, and we're not pirates. We just want to get home. We need to get home. He studied her for a moment, then rose. If it works out right, we'll look you up in Letharas.
All right. You'd be wasting your time.
He shrugged. Between here and then, Aquitor, a whole lot is going to change. Get out of this city, lass. As soon as you sober up, go. Just go. Then he was gone.
They caught him, dragged him into the alley, and they're sewing up his mouth. Come on, let's watch. Just his mouth? He's a damned traitor. No reason to go easy on the bastard. Sew him up everywhere. See how he likes that. Wish it was Hull Benedict, that's what I wish. They'll do a lot worse on him, mark my words. You just wait and see.
Her blue silk snapping in the wind, Nek al-Bara stood atop the lighthouse tower and faced out to sea. Nothing was going as planned. Their preemptive attack had destroyed empty villages. The entire Tist Edur people were on the move, and they're about to arrive on our very doorstep. The fleet that had appeared in Qatar Sea, poised to interpose its forces to prevent the retreat of Twilight's garrison at Fent Reach, had, upon the city's surrender, simply moved on. Preternaturally swift, the blood-red sails of 500 raiders now approached Trait Bay, and in the waters beneath those sleek hulls, a thing. Ancient, terrible, eager with hunger. It knew this path. It had been here before. Since that time, and at the Cedar's command, she had delved deep in her search to discover the nature of the creature the Tist Edur had bound to their service. The harbour and the bay beyond had once been dry land, a massive limestone shelf beneath which raced vast underground rivers. Erosion had collapsed the shelf in places, creating roughly circular, deep wells. Sometimes the water below continued to flow as part of the rivers, but in some the percolating effect of the limestone was blocked by concretions over time, and the water was black and still. One such well had become, long ago, a place of worship. Treasures were flung into its depths, gold, jade, silver, and living sacrifices. Drowning voices had screamed in the chill water, cold flesh and bone had settled on the pale floor. And a spirit was fashioned, fed on blood and despair, beseeching propitiation, the unwilling surrender of mortal lives. There were mysteries to this, she well knew. Had the spirit existed before the worship began, and was simply drawn to the gifts offered? Or was it conjured into existence by the very will of those ancient worshippers? Either way, the result was the same. A creature came into being, and was taught the nature of hunger, of desire, made into an addict of blood and grief and terror. The worshippers vanished, died out or departed, or driven to such extreme sacrifices as to destroy themselves. There was no telling how deep the bed of bones at the bottom of that well, but by the end it must have been appalling in its vastness. The spirit was doomed, and should have eventually died, had not the seas risen to swallow the land, had not its world's walls suddenly vanished, releasing it to all that lay beyond. Shorelines were places of worship the world over. The earliest records surviving from the First Empire made note of that again and again among peoples encountered during the explorations. The verge between sea and land marked the manifestation of the symbolic transition between the known and the unknown, between life and death, spirit and mind, between an unlimited host of elements and forces contrary yet locked together. Lives were given to the seas, treasures were flung into their depths,
and upon the waters themselves ships and their crews were dragged into the deep time and again. For all that, the spirit had known competition, and Nekalbara suspected had fared poorly. Weakened, suffering, it had returned to its hole, there beneath the deluge, returned to die. There was no way of knowing how the Tist Edur warlocks had found it, or came to understand its nature and the potential within it. But they had bound it, fed it blood until its strength returned, and it had grown, and with that growth a burgeoning hunger. And now I must find a way to kill it. She could sense its approach, drawing ever nearer beneath the Edur raiders. Along the harbour front below, soldiers were crowding the fortifications. Crews readied at the trebuchets and ballistae. Fires were stoked and racks of hull-breaching quarrels were wheeled out. Arahathan in his black furs had positioned himself at the far end of the main pier, and, like her, stood facing the fast-approaching Edur fleet. He would seek to block the spirit's attack, engage it fully for as long as it took for Nekalbara to magically draw close to the entity and strike at its heart. She wished Enedictal had remained in the city rather than returning to his battalion at all. Indeed, she wished the snake-belts had marched to join them here. Once the spirit was engaged, Enedictal could have then shattered the Edur fleet. She had no idea how much damage she and Arahathan would sustain while killing the spirit. It was possible they would have nothing left with which to destroy the fleet. It might come down to hand-to-hand fighting along the harbour front. And that is the absurdity of magic in war. We do little more than negate each other, unless one cadre finds itself outnumbered. She had 6 minor sorcerers under her command, interspersed among the companies of the Cold Clay Battalion arrayed below. They would have to be sufficient against the Edur warlocks accompanying the fleet. Nekalbara was worried, but not unduly so. The red sails fluttered. She could just make out the crews scampering on the foredecks and in the rigging. The fleet was heaving too. Beneath the lead ships, a dark tide surged forward, spreading its midnight brews into the harbour. She felt a sudden fear. It was huge. A glance down, to the lone black-swathed figure at the very end of the main pier, the arms spreading wide. The spirit heaved up in a swelling wave, gaining speed as it rushed towards the harbour front. On the docks, soldiers behind shields, a wavering of spearheads. Someone loosed a ball of flaming pitch from one of the trebuchets. Fascinated, Nekalbara watched its arcing flight, its smoke-trailing descent, down towards the rising wave. It vanished in a smear of steam. She heard Arathahan's roar, saw a line of water shiver, then boil just beyond the docks, lifting skyward a wall of steam even as the spirit's bulk seemed to lunge a moment before striking it. The concussion sent the lighthouse wavering beneath her feet, and she threw her arms out for balance. 2/3 of the way down, along a narrow iron balcony, onlookers were flung into the air, to pitch screaming down to the rocks below. The balcony twisted like thin wire in the hands of a blacksmith, the fittings exploding in puffs of dust. A terrible groaning rose up through the tower as it rocked back and forth. Steam and dark water raged in battle, clambering ever higher directly before Arahathan. The sorcerer was swallowed by shadow. The lighthouse was toppling. Nekalbara faced the harbour, held her arms out, then flung herself from the edge. Vanishing within a tumbling shaft of magic, slanting downward in coruscating threads of blue fire that swarmed around a blinding white core. Like a god's spear, the shaft pierced the flank of the spirit, tore a path of incandescence into the dark, surging water. "Errant! He's failing! Falling!" She sensed, then saw Arahathan. Red flesh curling away from his bones, blackening, snatched away as if by a fierce whirling wind. She saw his teeth, the lips gone, the grimace suddenly a maddening smile. Eyes wrinkled, then darkening, then collapsing inward. She sensed in that last moment his surprise, his disbelief. Into the spirit's flesh, down through layer upon layer of thick coagulated blood, matted hair, slivered pieces of bone, encrusted jewellery, mangled coins. layers of withered newborn corpses, each one wrapped in leather, each one with its forehead stove in, above a face twisted with pain and baffled suffering. Layers! O mistress, what have we mortals done? Done and done and done! Stone tools, pearls, bits of shell, through, to find that she had been wrong, terribly wrong. The spirit, naught but a shell, held together by the memory within bone, teeth, and hair, by that memory and nothing more. Within, Nekalbara saw that she was about to die. Against all that rose to greet her, she had no defence, none, could not, could never. "Sida, Guru Khan, hear me, see—" Seren Pedak staggered out into the street, pushed, spun round, knocked to her knees by fleeing figures. She had woken in a dark cellar surrounded by empty, broken kegs. She had been robbed, most of her armour stripped away, sword and knife gone. The ache between her legs told her that worse had happened. Lips puffed and cut by kisses she had never felt, her hair tangled and matted with blood. She crawled across greasy cobbles to curl up against a stained brick wall, stared out numbly on the panicked scene. Smoke had stolen the sky. Brown, murky light, the distant sound of battle, at the harbour front to her left, and along the north and east walls ahead and to her right. In the street before her, citizens raced in seemingly random directions. Across from her, two men were locked in mortal combat, and she watched as one managed to pin the other, then began pounding the man's head against the cobbles. The hard impacts gave way to soft crunches, and the victor rolled away from the spasming victim, scrambled upright, then limped away. Doors were being kicked down, women screamed as their hiding places were discovered. There were no Tist Edur in sight. From her right, three men shambling like marauders. One carried a blood-stained club, another a single-handed sickle. The third man was dragging a dead or unconscious girl-child by one foot. They saw her. The one with the club smiled.
"We was coming to collect you, Acquitor. Woke up wanting more, did you?"
She did not recognize any of them, but there was terrible familiarity in their eyes as they looked upon her.
"The city's fallen," the man continued, drawing closer, "but we got a way out, and we're taking you with us."
The one with the sickle laughed.
"We've decided to keep you to ourselves, lass. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe."
Seren curled tighter against the wall.
"Hold there!"
A new voice. The three men looked up. Iron-haired, blue-eyed, she recognized the newcomer. Maybe, she wasn't sure. She'd never seen armor like that before. She would have remembered the blood-red surcoat, a plain sword at the stranger's left hip, which he was not reaching towards.
"It's that foreign bastard," the man with the club said. "Find your own."
"I just have," he replied. "Been looking for her the last 2 days."
"She's ours," said the sickle-wielder.
"No closer,"
the third man growled, raising the child in one hand as if he meant to use the body for a weapon, which, Seren now saw, he had done already. "Oh, please be dead, child. Please have been dead all along."
"You know us, foreigner," the man with the club said.
"Oh, yes, you're the terrors of the shantytown. I've heard all about your exploits, which puts me at an advantage."
"How so?"
The stranger continued walking closer. She saw something in his eyes as he said, "Because you haven't heard a thing about mine." Club swung, sickle flashed, body whipped through the air. And the girl-child was caught by the stranger, who then reached one hand over, palm up, and seemed to push his fingertips under the man's chin. She didn't understand. The man with the club was on the ground, and the other had his own sickle sticking from his chest, and he stood staring down at it. Then he toppled. A snap, flood and spray of blood. The stranger stepped back, tucking the girl-child's body under his right arm, the hand of his left holding, like a leather-wrapped handle from a pail, the third man's lower jaw. horrible grunting sounds from the staggering figure to her right, bulging eyes, a spattered gust of breath. The stranger tossed the mandible away with its attendant lower palate and tongue. He set the child down, then stepped closer to the last man. "I don't like what you did. I don't like anything you've done. But most of all, I don't like what you did to this woman here, and that child. So I am going to make you hurt. A lot." The man spun as if to flee. Then he slammed onto the cobbles, landing on his chest, his feet taken out from under him. But Seren didn't see how it had happened. With serene patience, the stranger crouched over him. 2 blurred punches to either side of the man's spine, almost at neck level, and she heard breastbones snap. Blood was pooling around the man's head. The stranger shifted to reach down between the man's legs.
"Stop!"
He looked over, brows lifting.
"Stop! Kill him, clean! Kill him clean, Iron Bars!"
"Are you sure?" From the buildings opposite, faces framed by windows, eyes fixed, staring down.
"Enough!"
she said, the word a croak. "All right." He leaned back. 1 punch to the back of the man's head. It folded inward, and all was still. Iron Bars straightened. "All right?"
"All right, yes."
The Crimson Guardsman came closer. "My fault," he said. "I had to sleep. Thought you'd be safe for a bit. I was wrong. I'm sorry."
"The child?"
A pained look. "Run down by horses, I think. Some time passed."
"What's happening?"
"Straits falling. The Edur fleet held off until Nekalbara and Arahathan were finished, then closed. The defenses were swarmed by shadow wraiths. Then the warriors landed. It was bad, Aquator." He glanced over a shoulder, said, "At about that time an army came down from inland, swept the undermanned fortifications, and not 100 heartbeats ago finally succeeded in knocking down the north gate. The Edur are taking their time, killing every soldier they find. No quarter. So far, they've not touched non-combatants, but that's no guarantee of anything, is it?" He helped her to stand, and she flinched at the touch of his hands, those weapons stained with murder. If he noticed, he gave nothing away. "My blade's waiting. Corlo's managed to find a warren in this damned hood pit. First time in the 2 years we've been stuck here. What the Edur brought, he says. That's why." She realized they were walking now, taking winding alleys and avoiding the main thoroughfares. The sound of slaughter was on all sides. Iron Bars suddenly hesitated, cocked his head. "Damn, we've been cut off." Dragged into the slaughter, bemused witness to the killing of hapless, disorganized soldiers, wondering if the moneylenders would be next. Udinas was left staggering in the wake of the Emperor of the Tist Edur and 12 frenzied warriors as they waded through flesh, cutting lives down as if clearing a path through reeds. Rulad was displaying skill that did not belong to him. His arms were a blur, his every move heedless and fearless. And he was gibbering, the manic sound punctuated every now and then by a scream that was as much terror as it was rage. Not a warrior triumphant, neither berserk nor swathed in drenched glory. A killer killing. An Edur warrior near him fell to a Lethari soldier's desperate sword thrust, and the Emperor shrieked, lunged forward. The mottled sword swung, and blood splashed like water. His laughter pulled at his breath, making him gasp. Edur faces flashed furtively towards their savage ruler. Down the street, carving through a rearguard of some sort, Udinas stumbled over corpses, writhing, weeping figures. Blind with dying, men called for their mothers, and to these the slave reached down and touched a shoulder, or laid fingertips to slick foreheads, and murmured, "I'm here, my boy. It's all right. You can go now." The apologetic priest, chains snapped forward step by step, whispering hollow blessings, soft lies, forgiving even as he prayed for someone, something, to forgive him in turn. But no one touched him. No fingertips brushed his brow. For the burned villages, retribution. Where were the moneylenders? This war belonged to them, after all. Another 100 paces. 3 more Edur were down, Rulad and 8 brethren, fighting on. Where was the rest of the army? Somewhere else. If one could always choose the right questions, then every answer could be as obvious. A clever revelation. He was on to something here. Another Edur screamed, skidded and fell over, face smacking the street. Rulad killed 2 more soldiers, and suddenly no one stood in their path. Halting in strange consternation, trapped in the center of an intersection, drifts of smoke sliding past. From the right, a sudden arrival. 2 Edur reeled back, mortally wounded. The attacker reached out with his left hand, and a 3rd Edur warrior's head snapped round with a loud crack. Clash of blades, more blood, another Edur toppling. Then the attacker was through and wheeling about. Rulad leapt to meet him. Swords, one heavy and mottled, the other modest, plain, collided, and somehow were bound together with a twist and pronation of the stranger's wrist, whilst his free hand blurred out and over the weapons, palm connecting with Rulad's forehead, breaking the Emperor's neck with a loud snap. Mottled swords slid down the attacker's blade, and he was already stepping past, his weapon's point already sliding out from the chest of another Edur. Another heartbeat, and the last 2 Tist Edur warriors were down, their bodies eagerly dispensing blood like payment onto the cobbles. The stranger looked about, saw Udinas, nodded, then waved to an alley mouth from which a woman emerged. She took a 6 strides before Udinas recognized her. Badly used. But no more of that, not while this man lives. Seren Pedak took no notice of him, nor of the dead Edur. The stranger grasped her hand. Udinas watched them head off down the street, disappear round a corner. Somewhere behind him, the shouts of Edur warriors, the sound of running feet. The slave found he was standing beside Rulad's body, staring down at it, the bizarre angle of the head on its twisted neck, the hands closed tight about the sword, waiting for the mouth to open with mad laughter. "Damned strangest armor I've ever seen." Seren blinked. "What?" "But he was good with that sword. Fast. In another 5 years he'd have had the experience to have made him deadly, enough to give anyone trouble. Shimmer, Blues, maybe even Skinner. But that armor! A damned fortune right there for the taking, if we'd the time." "What?" "That Tist Edur, lass." "Tist Edur?" "Never mind. There they are." Ahead, crouched at the dead end of an alley, 6 figures, 2 women, 4 men, all in crimson surcoats, weapons out, blood on the blades. One, more lightly armoured than the others and holding what looked to be some sort of diadem in his left hand, stepped forward, and said something in a language Seren had never heard before. Iron Bars replied in an impatient growl. He drew Seren closer as the man who'd spoken began gesturing. The air seemed to shimmer all round them. "Corlo's opening the warren, lass. We're going through. And if we're lucky, we won't run into anything in there. No telling how far we can get. Far enough, I hope." "Where?" she asked. "Where are we going?" A murky wall of blackness yawned where the alley's blank wall had been. "Letharas, Aquitor. We got a ship awaiting us, remember?" "Strangest armor I've ever seen. A damned fortune. Is he dead?" "Who?" "Is he dead? Did you kill him? That Tist Edur?" "No choice, lass. He was slowing us up, and more were coming." "Oh, no." Vomit spilling out onto the sand. At least, Withal mused, the shrieks had stopped. He waited, seated on grass just above the beach, while the young Edur, on his hands and knees, head hanging down, shuddered and convulsed, coughed and spat. Off to one side, 2 of the Nachts, Rind and Pule, were fighting over a piece of driftwood that was falling apart with their efforts. Their games of destruction had become obsessive of late, leading the Mekros weaponsmith to wonder if they were in fact miming a truth on his behalf. or the isolation was driving them insane. Another kind of truth, that one. He despised religion, set no gods in his path. Ascendants were worse than rabid beasts. It was enough that mortals were capable of appalling evil. He wanted nothing to do with their immortal, immeasurably more powerful counterparts. And this broken god in his squalid tent, his eternal pain and the numbing smoke of the seeds he scattered onto the brazier before him, it was all of a piece to Withal. Suffering made manifest, consumed by the desire to spread the misery of its own existence into the world, into all the worlds. Misery and false escape, pain and mindless surrender.
All of a piece.
On this small island, amidst this empty sea, Withal was lost. Within himself, among a host of faces that were all his own, he was losing the capacity to recognize any of them. Thought and self was reduced, formless and untethered, wandering amidst a stranger's memories, whilst the world beyond unravelled. Nest-building, frenzied destruction, fanged mouth agape in silent, convulsive laughter. 3 jesters repeating the same performance again and again. What did it mean? What obvious lesson was being shown him that he was too blind, too thick to understand? The Edur lad was done, nothing left in his stomach. He lifted his head, eyes stripped naked to the bones of pain and horror.
No,
he whispered. Withal looked away, squinted along the strand.
No more, please. Never much in the way of sunsets here, Withal mused, or sunrises, for that matter. You don't know what it's like.
The Edur's scream trailed away.
The nests are getting more elaborate, Withal said. I think he's striving for a particular shape. Sloped walls, a triangular entrance. Then Mape wrecks it. What am I to take from all that? He can keep his damned sword. I'm not going over there. I'm not going over there, and don't try to make me. I have nothing to do. Nothing.
Rulad crawled towards him.
You made that sword,
he said in an accusatory rasp.
Fire, hammer, anvil, and quenching. I've made more swords than I can count. Just iron and sweat. They were broken blades, I think. Those black shards. From some kind of narrow-bladed overlong knife. 2 of them, black and brittle. Just pieces, really. I wonder where he collected them from. Everything breaks, Rulad said. Withal glanced over. Aye, lad. Everything breaks. You could do it. Do what? Break that sword. No, I can't. Everything breaks, including people, lad. That's not good enough. Withal shrugged. I don't remember much of anything anymore. I think he's stealing my mind. He says he's my god. All I need to do is worship him, he says, and everything will come clear. So tell me, Rulad Sengar, is it all clear to you? This evil, it's of your making. Is it? Maybe you're right. I accepted his bargain, but he lied, you see. He said he'd set me free once I made the sword. He lies, Rulad. That much I know. I know that now. This god lies. I have power. I am emperor. I've taken a wife. We are at war, and Letha shall fall. Withal gestured inland. And he's waiting for you. They're frightened of me. Fear breeds its own loyalty, lad. They'll follow. They're waiting too right now. Rulad clawed at his face, shuddered. He killed me, that man. Not a Lethari at all. He killed us, 7 of my brothers, and me. He was so fast. It seemed he barely moved, and my kin were falling, dying. Next time will be harder. You'll be harder. It won't be as easy to find someone to kill you next time. And the time after that, Do you understand that, lad? It's the essence of that mangled god who's waiting for you.
Who is he?
The god? A miserable little shit, Rulad, who has your soul in his hands.
Father Shadow has abandoned us.
Father Shadow is dead, or as good as.
How do you know?
Because if he wasn't, he'd have never let the crippled god steal you. You and your people. He'd have come marching ashore.
Withal fell silent. And that, he realized, was what he was coming to, a blood-soaked truth. He hated religion, hated the gods, and he was alone.
I will kill him with the sword.
Fool! There's nothing on this island that he doesn't hear, doesn't see, doesn't know. Except maybe what's in my mind now. And even if he knew, how could he stop me? No, he doesn't know. I must believe that. After all, if he did, he'd kill me. Right now, he'd kill me.
Rulad climbed to his feet.
I'm ready for him.
Are you?
Yes.
Withal sighed. He glanced over at the two nachts. Their contested driftwood was a scattering of splinters lying between them. Both creatures were staring down at it, bemused, poking fingers through the mess. The Mekros rose.
All right then, lad. Let's go.
She was behind the black glass, within a tunnel of translucent obsidian, and there were no ghosts.
Corald Galein,
Corlo said in a whisper, casting a glance back at them over one shoulder.
Unexpected. It's a rotten conquest. That, or the Edur don't even know it, don't even know what they're using.
The air stank of death, withered flesh, the breath of a crypt. The black stone beneath their feet was greasy and uncertain. Overhead the ceiling was uneven, barely a hand's width higher than Iron Bars, who was the tallest among the group.
It's a damned rat's maze,
the mage continued, pausing at a branching. Just take us south, Iron Bars said in a low growl.
Fine, but which way is that?
The soldiers crowded round, muttering and cursing in their strange language. Corlo faced Seren, his expression strangely taut.
Any suggestions, Aquitor?
What? The mage said something in their native tongue to Iron Bars, who scowled and replied, That's enough, all of you. In Lethery. Since when was rudeness in the creed of the Crimson Guard? Aquitor, this is the hold of darkness.
There is no hold of darkness.
Well, I'm trying to say it in a way that makes sense to you.
All right,
Corlo said.
But you see, Aquitor, it shouldn't be.
She simply looked at him in the gloom. The mage rubbed the back of his neck, and she saw the hand come away glistening with sweat.
These are Tist Edur, right? Not Tist Andi. The hold of darkness, that's Tist Andi. The Edur, they were from the, hold of shadow. So it was natural, you see, to expect that the warren would be Corald Emerlan. But it isn't. It's Corald Galein, only it's breached, overrun, thick with spirits, Tist Andi spirits. They're not here, she said. I've seen them, those spirits. They're not here. They are, Aquitor. I'm just keeping them away, for now. But it's proving difficult.
The mage nodded reluctantly.
And you're lost.
Another nod. She tried to think, cut through the numbness, which seemed to be the only thing keeping away the pain of her battered flesh.
You said the spirits are not Edur. That's right. Tist Andi. What is the relationship between the two? Are they allied?
Corlo's eyes narrowed.
Allied?
Those wraiths, Iron Bars said. The mage's gaze darted to his commander, then back again to Seren Pedek.
Those wraiths are bound, compelled to fight alongside the Edur. Are they Andi spirits? Hood's breath, this is starting to make sense. What else would they be? Not Edur spirits, since no binding magic would be needed, would it?
Iron Bars stepped in front of Seren. What are you suggesting? She remembered back to her only contact with the spirits, their hunger.
Mage Corlo, you say you're keeping them away. Are they trying to attack us?
I'm not sure.
Let one through. Maybe we can talk to it. Maybe we can get help.
Why would it be interested in helping us?
Make a bargain.
With what?
She shrugged. Think of something.
He muttered a string of foreign words that she guessed were curses. Let one through, Iron Bars said. More curses, then Corlo walked a few steps ahead to clear some space. Ready weapons, he said, in case it ain't interested in talking. A moment later, the gloom in front of the mage wavered, and something black spread outward like spilled ink. A figure emerged, halting, uncertain. A woman, tall as an Edur but midnight-skinned, a reddish glint to her long, unbound hair. Green eyes, tilted and large, a face softer and rounder than Seren would have expected given her height and long limbs. She was wearing a leather harness and leggings, and on her shoulders rode the skin of some white-furred beast. She was unarmed. Her eyes hardened. She spoke, and in her words Seren heard a resemblance to Edur. I hate it when that happens, Corlo said. Seren tried Edur.
Hello. We apologize for intruding on your world. We do not intend to stay long.
The woman's expression did not change.
The betrayers never do. I may speak in the language of the Edur, but they are no allies of ours. Perhaps in that we share something.
I was among the first to die in the war, the woman said, and so not at the hands of an Edur. They cannot take me, cannot force me to fight for them. I and those like me are beyond their grasp.
Yet your spirit remains trapped, Seren said, here in this place.
What do you want?
Seren turned to Arnbars.
She asks what we want of her.
Corlo? The mage shrugged, then said,
We need to escape the influence of the Edur. We need to get beyond their reach, then to return to our world.
Seren relayed Corlo's statements to the woman.
You are mortal, she replied. You can pass through when we cannot.
Can you guide us?
And what is to be my reward for this service?
What do you seek?
She considered, then shook her head.
No, an unfair bargain. My service is not worth the payment I would ask. You require a guide to lead you to the border's edge. I will not deceive. It is not far. You would find it yourselves before too long.
Seren translated the exchange for the Crimson Guardsman, then added,
This is odd.
Ironbars smiled. An honest broker? She nodded wryly.
I am Lethery, after all. Honesty makes me suspicious.
Ask her what she would have us do for her, Ironbars said.
Seren Pedak did, and the woman held up her right hand, and in it was a small object, encrusted and corroded and unrecognizable. The Kachain Chemal counterattack drove a number of us down to the shoreline, then into the waves. I am a poor fighter. I died on that sea's foaming edge, and my corpse rolled out, drawn by the tide, along the muddy sands, where the mud swallowed it. She looked down at the object in her palm. This was a ring I wore, returned to me by a wraith. Many wraiths have done this for those of us beyond the reach of the Edur. I would ask that you return me to my bones, to what little of me remains, so that I can find oblivion. But this is too vast a gift for offering you so little.
How would we go about doing as you ask?
I would join with the substance of this ring. You would see me no more, and you would need to travel to the shoreline, then cast this into the sea.
That does not seem difficult.
Perhaps it isn't. The inequity lies in the exchange of values.
Seren shook her head.
We see no inequity. Our desire is of equal value as far as we are concerned. We accept your bargain.
How do I know you will not betray me?
The Lethery turned to Arnbars.
She doesn't trust us.
The man strode to halt directly before the Tist-Andi woman. Equator, tell her I am an avowed, of the Crimson Guard. If she would, she can seek the meaning of that, by laying her hand on my chest. Tell her I shall honor our pact.
I've not told you what it is yet. She wants us to throw the thing she's holding into the sea.
That's it?
Doing so will end her existence, which seems to be what she wants.
Tell her to seek the cast of my soul.
Very well.
The suspicious look in the woman's eyes grew more pronounced, but she stepped forward and set her left hand on the man's chest. The hand flinched away, and the woman staggered back a step, shock, then horror writ on her face.
How could you do... Why?
Seren said,
Not the response you sought, I think, Arnbars. She is appalled.
That is of no concern, the man replied. Does she accept my word? The woman straightened. Then, to Seren's question, she nodded and said,
I cannot do otherwise, but I had forgotten this feeling. What feeling? Sorrow. Arnbars, Seren said, whatever this avowed means, she is overwhelmed with pity.
Yes, well, he said, turning away, we all make mistakes. The woman said,
I will lead you now. What is your name? Sandalas Drukorlat. Thank you, Sandalas. It grieves me to know that our gift to you is oblivion.
She shrugged.
Those who I once loved and who loved me believe I am gone in truth. There is no need for grief. No need for grief. Where, then, does the pity lie?
Stand up, lads, Arnbars said. She is making ready to go. Mape lay on the knoll like something dead, but the Nacht's head slowly turned as Withal and Rulad strode into view. She had stolen a hammer from the smithy some time back to better facilitate her destruction of Pule's nests, and now carried it with her everywhere. Withal watched askance as the gnarled, black-skinned creature lifted the hammer into view, eyes still fixed on him and the Tist-Edur as if contemplating murder. Of the three Nachts, Mape made him the most nervous. Too much intelligence glittered in her small black eyes. Too often she watched with something like a smile on her apish face. And the strength the creatures had displayed was sufficient to make any man worried. He knew Mape could tear his arms from his shoulders, were she so inclined. Perhaps the crippled god had bound them, as demons could be bound, and it was this and this alone that kept the beasts from Withal's throat. An unpleasant notion.
"What's to stop me?" Rulad asked in a growl. "From driving the sword right through his scrawny chest?" "Do not ask that question of me, Edur. Only the crippled god can answer it. But I don't think it could ever be that easy. He's a clever bastard, and there in that tent his power is probably absolute."
"The vastness of his realm," Rulad said, sneering.
"Yes. Now why do those words, said in that way, interest me?"
The ragged canvas shelter was directly ahead, smoke drifting from the side that had been drawn open. As they approached, the air grew hotter, drier, the grasses withered and bleached underfoot. The earth seemed strangely blighted. They came opposite the entrance. Within, the gods huddled form in the gloom, tendrils of smoke rising from the brazier. A cough, then,
"Such anger! Unreasonable, I think, given the efficacy of my gift."
"I don't want to go back," Rulad said. "Leave me here. Choose someone else."
"Unwitting servants to our cause appear from unexpected sources. Imagine an avowed of the Crimson Guard. Be glad it was not Skinner, or indeed Cowell. They would have taken more notice of you, and that would not have been a good thing. We're not yet ready for that."
A hacking cough.
"Not yet ready."
"I'm not going back."
"You detest the flesh given you. I understand. But Rulad Sengar, the gold is your payment for the power you seek.
I want nothing more of that power.
But you do,
the crippled god said, clearly amused.
Consider the rewards already reaped. The throne of the Tist Edur, the woman after whom you lusted for years, now in your possession, to do with as you please. Your brothers bowing one and all before you, and a burgeoning prowess with the sword.
It's not mine, though, is it? It is all I can do to hold on. The skill does not belong to me, and all can see that. I have earned nothing.
And what value is all that pride you seek, Rulad Sengar? You mortals baffle me. It is a fool's curse to measure oneself in endless dissatisfaction. It is not for me to guide you in the rule of your empire. That task belongs to you and you alone. There, make that your place of pride. Besides, has not your strength grown? You have muscles now surpassing your brother Fear's. Cease your whimpering, Edur.
You are using me, the crippled god laughed.
And Skabandari blood I did not. Oh, I know the tale now, all of it. The seas whisper old truths, Rulad Sengar. Revered Father Shadow, oh, such an absurd conceit. Murderer, knife-wielder, betrayer, lies. Who then led you into your own betrayal? Of your once allies, the Tist Andi. You fell upon them at Skabandari's command. You killed those who had fought alongside you. That is the legacy of the Tist Edur, Rulad Sengar. Ask Hanan Mosag, he knows. Ask your brother Fear. Your mother, the women know. Their memory has been far less selective.
No more of this, the Edur pleaded, clawing at his face. You would poison me with dishonor. That is your purpose, for all you say.
Perhaps what I offer,
the crippled god murmured,
is absolution. The opportunity to make amends. It is within you, Rulad Sengar. The power is yours to shape as you will. The Empire shall cast your reflection, no one else's. Will you flee from that? If that is your choice, then indeed I shall be forced to choose another. One who will prove, perhaps, less honorable.
The sword clattered at Rulad's feet.
Choose!
Withal watched, saw the Edur's expression change. With a scream, Rulad snatched up the weapon and lunged, and was gone. Rasping laughter.
There is so little, withal, that surprises me any more.
Disgusted, the Mekros turned away.
A moment, withal. I see your weariness, your displeasure. What is it that plagues you so? That is what I ask myself.
The lad doesn't deserve it.
Oh, but he does. They all do.
Aye, Withal said, eyes level as he stared at the crippled god. That does seem to be the sole judgment you possess, but it's hardly clean, is it?
Careful! My gratitude for what you have done for me wears thin.
Gratitude? Withal's laugh was harsh. You are thankful after compelling me into doing your bidding. That's a good one. May you be as generous of thought after I force you into killing me. He studied the hooded figure. I see your problem, you know. I see it now, and curse myself for having missed it before. You have no realm to command, as do other gods. So you sit there, alone, in your tent, and that is the extent of your realm, isn't it? Broken flesh and foul, stifling air, skin-thin walls and the heat the old and lame desire. Your world, and you alone in it,
and the irony is, you cannot even command your own body."
A wretched cough, then,
"Spare me your sympathy, Mekros. I have given the problem of you considerable thought, and have found a solution, as you shall soon discover. When you do, think on what you have said to me. Now go!" "You still don't understand, do you? The more pain you deliver to others, God, the more shall be visited upon you. You sow your own misery, and because of that, whatever sympathy you might rightly receive is swept away." "I said go, withal. Build yourself a nest. Mape's waiting."
They emerged onto a windswept sward with the crashing waves of the sea on their right, and before them the delta of a broad river. On the river's other side stood a walled city. Seren-Pedak studied the distant buildings, the tall, thin towers that seemed to lean seaward.
"Old Keter," she said. "We're 30 leagues south of Trait. How is that possible?"
"Warrens," Corlo muttered, sagging until he sat on the ground. "Rotted, septic, but still a warren." The Aquita made her way down to the beach. The sun was high and hot overhead.
"I must wash, get clean. The sea."
Iron bars followed, in one hand the encrusted object where the spirit of a Tist-Andi woman now resided. She strode into the water, the foaming waves thrashing round her shins. The Avowed flung the object past her, a small splash not far ahead. Thighs, then hips.
"Clean, get clean."
To her chest. A wave rolled, lifted her from the bottom, spun and flung her towards the shore. She clawed herself round until she could push forward once again. Cold, salty water rising over her face. Bright, sunlit, silty water washing sight from her eyes. Water biting at scabbed wounds, stinging her broken lips, water filling her mouth and begging to be drawn inside.
"Like this."
Hands grasped her, pulled her back. She fought, but could not break loose.
"Clean."
Her face swept by cold wind, eyes blinking in painful light. Coughing, weeping, she struggled, but the hands dragged her remorselessly onto the beach, flung her onto the sand. Then, as she tried to claw free, arms wrapped tight about her, pinning her own arms, and a voice gasped close to her ear.
"I know, lass, I know what it's about, but it ain't the way."
Heaving, helpless sobs now, and he held her still.
"Heal her, Corlo."
"I'm damn near done."
"Now, and sleep. Make her sleep."
"No, you can't die. Not again. I have need of you."
So many layers pressing down upon these indurative remnants, a moment of vast pressure, the thick, so thick skin tracing innumerable small deaths. And life was voice, not words, but sound, motion. Where all else was still, silent, oblivion waited when the last echo faded. Dying the first time should have been enough. This world was foreign, after all. The gate sealed, swept away. Her husband, if he still lived, was long past his grief. Her daughter, perhaps a mother herself by now, a grandmother. She had fed on draconic blood, there in the wake of Anomander. Somewhere she persisted and lived free of sorrow. It had been important to think that way, her only weapon against insanity. No gifts in death but one. But something held her back, something with a voice.
"These are restless seas indeed. I had not thought my questing would prove so easy. True, you are not human, but you will do. You will do."
These remnants suddenly in motion, grating motion. Fragments, particles too small to see, drawing together, as if remembering to what they had once belonged. And within the sea, within the silts, waited all that was needed. For flesh, for bone and blood. All these echoes resurrected, finding shape. She looked on in horror. Watched as the body, so familiar, so strange, clawed its way upward through the silts. silts that lightened, thinned, then burst into a plume that swirled in the currents, arms reaching upward, a body heaving into view. She hovered near, compelled to close, to enter, but knowing it was too soon. Her body, which she had left so long ago. It was not right, not fair. Scrambling mindlessly along the sea bottom, finned creatures darting in and out of sight, drawn to the stirred-up sediments, frightened away by the flailing figure, multi-legged shapes scrabbling from its path. A strange blurring passed through, and then sunlight glittered close overhead. Hands broke the surface, firm sand underfoot, sloping upward, face in the air. And she swept forward, plunged into the body, raced like fire within muscle and bone. Sensations, cold, a wind, the smell of salt and a shoreline's decay.
Mother Dark, I am alive.
The voice of return came not in laughter, but in screams. All had gathered as word of the Emperor's death spread. The city was taken, but Rulad Sengar had been killed. Necks snapped like a sapling. His body lay where it fell, with the slave Udinas standing guard, a macabre sentinel who did not acknowledge anyone, but simply stared down at the coin-clad corpse. Hanan Mossag, Mayan with Featherwitch trailing, Middick Boone, now blooded and a warrior in truth. Hundreds of Edur warriors, blood-spattered with glory and slaughter. Silent, pale citizens terrified of the taut expectancy in the smoky air. All witness to the body's sudden convulsions, its piercing screams. For a ghastly moment, Rulad's neck remained broken, rocking his head in impossible angles as he staggered to his feet. Then the bone mended, and the head righted itself, sudden light in the hooded eyes. More screams from Lethery now, figures fleeing. Rulad's ragged shrieks died, and he stood, wavering, the sword trembling in his hands. Udinas spoke. "Emperor, trait is yours." A sudden spasm, then Rulad seemed to see the others for the first time.
"Hanan Mossag, settle the garrison. The rest of the army shall camp outside the city. Send word to your Krisnan with the fleet. They are to make for Old Qatar."
The warlock king stepped close and said in a low voice, "It is true, then. You cannot die." Rulad flinched.
"I die, Hanan Mossag. It is all I know, dying. Leave me now. Udinas."
"Emperor."
"I am—"
"Your tent awaits you and Mayan," the slave said.
"Yes."
Middick Boone spoke.
"Emperor, I shall lead your escort."
His expression confused, Rulad looked down at his body, the smeared, crusted coins, the spattered furs.
"Yes, brother Middick, an escort. And we shall find the one who did this, sire, to you."
Rulad's eyes flashed.
"He cannot be defeated. We are helpless before him. He lies—"
Middick was frowning. He glanced at Udinas. "Emperor," the slave said, "he meant the one who killed you and your kin, here in this street." Clawing at his face, Rulad turned away.
"Of course, he wore crimson."
Udinas said to Middick, "I will give you a detailed description." A sharp nod.
"Yes, the city will be searched."
"But he's gone, you fool." "No, I don't know how I know. Still, the man's gone. With Seran Pedak." "Of course."
"Udinas!"
A desperate gasp. "I am here, Emperor."
"Take me out of this place."
It was known now, and soon the Cedar would learn of it. But would he understand? How could he? It was impossible, insane. He can do nothing. Will he realize this? The warrior in gold trailed the slave, step by step, through the fallen city, Mayan and Featherwitch in their wake. Middick Boone and a dozen warriors flanked them all, weapons at the ready. The passage was uncontested. Withal sat on a bench in his smithy. Plain walls, stone and plaster, the forge cold and filled with ash. Paved floor, the small workshop three-walled, the open side facing onto a fenced compound where stood a cut-stone-rimmed well, a quenching trough, firewood, and a heap of tailings and slag. A hut on the opposite side housed his cot and nothing else. The extent of his world, mocking reminder of his profession, the purpose behind living. The crippled god's voice whispered in his mind,
"Withal, my gift. I am not without sympathy, no matter what you might think. I understood. Nacht's a poor company for a man. Go, withal, down to the beach. Take possession of my gift."
He slowly rose, bemused.
"A boat, a raft, a damned log I could ride out with the tide."
He made his way outside, and heard the Nachts chattering excitedly down on the strand. Withal walked to the verge and stood, looking down. A woman was staggering from the water, tall, black-skinned, naked, long red hair, and the Mekros turned round, strode away.
"You bastard!"
The crippled god replied in mock consternation.
"Is this not what you want? Is she too tall for you? Her eyes too strange? Withal, I do not understand. How could you have done this? Take possession, you said. It's all you know, isn't it? Possession, things to be used, people, lives. She needs your help, Withal. She is lost, alarmed by the Nachts, slow to recall her flesh. Later, leave me alone now. Leave us both alone."
A soft laugh, then a cough.
"As you wish. Disappointing, this lack of gratitude. Go to the abyss."
No reply. Withal entered the hut, stood facing the cot for a time, until he was certain that the crippled god was not lurking somewhere in his skull. Then he lowered himself to his knees and bowed his head. He hated religion, detested gods, but the nest was empty. The nest needed tearing apart, rebuilding. The Mekros had a host of gods for the choosing, but one was older than all the others, and that one belonged to the sea. Withal began to pray, in Mael's name. Chapter 17. None had seen the like. Choram's mill was a marvel of invention, wheels upon wheels, granite and interlocking gears, axles and spokes and rims of iron, a machine that climbed from that fast river 3 full levels and ground the finest flour Lether had ever seen. Some say it was the rain, the deluge that filled the water's course through the mill's stony toes. Some say it was the sheer complexity that was the cause of it all, the conceit of a mortal man's vision. Some say it was the errant's nudge, fickle and wayward, that voiced the sudden roar that dawn, the explosions of stone and the shrieks of iron, and the vast wheels breaking free and bursting through the thick walls, and the washing women downstream, the foam at their thighs, looked up to see their granite doom rolling down. Not a wrinkle left, not a stain survived, and old Miska, perched on